heels to calf. Oof. Oof. Pain. Okay, I'm gonna let this phone charge. I think this camera's dirty. It's hot. Bum, 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 bum. That one's a little bright. This thing. It's too hot to sit on. Oh, it's better. New title. Let's see. Oh my gosh, that is a high-pitched chirpy. Mr. Chirp Chirp, that is high-pitched. Yeah. I'll get water out. That's it, hey! What's going on? That's it, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I said, hey! Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I said, hey! What's going on? Yeah! What do you mean nothing's going on? There's stuff going on. We've got new crusades happening. We've got aliens and a Big Bang crossover. I never thought I would see that. And we got government officials inviting pastors to get them to gaslight their people, you know? Great. I mean, lots of stuff going on. But what's going on? Yeah! They're literally trying to execute Order 66 out here with the UFO shit. No. The scientists are the younglings. What is it? What do we got in the media share? Okay, let me look in the UFO one. Y'all doing this? Did you get to work? Okay. Yeah, lots of really good stuff. Oh, here's one of the pastors right here, apparently. Christian Zionist pastor who attended the secret
Christian
meeting.
that we possibly. Now, we need to get this in front of every believer, every Christian that we possibly can. This year, there is coming a massive disclosure. The truth, as the government knows it, about UFOs and UAPs is going to be disclosed to the population. The Trump administration is going to attempt to make history in an historic announcement where they're going to say that these non-terrestrial interdimensional beings are real and that we do have unexplained phenomenon among us. This is going to be huge.
No!
Many so-called Christians
Shut up!
are going to be taken captive
No
by
way.
it.
That's
We have got to speak on this first.
expected.
They need to hear it from us first. They need to hear from us what the Bible has to say about it. This is an urgent call to every pastor and church leader, including the ones who mocked me when I released this book and said I'd gone off the deep end. Of course, they didn't read the book. They didn't know what I said about it. It's time for every single pastor to teach on this. What does the Bible say about non-human?
Isn't that the best thing? Is when people accuse you of going crazy, but they don't even bother to listen to the context and what you're saying. I swear.
Entities.
Yes.
You have noticed that the language has changed in these Department of Defense meetings as well as in these congressional hearings. They're no longer saying extraterrestrial. They're saying non-human entities. Are there non-human entities in the Bible who attempt to influence mankind? The answer to the question is yes. Are there?
From what I heard, though, this is all kind of redundant because I don't know. Maybe he'll talk about it in a second. But I heard that they're telling pastors you need to prepare your people that humans were created by what NHI, non-human intelligence. It's like, bro, that's literally that's the plot already. Anyways.
Non-human entities
What
who use mechanisms of transport.
We weren't preaching evolution, sir.
in order to travel? And the answer to that is yes. Elijah, his servant's eyes were open and he saw the host of heaven and their chariots, thousands of them. Elijah was taken up in a chariot of fire. Well, why do they need a chariot? What's the purpose of a chariot? Couldn't they just grab him?
I
Take
like
him up
chariots.
there? I don't know. All I know is the Bible says that it's there.
I mean, that's like, anyways. It's literally like, go preach to the choir. It's like, yes, they know. We know, we understand. Thanks for catching up. Anyways. Welcome, government. Yes. Have you been to a church service ever? Anyways. What is this? They're going to create fake abductions? Oh, I'm sure they are. What the fuck is this costume party? This is like the Met Gala next year. I'm calling it right now. FBI Chief Kash Patel says UFO docs were delivered, but will be out very soon. TM. Might as well add that. I'm going to be publicly releasing this information. Oh my god! We're up next! Ah! No, we're not. You're not up next. They'll take their sweet time. It'll be like another few months probably before it actually happens. At this rate. The real question is Disclosure first or GTA 6? Which one? Place your bets.
Без участия сознания материя
The
пребывает...
fuck is this? I don't want to watch your Russian bullshit. At least link something in English. Whatever. Once you're awake, there's no going back. I ain't going back. Like Elsa. Never going back. What is she saying?
Physically pains me to engage in small. Listen, I'm actually at a point where it physically pains me to engage in small talk. I do not know how to talk to you. I actually do not know how to talk to you, and
Same.
it physically pains me. If all you want to talk to me about is what celebrities are up to, or what newest movie is coming out, or what newest restaurant is opening up, I do not know how to talk to you. If you're just going to stick your head in the sand and ignore the fact that the world is literally on fire, you are going to just blatantly ignore the fact that we have a 6,000-year-old satanic cult that has been running this world. We have actual demonic entities, on our TV running our government, and satanic rituals that are being done in government buildings. I just
It's
don't
so
know how
much
to talk
more
to
entertaining than talking about fiction.
anybody that is
Just-
going to ignore all of that. We live,
Yeah, I know, it's
we
like-
actually
it's-
live in different worlds at this point. And that's the wildest thing for me is there are so many people out in this world
Movies.
that are living their life
You
like
looked
absolutely
around
nothing is wrong. Just heads completely submerged in the sand. Just continuing to go to fast food 4 to 5 times a week like there's not actual human beings in the meat. Continuing to go see new movies and pay attention to what their favorite celebrities are up to like these aren't demonic hybrids and clones. They're just acting like they're normal human beings with normal lives. Then we have people just arguing over left versus right, acting like that's still a thing. I don't know how to relate to those people anymore. I'm actually at that point where it pains me if you want to talk about the world like there's nothing wrong. And it's funny because the more the veil is lifted off your eyes with how the world really is, the more the veil is lifted off your eyes with how people really are. And the
They
more
put
you see
human
that,
meat
the less you want to
in
be.
the meat. What? I mean, it's not like a Sweeney Todd situation where the people who are employed in McDonald's are in the back and they've just killed a body and they're flipping the burgers up. It's not like that kind of situation, but there's a good chance that there's some human meat mixed in, indirectly maybe, through the contents of what they feed the pigs. Or the cows or whatever, like different fast food places. So, I mean, I mean,
Be around
I wouldn't be surprised if, like, there has been, some meat getting in there, and if they're meat packing facilities, I'm sure somebody's hated their coworkers enough to want to kill them and then throw them in a machine. I don't know. Maybe that's why we need robots, to make sure that
people. Like, I
Right.
have no desire to be around
I don't
people.
know.
I have a handful of people that I like, and that's about it. People in general, I love y'all, but people in general suck. People just have lost the ability to be real human beings. They have lost the ability to be nice. They have lost the ability to be kind. They have lost the ability to be genuine human beings. Everybody is fake nowadays, and I don't have the energy or the time to be around fake. I do not know how to. I will call you out. I can't.
Okay, now it's boring. Now she went, okay. Now she's just rambling. What else is there? Oh, another pastor.
With a group of men who are fellow pastors and invited to come to a private meeting with a group of men who are connected with the intelligence world that are believers but are still have very high security clearance. These are legit, true men of God that are still connected to Washington and even this current administration and all branches of the military. And they literally told us, we had a sitting congressman, a very well-known congressman from Missouri. He called into that meeting as well. That was just for pastors. And this is what he said. On speakerphone, this sitting powerful member of Congress said, "Are the pastors listening to me?" I'm getting chills right now because this happened to me. He said, "Are the pastors in the room listening to me?" And I said, "Yes, sir, we are here." And he said, "Listen to me. Go and tell the church they are not ready for what is coming. The narrative that is coming, what they are going to say is going to be like nothing you can even imagine. They are preparing to tell us that they are from another dimension, that they are our creator, and that these beings, these aliens, or whatever you want to call them, they were the ones that seeded us here. There is no such thing as God. Jesus was invented by them. The Bible was invented by them." And begin to just say, listen, prepare the people for what is coming because they're not ready. But he loved us so much. He made sure that he told us exactly the blueprint to study. He said, study the days of Noah. And if you can understand how Noah responded, that's how you're going to have to respond. And I believe what God is doing in the body of Christ right now.
When he said go tell, I started hearing go tell it on a mountain in my head. That's why I was like an autistic fucker, just by myself. Over the hills and everywhere, go tell it on a mountain that aliens are here.
What's up, Edders? Patrick here with Vetted. Today we're talking about this.
Only a handful of pastors are invited to come to a private meeting.
Yeah, we just watched that part.
Into that pastor.
Okay, we saw that part. Okay, now break it down.
Hit that subscribe button. All right, y'all, quick announcement.
All right.
This is something that means a lot to me. Jess, one of my moderators, her daughter in high school is going to compete in like a special track and field sort of thing. And Jess sent me a GoFundMe that they need some money to help, make this trip happen. I've never promoted GoFundMes before except one other time. And that was for this young lady a couple of years ago to help her get to this sort of track thing. She does phenomenally. It would really mean a lot to me if y'all could help go support. I donated €100.
That's nice.
Please, we could help you. So again, I'll put a link down below to the. All right. So what's today's video about? Well, this is a bonkers one. I have to admit, even of all the bonkers things I cover, this one is bonkers. All right. So essentially, what happened is apparently, Eric Burleson, Congressman Eric Burleson, shown here on the screen from the great state of Missouri, held a secret meeting, at a sort of Christian conference, right, for pastors and many people, but gave a secret meeting to pastors and basically explained to them that, hey, the government's about to disclose aliens, right?
Should we be outing him like this? If he's trying to help y'all out, why are y'all betraying his confidence? like the confidant of the... He trusted you guys! And y'all are just ratting on him, full name, full face. He's gonna disappear soon.
And not only that, but, you know, aliens created the Bible
Skip
and
this guy?
Jesus.
Well, who's the one that recommended it, the video? Who posted it? Oh, Cat. Okay.
And
I can skip him.
Everything.
Man, that song's stuck in my head now. Oh, you said you posted the meat update? Let me see. Is it in the media share? What's in our meat? I don't eat fast food anyway, but...
Slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we made those the most popular things, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the goyim out here are really eating their children. And even when we say this outright and tell you people, you don't believe it. So that's your problem.
Wait, what children? Which children? This was released over 20 years ago. He was bragging. When they abuse and kill, they only eat certain parts. I see. So when they pick children they're gonna eat, Hansel Gretel type shit, do they go for fat ones or lean ones? Like, what makes a child look delicious? I'm just wondering about the meat percentage that, like, are they giving us fat? Is it fatty? Fat ones, absolutely. It's bloodlines? Well, I thought we were trying to preserve bloodlines. I'm so confused. They use aborted babies. No, there wouldn't be enough meat in that. They probably drink aborted babies. I don't know. Puree that into a smoothie or something. Vampire type shit. Or inject it into their own skin. I don't know. Fucking weirdos. They pick based on blood type. Wait, what's the tastiest blood type then? I'm just trying to figure out how these people work, you know? It's just, I don't understand it. Just ask Katie. Let me see what else there was. Did I miss anything else in this section? me see. Let's look. We saw the Elites Panic one. Have we watched this video? Oh, it's only a 6-minute highlight. Probably not then. 5 days ago now.
This Voice of Henry Job is a
Official
movie that's
preview.
out. It's about a 6-year-old girl. They hit the car that her family's traveling in. Everyone in the car is dead except a 6-year-old. She calls in. There's a way to call in to get help. They're gonna send an ambulance. They triple check with the Israelis. It takes the whole day. The whole day she's online. They have the videotape, the audio tape of her actual voice. And she's begging, she's a 6-year-old, please send someone to help, please. They're all dead and I'm so hungry and I'm so scared, and she's crying. The Israelis finally give permission for the ambulance to go get her. They bomb the ambulance and they kill the 6-year-old.
Damn.
Holy shit.
That's sad.
Hello.
And then they say, hey, John and Susie in Kansas, you're gonna have to work an extra shift because we're gonna send 1,000-pound bombs for them to do that again. But
who's
Sean,
they?
we're not even paying for it. We're borrowing from China, and our kids have to pay the interest on that.
Is he
Our
saying
grandkids
the U.S. soldiers did that, or like a different? Who's
have to pay
they?
the interest on that?
Who's they that bombed the ambulance? Oh, so the permission was wrong, or was it like someone didn't communicate? Permission was it like, did they deceive on purpose?
Why doesn't Israel borrow from
somebody
China
not
to
know?
do their own murders?
Get out of the car. Over here. Hands behind your back.
We caught a file
Crap, Dan.
in Las Vegas that was part of their cyber team and delivered him back to Israel.
It's a little worse than that. Here's why it's a little worse. He's part of 9 guys. The other 8 are Americans. Those Americans have to face consequences. The Israeli is working with us in cybersecurity. He's one of their top cybersecurity officials. So, but this cybersecurity official comes here for sexual tourism. Well, I'll go with American girls. I'm Israeli. I'm above the law. If I get caught, I'll just go back to Israel.
State law allowed him to pay his bail before ever seeing a judge.
So one of the reasons I despise mainstream media, and you won't find anyone who hates them more than me on the right or the left, and they got us to believe this fable, this theater. It's like the Wizard of Oz.
We must also stand by our friends on the international stage. And we have no better friend in the Middle East than the state of Israel.
Did Hakeem Jeffries get convinced and have real moral principles about loving and supporting Israel unconditionally? No, he got $5.5 million from AIPAC.
Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state. The special relationship between the United States and Israel is unbreakable.
We're a proxy. Once again, we are the proxy. We are the biggest f***ing proxy in the world now.
We told you Biden was a bad candidate, and we were right. And we told you that on issues like war, we have to unite, otherwise we're going to get steamrolled. And we were right. I think his base is going to turn on Israel. When he goes, yeah, no, I'm going to give Israel another $30 billion, and I'm going to help them bomb more countries. At some point, MAGA's going to go, now that's enough, brother, man. That's enough.
They killed like 73,000?
At a minimum, Sean. Yeah, because there's people still under the rubble. And the IDF confirmed the numbers from Gaza. The phrase conspiracy theory is actually a conspiracy in and of itself. Once JFK got shot, from then on, they started using this phrase, conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that guy just shot him. front seat. The
They
driver
started
turned
using this
around.
phrase, conspiracy theory.
Shot him. Bang! Oh, I'm in front of the driver. Here's his little gun right there in the corner. Damn.
JFK got shot. From then,
Let's go. Dude.
on, they started using this
Watch the
phrase,
driver.
conspiracy theory.
Turns around, pulls out the gun. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That bitch. That fucking bitch. Oh, let me put this back on normal speed.
It was meant to discredit anything that was not the official government narrative. Ironically, the journalists, the media, who are supposed to challenge the government, right, will then, instead of challenging the government, enforce government propaganda. So they say, if you don't believe that JFK was shot by a magic bullet, conspiracy theory.
And I had someone come and brief me who was in a military uniform, worked for the United States Army, that was briefing me on the locations of hybrid breeding programs where captured aliens were.
What, have you ever seen the one print video where there's a piece of a tree in the background missing? No, I haven't.
Breeding with humans to create some hybrid race that could engage in intergalactic communication.
Wait, seriously? Are you being serious, or is that
I'm
tongue
being
in cheek?
100% serious.
The height of it, when everybody was pissed, that's when this shit came out.
All of a sudden, distractions.
And now all of a sudden you got congressmen, senators, oh yeah, aliens are breeding with human beings. Like, it's not like...
I just tell you this, if they would release the things that I've seen, you'd be up at night.
But wait, you told me a minute ago that was a conspiracy theory. So they now use the media to declare everything a conspiracy theory if it's not the official government position.
I'm sorry, what did you just drop that aliens are breeding with human beings just nonchalantly, like it's almost common knowledge? And then you don't give us anything else, like it's enough for the peons.
Don't believe the government on the Charlie Kirk shoot, okay? I don't know what happened. I don't know who did it. I don't have the inside information, but it is very unlikely to be the story they told.
Oh my god. Do they have a link to the whole thing yet, or is it still paywalled? This is a official preview. Oh, this one, I guess. Oh no, it's missed. This one's the full one. Well, we can see his take, I guess, first on the scientist, see if it's any interest. It was 3 hours.
This week alone, 11 American scientists are dead or missing.
One dead or missing scientist, that's a mystery. 2 might be a coincidence. But 11? How do you take that?
Most tied to nuclear, aerospace, or UFO research. The FBI just confirmed Monday they're investigating.
Well, I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a half. I just left a meeting on that subject, so pretty serious stuff.
I got one more thing. It's a hot question. Something totally different than what we've been chatting about here.
As you're getting that, Sean,
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me here. And thanks for having conversations like this, not just this, but like this, to the Rokaners, to whoever else is willing to show up. Because it takes courage, man. You know,
I love that. I love doing it. I mean, I've had tons of people on here that think not exactly like me, but very similar, and those conversations get fucking boring really fast because you're just in an echo chamber. So I want to talk to people that disagree with me, that have different ideas, and I think that's how you find real solutions. And not very many people are doing it, but it's growing. And so thank you for coming.
Yeah,
Seriously.
absolutely. Happy to do it.
Seriously.
Happy to have you on the Young Turks if you'd like. And
I'd love to do it.
Yeah, love it.
So we had a hot question here. You familiar with Claude Anthropic? So before you came on, we had Claude Anthropic's AI scrape the internet and find one question that my audience would want to ask you most. This week alone, 11 American scientists are dead or missing, most tied to nuclear, aerospace, or UFO research. The FBI just confirmed Monday they're investigating. That probably doesn't mean anything.
Right.
The FBI confirmed Tuesday that they're covering it up as we speak.
Oh, man. A retired Air Force general who commanded Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Roswell base, walked out of his house with a sidearm and vanished. Meanwhile, Trump's posting AI Jesus memes, Hegseth's quoting Pulp Fiction as scripture, the Epstein files are being withheld page by page, and the WEF just ranked disinformation the top global risk of 2026. So here's the question. What's your honest take? What do you think is actually going on here, and how does the average American cut through all this noise and figure out what's actually real?
Yeah, so let me give a specific and a broad answer. On the specifics, of course, there's no way I could know or you could know what happened to those guys, right? But the most important thing is don't trust the government or the mainstream media, okay? So the phrase conspiracy theory is actually a conspiracy in and of itself, okay? This is hilariously trippy, but once JFK got shot, from then on, they started using this phrase, conspiracy theory. It was meant to discredit anything that was not the official government narrative, okay? So if you're outside the government narrative, ironically, the journalists, the media, who are supposed to challenge the government, right, will then, instead of challenging the government, enforce government propaganda. So they say, if you don't believe that JFK was shot by a magic bullet, conspiracy theory, okay? You're bad. Bow your head to the government. Wait a minute, I thought you guys were supposed to be reporters, right? So they now use the media to declare everything a conspiracy theory if it's not the official government position. So honestly, I didn't know that for a long, long time. I now know it. I figured it out through all of these current events, right? Because it became a pattern that was undeniable. So that is a way to shut down the conversation. Do not let them shut down the conversation, okay? So here, let's take a benign one that isn't that political, aliens, right? So they told us our whole life, conspiracy theory, right? Now, Obama has verified that there was aliens. Trump has then kind of accidentally verified it by
Ironically, at the height of the Epstein files, the height of it, when everybody was fucking pissed, that's when this shit came out.
All of a sudden, distractions.
And now all of a sudden you got congressmen and fucking senators. Oh yeah, aliens are breeding with human beings. Like, it's not like...
But wait, you told me a minute ago that was a conspiracy theory, right?
I'm sorry, what the fuck? Did you just drop that aliens are breeding with fucking human beings just nonchalantly, like it's almost common knowledge? And then you don't give us anything else, like it's enough for the peons.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you.
Exactly.
Fuck you and your fucking distraction. And now we know that you're just sticking up for pedophiles once again.
So now, especially on the left, if you say that you're willing to question the official narratives, you get a world of pain, okay? So for example, if I say, I don't believe the government on the Charlie Kirk shooting, okay? I don't know what happened. I don't know who did it. I don't have the inside information, but it is very unlikely to be the story they told. A lot of people on the left, and certainly in mainstream media and the establishment, which the Democrats care way too much about, they'll be like, that's outrageous. Oh, you become a lunatic radical, right?
There's a lot of lunatics out there.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I don't care anymore. You can shove all those, accusations up your ass, because I'm going to use my own judgment. I'm not going to blindly believe the government. That is not a left-wing position. The left wing is supposed to super aggressively challenge the government, and those that are in power. By the way, same thing with the right wing. You're supposed to challenge big government, etc. So don't tell us to shut up and be quiet, okay? So I have no idea what happened to those guys, and I don't know who it's connected to. There is one country, this is the only data point I'll put out there, and again, it doesn't mean, it's just one data point, okay? But there is one country that kills nuclear physicists on the regular. That's Israel. They brag about, and Netanyahu just did it last week. Everything I say is on tape, and you can confirm it, okay? He said the other day, oh, we murdered 8 Iranian physicists, and we got them, Then we murdered another 12 physicists, and we got them, and now they don't have any physicists left, and we're in charge. And they've been targeting Iranian physicists well before the war started. We've been covering it on the Young Turks. They put a bullet in some guy's head as he was picking up his kids from kindergarten. He's a civilian. He's a physics professor. And they shot him in front of his kids to send a message, okay? So, and then I'm amused by the establishment guys who always say like, oh, yeah, the CIA, for example, has killed people in other countries and done coups in the 60s and 70s, etc. But they never do it inside America.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure? Are you doubly sure? Israel has done X, Y, and Z with the pagers and this and Lebanon and Iran. And yeah, have they done anything? But they would never do anything inside America. You mean like steal our nuclear secrets? Because they already did that. You mean like stealing all the rest of our top secrets? Because they already did that. You tell me Israel wouldn't do anything inside America? Are you blind? Are you deaf? Are you insane? Of course they do things inside America. They do things inside America all the time. I mean, we've incentivized them to spy on us and to do anything we like because we declare them above the law. You think Tom Alexandrovich is bad? That's the guy in Vegas who did the sexual tourism for American kids that he thought he could rape and get away with, which he did. Luckily, he didn't rape him because we caught him before they did anything. Okay, but okay, how about Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell? Okay, Robert Maxwell was the greatest Mossad agent of all time. State burial once he died in Israel with a bunch of prime ministers attending, etc. So what was his coup de grace? He's the guy who stole our nuclear secrets, and that's why Israel has nukes now. Now here's the kicker: we never even arrested him.
Of course we didn't.
Okay, wait. There's a second kicker. First of all, so you steal our fucking nuclear secrets. There's nothing worse than that. By the way, the Israelis later sold them to the Soviets. They're the worst, okay? I looked up, why didn't we arrest Robert Maxwell? It would have been an international incident and embarrassed our allies. Yeah, if you steal our nuclear secrets, embarrass is the least you should get, okay? Okay, now the kicker. He then bought the company that produces textbooks for our schools. After he stole our nuclear secrets, we let him buy the textbooks that go into our schools. And lo and behold, the textbooks say that Israel was attacked in 1948, not that it massacred the Palestinians and took their lands. It says that Israel was attacked in 1967. That's a flat out lie. Israel did a preemptive strike and attacked all their neighbors in 67. Okay? What are we doing here? Like, Israel's been running this country for so long. So if you tell me, no, you're not allowed to ask questions about Charlie Kirk's murder, then I'm going to ask 2,000 questions about Charlie Kirk's murder. If you tell me I'm not allowed to ask about those nuclear physicists that are all coincidentally magically gone, no, I'm going to ask 2,000 questions about those guys, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of it. And I'll tell you, I give the right wing credit on this one, because online, they do amazing work, man. You got Sherlock Holmes over there. Some of them go off the reservation and do crazy shit that isn't true, right? Plenty of them, right? But, I mean, Charlie got shot with, a tiny little bullet that got stuck in his neck. And I don't know anything about guns. I'm not the expert on that, right? And guys are like, you kidding me, dog? That the rifle that he theoretically used would have blown his head straight off. And then you ask the government, why didn't it blow his head off? They said Charlie had a strong neck. No, now I'm asking 10,000 questions. Hey, how come the shooter seemed to have different clothes on at different times? They said, oh, he changed on the roof. Okay, now I'm asking 100,000 questions. He didn't change on the roof. What kind of bullshit is this? Okay? And so a sniper takes one shot. You know what amateurs do? They take a lot of shots because they're not sure they hit the guy, right? A professional takes one shot, okay? So I don't know if it was him. I don't know what happened, and I don't know who did it. I do know bullshit when I see it, okay? And I can give you many other things. So I'll get ostracized by a lot of people on the left for that. And they'll say, oh, you sound like a conspiracy guy. And are you intimating that maybe it wasn't? Hey, dicks, they're saying a guy on the left did it.
Higher level of thinking.
Look, I'm saying the guy on the left didn't do it. I don't think, right? I don't know what happened, right? But look at how they brainwash people. So they got folks on the left saying, no, the left wing guy did it. Left wing guy did it. Why? Why are you saying that when it might not even be true, right? Because, no, you have to believe the official government narrative, because that's what everybody on CNN and the New York Times is saying. And if you don't believe it, they'll ostracize you. They'll shun you, and they'll say no one should talk to you, and power should get nowhere near you, okay? So that's how this game is played. So don't listen to them. Ask a lot more questions about those guys. Let's go figure it out together, man. Who knows? Maybe we do better work than the FBI does. I mean, Tucker found out more about Thomas Crooks than the FBI did, right?
Yeah.
Like, you watch what Tucker, I didn't know that stuff that Tucker uncovered about Thomas Crooks. I thought that there was nothing wrong with Butler. I gave Trump a lot of credit. I said, well, that was pretty courageous to come out and say, fight, 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 right? After the brother got shot. That's bold and stuff. Now I'm seeing the guys move the photographers into place, and all of a sudden Crooks is eliminated instantly. Do I know what happened? No, I have no idea. But now I'm starting to wonder about the official story.
Brother, you are too horny. You need to go outside and touch grass. All you ever say is trying to get me to get on the fucking shake plate. The wobble machine. It'd be funny. Do this trick. Do this. We need the vibration plate. We need it. Get the wobble board. Yeah, bro, go outside. Such a wobble machine ASMR. Like that. You've been saying this for how long? Wobbly machine, like almost a year. That's all you say in here. Shut up. Go touch grass. Jeez, at least pay for your Coomer content if you're gonna even bother trying to talk to me. Jeez.
start wondering, you start seeing, oh, wait a minute. So let me get this right. Lee Harvey Oswald shot JFK with a magic bullet. And then before anybody could talk to him, Jack Ruby, a mobster, shoots him dead. And a guy who was on the record before, he had made public statements saying how much he hated JFK. Why did a mobster shoot a guy who killed a guy he hates? Don't ask any questions. Bullshit. Ask 1,000 questions. Don't ever
I
stop
thought they were
asking.
going to unseal that, by the way.
What's that?
I thought they were going to unseal that, by the way.
Yeah, so they go to unseal it, and then we find out through Joe Kent and others, they didn't give you the real stuff.
Yeah.
And the real stuff's not written down anyway, right? And on the Epstein files, again, Roll Conn and Tom Massey, great job. We get about half the files. And in that stuff, there's a story about how one of the victims, who was a confirmed victim, says that she had a baby and they took the baby away. And she's never seen the baby again. So I thought that was all conspiracies, but now all of a sudden there it is in black and white, and that's a confirmed survivor, right? So where's the baby? What happened to the baby, right? I thought pizza was bullshit, like Pizzagate and all that stuff. And then you look at it and you're like, oh my God, pizza did mean kids. And by the way, who knew that pizza meant kids and then leaked it to the public, right? Because somebody knew it meant it, and that's how it got into the public. And they knew all along, right? So then don't tell me there aren't conspiracies. Epstein and the drop site emails, the tranche they found with him and Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel. Every deal he does is for the benefit of Israel. Every single one. Israel with Russia, Israel with Mongolia, Israel with UAE. He procures cyber weapons for Israel. He's in the middle of Iran-Contra. Don't tell me the CIA didn't know about him. There are no civilians in Iran-Contra, okay? So he's the one that cleaned out the planes. So we use the planes for bringing in drugs. Then Wexner, through Epstein, buys the planes. So you launder the planes. But he's not part of American intelligence. So which intelligence is he a part of? Because he's definitely intelligence. And then all of a sudden he winds up hanged and committed suicide in a prison. Sure he did. Yeah, I'll tell you one last thing, Sean. On Epstein, I said on the air, it's on tape, if the camera in the hallway is working and you see nobody go into his cell, then he hung himself and the government's telling the truth. If the camera is magically not working in the hallway, then they definitely killed him, right? And so that was the prediction ahead of time, so you know I'm not Monday morning quarterbacking it, etc., right? Oh, well, you look at that. Magically, the camera in the hallway wasn't working, and the guards were both off duty, and his roommate had been moved out, and the thing that he hung himself was not in the room. Something else that looked like a noose was in the... Oh, get the fuck out of here. There's a 0% chance he hung himself. No, that one I'm clear on. And who's got enough power to murder someone inside an American prison and have both parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, cover it up for him? There's only one power that's got that kind of strength. The same one that he was working for the entire time.
Oh, man. We're in trouble.
And if they killed Epstein inside a prison, an American prison, who can't they kill?
Well, nobody. One last thing. Just something I've been thinking about is everybody continues to listen to this bullshit narrative from the White House on why we're going to Iran and how they've been our enemy for 47 years and all this other stuff. And they're right. They've been our enemy for a long time. They've killed a lot of my friends in war. We probably shouldn't have been there to fucking begin with. But they did. But that's not what this is about. If that's what this was about, we wouldn't be sending the Taliban 40 to 87 million fucking dollars in cash every week. We fought them for over 20 fucking years. I fought them for 14. That flag came from an Afghan American, goes by the name Legend, who still works over there for the resistance, with the resistance every once in a while. He's the one that uncovered that on this show, brought that flag in from the Taliban, burning it in fucking Kabul, Afghanistan, so I framed it. If this was about old enemies, we wouldn't be funding one right now. Also, we wouldn't be parading around the president of Syria, who is fucking cutting our heads off all over Congress and the White House.
So let's break that.
So save me the fucking bullshit on why we're there and how Iran's been our enemy for 47 years. Fuck you. You don't give a shit about our enemies. You're in bed with one.
I mean, look at all the patterns, right?
Not you.
Yeah, of course. So look at all the patterns. In Iraq, they told us they had weapons of mass destruction. Where do we get that fake intelligence from? Oh, look at that. Our allies in Israel gave us the fake intelligence. Okay? So, and they said, oh, he's funding proxy groups, Hamas, etc. Well, that's not our business. That's your business, right? So we went and lost how many guys in Iraq, right? Thousands. Over 50,000, I think, were injured, or 35,000 injured, right? You know, terrible, terrible injuries. For
Don't
what?
forget the suicides that came after, too, that are still happening.
So for what? And Iraq didn't attack us on 9/11. You made that up, right? Everybody knows that Iraq didn't attack us. Iraq was against Al-Qaeda. Saddam would execute Al-Qaeda on the spot because Al-Qaeda wanted to topple the local Middle Eastern governments. Iran is against Al-Qaeda. Iran helped us fight ISIS, okay? So has Iran done things to us that were bad? Of course, right? Would I want to live under the Grand Ayatollah? No, okay? So I grew up in a Muslim family and I'm an atheist now, so I'd be the first on the chopping block because you left a religion that's totally unacceptable, okay? So it doesn't mean I like the regime. It doesn't mean that we haven't had conflict with them. But wait a minute, who did more IEDs in Iraq? Was it Iran or was it Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
The Saudis funded a huge Sunni insurgency against us in Iraq. But the Saudis are our allies. Why are they our allies? Because they give us oil and they're allies with Israel. People don't know that, but the Saudis and the UAE have been working with Israel all along. Okay, so
I don't
all
think
of a
he
sudden,
mentioned them, did he?
we have to go protect Saudi Arabia, even though they might have killed more Americans than the Iranians did in Iraq, right? So none of this makes sense. None of the government positions make sense. Why did they say 47 years?
Right wing.
Because after the war started, it became obvious that
He's
we had no
giving his
reason
take
to.
on the
So they had to
missing
invent
scientists.
a reason after the fact. So they're like, okay, Iran, what did they do? Well, if we talk about the roadside bombs, the Saudis did more. 47 years ago, they attacked our Marines in Beirut. So we got to go back 47 years to find a reason to attack them for American interests, because we don't have any interest there. Only the Israelis have interests. So once the Israelis want us to do something, they invent talking points and they invent enemies. That's why the global war on terror is the global war on Israel's neighbors. So that we, like suckers, have our guys die and come home in caskets.
What are you doing for food?
And we spend $8 trillion fighting
I don't
their
know
war.
yet. What do you want to do?
I already ordered bullshit chicken.
Oh, bullshit chicken. Is it
It's
not good?
You wouldn't like it. It's African.
No. Okay.
African chicken. Did you ever varnish this or not yet?
I did one layer. I have to finish it still.
Gotcha. All right. But yeah, just letting you know.
Okay. Okay.
Wars. So that Netanyahu can brag, as he did after we started the Iran war, this is also on tape, we are now going to be the sole regional superpower after Iran is eliminated, okay? And we might even become a global superpower, he said. And after we do all his dirty work for him. Now, this is another amazing fact. You know the population of Israel, the closest other country to that population, to give you a sense of relative size. I looked it up, nearly identical population. Papua New Guinea.
No matter where you're watching the Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this at all, anything, please like, comment, and subscribe. And most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And
Might give the full episode a try later. Let me see what else we've got first. I'll just... I'll open this. Well, who's Perry Stone? Oh my gosh. I don't know who this is. What? I don't even know what this is. He's a pussy, not a real prophet. Okay. He's a pussy. What's this? What's this? What's this? 2 hours.
Welcome to the Millennial Mustard Seed
Speed it up.
Podcast. I'm Gary Wayne, and so happy to be back with you. And hopefully, we'll get into a few things that raise a few more eyebrows.
Gary,
AI
what can I
starting
say, man?
portals.
We were just talking a minute ago, and we're the tip of the spear on that aquatic episodes we dropped a few months back. Super fascinating stuff, man. It's congratulations on a brand new book. Also, I'm going to mention that right on the top. Do you have that with you? It is the A Primo Conspiracy: AI's Covenant with Babylon. Come on, man. What is this? What's going on here? What is this about?
Well, this is a project that my publisher wanted to do, and he's the co-author, Bill Carmichael, and he's the novelist. I'm the researcher. Writing a novel is a whole different product than doing a research book. So, I thought about doing it, but that's not really my expertise. I'd rather continue to work on another research book. But Bill wanted to find a way to take my research more mainstream, and how you get there is through the nonfiction market. And so if people remember the Left Behind series, I mean, it just took rapture and rapture awareness and the whole thought about end time, no matter what your eschatological view is, to a whole new awareness. And so the concept is Bill wanted to have a weighted sort of aspect on the novel in terms of how AI would affect the end time. And so what we're doing with this book is trying to present from our viewpoint today.
Okay, let's go.
What the end time I put into my research. So it's going to have my eschatology in it. So my end time chronology, whether or not people buy into that or not, some events are coming out. And I can do it. And I want to put in there, and I do put my, I think, how there has to be some bloodlines of the spiritu's offspring of demons. I wanted to create how there has to be some sort of influence of demons fallen angels and bloodlines of the spirit's offspring and their societies and how that interweaves in this. So we want to create some intrigue on it as well. So now we have to create. We didn't have to, but we love doing it. And so yeah, I said we had to. They forced me to do it. I didn't want to do it.
Gary. You didn't have a choice.
Yeah, how fast can I get involved on this? So we wanted to give them a genealogical history. And we wanted to put them into societies, and we decided on the societies we wanted to have enough
He
real
goes
ones
deep,
in there.
but is it like the deep that I've heard before mostly, or is it anything new? Because I'm kind of in the deep already. You know what I mean? I'm kind of been deep. Here's a breakdown at least. Do I actually believe this stuff? Well, depending who you are asking and why you're asking me. No, I'm here to debunk. I believe nothing. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. I might come back to this. We'll see. Let me see what else y'all have linked that I missed. I think I've watched this one unless it's a new one.
Everyone, before we
No,
get...
I have seen this one. This was 3 weeks ago. I saw that one. I think I watched this too, didn't we? I think, yeah, the thumbnail's familiar. Watched it yesterday. What's the royal lineage? Of Trump? Trump-a-doodle?
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm with Melissa Redpill, who's going to help us understand what this whole bee thing's about with Trump and the royals and the beehive and the bee landing on his hand and what does it mean? And people are dressing up as bees. It's getting weird out there. Thanks for joining
I didn't know
me.
that. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Yeah, we're also going to talk about the President Trump's
bees?
lineage
I
because it
haven't
really
heard that.
ties into that too. And so yeah, so then this just happened last night. The White House just posted another video about the bees, and of course they have been posting a picture of the beekeeper. Have you seen that movie, The Beekeeper?
That's with that action star. What's his name? I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
I don't know.
I've seen it, but I need to go back and watch it again. But
Okay, so I've got the picture in the whatever to show. How do I actually go ahead and show that?
which picture? I think
No,
I
the
can see
beekeeper.
what-
The
Wait,
beekeeper.
what?
Yeah.
What does the bee have to do with being a Mason? I'm confused.
The one they call Beekeeper. Yeah, so they posted this from the White House.
What does this mean? See, this is where I'm kind of confused.
The movie, I haven't seen the movie. My husband has seen it. I've shared the trailer on my Melissa Redpill channel. But the thing is, the beekeeper is going in to kick out all the corruption.
Oh, so okay. So this is. So I'm right. So this is shit's about to hit the fan.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Yeah. So hold on one second before I get into this, folks. And this is going to be an interesting podcast, very informative podcast. You know, Melissa has her fingers on the pulse when it comes to this stuff, but you know what, folks?
I don't get it.
Get your red light. Yep, get your red light. Hey, everybody, it's your
missing
guy, David
something
Nino
with the
Rodriguez here.
bees.
You've heard the talk about med beds. There's next level healing machines that repair your cells, kill inflammation, and reverse damage with red light and PMF. Well, the full bed MedBed Act is here right now. It's red light therapy panels plus the red light BEMF Bioforge Mat from myredlight.com with the
Hurry up.
BEMF Bioforge Plus. A built-in 9 together, they supercharge your mitochondria, melt, improve sleep. I do this full combo almost every day, and I told Ted Hack today for 25%. This is good, folks. Get on it. I have it next to my bed. All right, so here he is, the beekeeper.
Yes.
So I didn't know, you kind of look at this stuff, you just kind of brush right through it. A lot of people don't like to spend time to think about it or research in it, but I know you do.
Well, okay, so because they keep posting it, like they're trying to get our attention about this. So the
Yeah, it
first,
says right. I didn't see this, but it says White House right up there.
yeah, this from the White House, all right, from their X account. So the first thing that happened was they put out these bee hives out on the south lawn, and I'm thinking that sounds so crazy, but I didn't realize the symbolism of it. The first post that Melania put out said "Be free," and it's the first thing she put out.
So what are they signaling towards? Like
Well,
they're getting ready to clean the deep state up?
Well, I think the whole thing about, and I just did a video on President Trump and his lineage and sovereignty. I really believe that when they were there, we got our sovereignty back from these creeps legally.
From London, from UK.
Yes, from reversing us from admiralty law to the law of the land. I really think that was what happened. Melania put out another video that said Coronation Day. So clearly we're not crowning Camilla and Charles. The only thing we could be crowning is, our country having our crown of sovereignty. Really, the whole point about having a crown is sovereignty. And then I don't know if you saw this. If this went viral on my ex account, Melissa Redpill, Camilla was flying.
I wish they would
commercial
show the
back to England.
tweets with like the dates, like a screenshot of what they're talking about. I don't understand what's happening.
I didn't even know her name was Camilla. Camilla Dragon. I thought you were talking about Kamala. Oh, you're talking about the.
Oh, Camilla,
Oh, right.
Kamala. What is her name? Camilla. Camilla.
Yeah, all right. So
Quoted Queen.
they were flying commercial?
Yeah, she did.
What?
With
Do
her
you
on-
have that picture in here somewhere? I think I
It's-
saw
okay,
that.
I can go grab it. I can go grab
I
it.
saw that. Yes,
Yeah.
it was flying commercial. You're right.
I don't understand. I'm
So
so
what
lost.
is that about?
What are we
It's
talking
like-
about?
And then Beatrice also, she's not. She was going on an Uber. Princess Beatrice. So there's some big changes that are going on. And
I
we just
need
really have the eyes
context.
to see it. So yeah, there was that. And so while we're on the bee thing, I just wanted to connect this dot for you. Pull up that one that says bee, which has Lady Gaga. I just found this out this morning that
I could maybe see how this is a bee, maybe, but that's not a bee. That's just demonic almost, or like one of those plants with a bunch of holes in it. I don't know. What the fuck kind of bee is that? You think it's a bee on the left? What bee is this? I don't know any bees that look like the top. The fuck? Oh, queen bee? Maybe. Do they have a weird head? I don't know. Looks more like a... I've never seen a bee with a head like that. I know they're bigger, but I've never seen a weird head. I don't see a weird head. It's more like a beetle or something. They're bigger, but they don't look like that. Maybe it's a different type of bee? I don't know. I don't see a bee. Bee with weird head. Bee with horns. I'm not seeing anything. I don't know.
the symbolism of the bee is who gets to be a queen bee, like Beyonce or Lady Gaga.
This is weird. Why are both sides doing this?
Okay, well, they always use our symbolism, right? Oh, crap. They always do that. They always use our symbolism. We're fighting for who's going to run this world. And the whole point of them putting the beehive on the White House lawn is they're saying, we are running this show now. And then, yeah, anyway, I'll tell you
They would
about
have
that.
never even thought. I guess that's how they kind of signal to each other and do things. And I mean, we're coming into this National Prayer Day, May 17th.
Yeah, it's this Thursday. This Thursday is National Day of Prayer.
Oh, well, it's not May 17th.
I don't know. Oh, that's the prayer. That's the rededication.
Right.
I'm going to be there. Yeah, we're going there. That's the rededication of our country. And that's actually Jubilee. And I talk about Jubilee all the time. So Jubilee is when you count 7 weeks of the counting of the Omer. And that, pull up this one. I've got so much to talk to you about. But pull up the one that says POTUS Omer. Every week of the Omer, President Trump has been posting something wild. The first one happens on Easter Sunday. And that's when he did the expletive post about getting out of the bleeping straight, right? So he did that on week 1. Week 2 was when he had this image that looked like he was Jesus, right, and flipped everybody out. The third one was when we had America reads the Bible. And so biblically, what happens is when the people have been in bondage for years, for example, in the Babylonian captivity, when they came back, what was the first thing that they did? They all read the Bible. They all stood there and they listened to it. So that
What's the significance of this? I mean, he knows. I mean, I know, like, okay, we got to get closer to God and do all that, but I get that. I understand that. We're coming into some treacherous, uncharted waters. That's what I'm hearing. But it's because he knows, right? We're going to need every ounce of protection we can get for what's coming.
Absolutely. And I really think it's bright days ahead. I really do. I just think that I'm ready for these people to be arrested and be done with it. And a very interesting thing I just posted yesterday about the post from, you know who, about President Trump being abroad. Well, he's going to be abroad on the 14th and 15th of this month. The 14th is actually Ascension Day, when we celebrate that Jesus ascended. So really, really interesting timing on that, and that he will be abroad, and that supposedly operations would happen when he's abroad and on Air Force One. So, but I think the symbolism is that we are going to be, again, one nation under God. They tried everything they could to make us where we didn't believe in God. You know, they tried to take away our faith and tried to take it out of the schools, tried to take it out of the courts, everything. And so this is the symbolism of, we go back and we read the Bible and we're like, this is who we are. And this is what we're doing on the 17th of May in Washington, D.C. We're saying we rededicate our country to God. So that was week 3. And then week 4 is when he posted about his lineage. I wanted to talk to you about that too. That's gigantic, because I posted this first video about his lineage back in 2019. So I want to.
What's his lineage? He's Scottish, right?
Okay, well, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. Pull up the one where it says Judah lines.
His name is interesting.
President Trump
like
is
that
from
has to
the
be
line
planned.
of Judah. And for those of you who are not familiar with this, Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, gave a blessing to each one of his children before he died. The blessing that he gave to Judah was that they would rule. They would be in the line of rulership. And it said that the power would not, the rule would not depart from Judah until Shiloh comes. Well, look at this line of Judah. If you start right up here, it has 2 lines. And I'm not going to go into all the detail. It's really cool. I just posted a video Saturday about it, so you can go check it out. But basically, there are 2 lines, the Pharez line and the Zara line. And it shows you on this lineage here, both lines. Well, President Trump is really from, it appears that he ends up being from both, because the lines rejoined. You see the Judah and the Pharez line right in the middle. You've got the Zedekiah right here. You see this? Okay. Zedekiah was the king that lost Jerusalem when Nebuchadnezzar came and hauled all the people off into Babylon. And Jeremiah ended up bringing the 2 queens. Both the king's sons were killed. The princes were killed. But the princesses were brought over to Ireland. And they were crowned on the Hill of Tara, which is in Ireland. I got to go there last year. It's absolutely amazing. It's a beautiful field of green and on this hill, and it's a figure 8. Super cool. And they put the coronation stone, which is the stone of destiny. You've heard about the sword and the stone? That's real. It's a real thing. And they go into all this on the videos. But anyway,
so basically, Trump he's the rightful heir.
Thank you. Yes. And so that's when the 2 sticks rejoined right then, because the first line, Pharez, was already in Ireland, and now the Zara line came over when Jeremiah brought the princess over. Her name was Tia Tefi. They married on that hill. They were crowned the king and queen. They were the first Judah kings. And if you look back in the history, you'll see that it's got the Jacobites. You've got actually Anglo-Saxon is Isaac's son. Isaac, as in Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. This is the royal line. Isaac Saxon is Isaac's son. So if you are from this area, you are likely part of the royal tribe. Okay, so President Trump ends up, you see here, the kings of Ireland, the kings of Scotland. Now it was usurped. Remember Braveheart with Mel Gibson? That's when they usurped the throne and they took it over. And so I just did one of talking about who's the real king. He's not the real king. Charles is not the real king. I don't call him a king because he's a usurper. Same with Elizabeth and George.
For him to fly down here and be involved with these photo ops with Trump holding a beehive and having a bee land on his hand, is showing that he's kind of surrendering to Trump.
Yes, they've done everything legally. They've done everything.
Wait. Holding a beehive.
Elizabeth and George.
For him to fly down here and be involved with these photo ops with Trump holding a beehive and having a bee land on his hand. Is showing that he's kind of surrendering to Trump?
Yes. They've done everything legally. They've done everything. Here's the picture right here. You see the bee Trump. You'll see the picture of President Trump holding the bee in his hand. The tradition is that they have to tell the bees when there's a change of ownership or a change of rulership. And that's what he was doing, was he was
What?
basically
This
telling
is
the
so
people.
crazy.
It's just all this beautiful symbolism. And so, yeah,
And that was probably the purpose of their trip, right? To just hand over the
Yes.
loyalty to Trump.
Right. And of course, Charles went before Congress with all of his, all of his lapdogs in Congress. Not every one of them, but most of them are basically his lapdogs. And basically, they're saying, "Hey, we basically know that the Iran war is lost, and so we want to gin up this Ukraine war." And they're all standing and applauding like a bunch of seals. So yeah, this is
crazy. So this has a lot of meaning.
Yes.
I mean, for the White House to be posting this, first of all, I mean, along with this picture here, is like, come on. I mean, I don't,
Well, pull up the clip I just sent you on my Melissa Red Pill X. You'll see that they just posted this last night, so they're not slowing down on this. And I really think that from the movie symbolism, you see the clip I sent you, the X link?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, take your time. But I think that they're, like you said earlier, I think it's go time. It's time to just like on this movie where the guy just went crazy on him and destroyed the corruption.
Yeah, I'm getting it right now. So this is the, hold on one second. Sometimes this happens.
Okay.
It's not letting me add it to the stage. That's weird.
Okay. Well, bottom line, go
I have
over.
to remove, yeah, for some reason, I don't know why it's not letting me add.
Okay.
Wait, their bees are Masonic symbolism? I don't know anything about the bees. All I know is about the triangle. Where's the beehive? I don't see a beehive. Oh, down here. It's like the bees building their world. Oh. Interesting. I don't know.
Well, anyway, go over
Whatever.
onto the whitehouse.gov and White House X account.
Seems
and
like
you'll
a
see,
lame
guys,
symbol,
the
but-
video that they just put out there about there's going to be all this buzz and who's going to get the.
It's like your school mascot being a bee, and the other kids are like the other kids in your city are like panthers and wolves and cool shit, and you're like, we're the fucking bees.
Honey. Well, that's the competition that we're having. Just like I was showing you before, this picture of Lady Gaga, they are saying, wait, we want to be the ones who are the queen bee. We want to be the ruler. And have you ever seen? Yeah, have you ever seen the hats that the popes wear with the?
That looks like a prey. She looks like a prey mantis right there.
Yeah, that is. What kind of? And that one's almost like a, I don't know, a butterfly or whatever. Yeah, it's a crazy hat.
What a strange woman.
Well, that's what happens when you worship demons. These people they've gotten their power from demonic power. This is what they told Jesus. Satan told Jesus, if you'll worship me, I'll give you all the kingdoms of this world. Well, he said no, but they said yes, and so they are fighting to get the beehive. And
So it's almost like it's just.
Now the meat dress makes sense.
Same as Melania.
The
She
meat
like
suit.
they're like flags, when they dress up. When they wear certain suits or costumes or dresses or whatever, it's to show. It's like a flag being raised, right?
Well, that beautiful pink dress that she wore that night that they had the royal ball or whatever it was, that was the winged goddess of Samothrace. Basically, it's the victory dress. There's so much symbolism that she has been putting out there on her channel. You guys got to go and check it out because it's really, there you go. Go scroll down a little bit farther, and you'll see the video that the White House put out. Yeah, there it is. You want to play that?
Yeah. All right.
Beads.
Bees?
Beads.
Beads?
What's the significance of this? Just talking about the.
Well, they're trying to get the buzz. Everybody's
This is-
talking about this.
Wow. Okay.
And yeah.
We'll see who brings in more honey.
The White
Isn't that
House put this
wild?
up. This
They
is
did.
weird,
It's
man.
very
Yeah, this is
different.
so strange.
I know. But the thing is, the criminal cabal knows the symbolism of the bees. Clearly, with them dressing Lady Gaga in this bee outfit and then calling Beyonce Queen Bee, because they are using.
They called Beyonce Queen Bee.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I understand that's just a figure of speech, but there's really a lot more meaning to this because this is the first I've heard of this.
Exactly, and I didn't even know about it either. But we've always heard Queen Bee, and so on the trailer for the Beekeeper movie, it says that if the hive is in danger, then the beekeeper has absolute authority to do what is necessary to save the hive, and that's exactly what President Trump is doing. Yeah, and if you notice on
Wow.
he's saving the hive, and he's been talking about he was our president for 3 terms, so that's an interesting thing too, that he's had the authority to do that. Before we go, I want everybody to see that other one, the Lineage 2. That's what President Trump posted. He's been posting a lot.
What do you want to scroll up or down?
Okay, no, just go to the image that I sent to you, the Lineage 2 image that is in the.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, they're using the Pepe. You guys, we just talked about the Pepe yesterday.
The Lineage 2 image.
What are the odds? The frog aliens. The demons. When the meme becomes real. Damn. That's crazy. I feel like I just hit a checkpoint in like a game or something. And I know I'm on the right path.
You want to scroll up or down?
Okay, no, just go to the image that I sent to you, the Lineage 2 image that is in the.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah. So
This one here?
no, the Lineage 2. So I just want everybody to see that President Trump posted his lineage, and he kind of. Was making a joke. He says, well, that's nice. I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace. I'll talk to the king and queen about this in a few minutes. So, he knows, Charles knows, they all know who he is. I literally had a Mason tell me almost 10 years ago, because they could tell that I knew this, and I had this video about President Trump's lineage. They're like, we know that you know, Melissa, that he's a Judah king. He's the rightful king.
He's a Judah king.
Judah, right, the line of Judah.
Sure. Do do do.
The video. I literally had a Mason tell me almost 10. Charles knows. They all know who he is. Making a joke, he says, "Well, that's where."
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
This
So
one here?
no, the lineage too. So I just want everybody to see that President Trump posted his lineage, and he kind of.
Oh.
It was making a joke. He says, "Well, that's nice. I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace. I'll talk to the king and queen about this in a few minutes." So, he knows, Charles knows, they all know who he is. I literally had a Mason tell me almost 10 years ago, because they could tell that I knew this, and I had this video about President Trump's lineage. They're like, "We know that you know, Melissa, that he's a Judah king. He's the rightful king."
He's a Judah king?
Judah, right? The line of Judah. Yeah.
What?
Yes.
So why is even the deep state fighting him if they know that he's the king and that he's the rightful heir to the throne? This is crazy, man.
Because they're usurpers. They want to take. They've had
This is crazy. Because I was like, before the robbery, when I feel like I was going paranoid, I was looking up Trump's like just the origin of his name, and I'm like, oh, even though his family is like from Germany or whatever, his name is actually very Scottish. And I was looking at like the Gaelic stuff, and then the Canaanites being in that area too. Like, I was like, I didn't need any masonry to confirm. Just Google.
Respect all this stuff. I thought they were all part of it.
They want to, well, okay, so this is, if you want to really understand that spiritually, we lost our sovereignty in the garden with Adam and Eve. But basically we lost our rights, and we were translated into the kingdom of darkness. That's what the Bible says. And so because of Christ, we got translated into his kingdom, right? And so
yeah, exactly. So we shouldn't, see, that's a big thing right there.
in your heart, in your personal life, you are walking in the kingdom of God. But we've always prayed, his kingdom come, his will be done on earth as it is in heaven. This is about the kingdom of Christ on earth. They've been fighting forever. Everything that they've done to us to try to destroy us, even the nukes and all that Hillary was trying to do, a lot of that's coming out right now, that was to try to prevent us from being able to get the kingdom of Christ on earth. They want this evil kingdom, and they're bound and determined until they're locked up. That's what's going to happen. But I want you to see on this
They're
picture.
stopping at nothing, by the way. They're still going to go all in.
Until they're locked up, like any criminal, right? Okay, so on here he posted his lineage, and he's been talking about his mother, Mary Ann McLeod. So if you'll see that she's on this list, and he's obviously in the line of his mother, going back to this King James and the Scottish kings and all the way through. So he posted this, and like I said, I've been talking about this since 2019, and that's, I think, one of the reasons that I have so much confidence.
My prediction is that Trump is going to have something to do with ushering in the one world government, the global government. Because the timing is it feels too scripted. His name, literally, Gaelic origin, which is Canaanites, which goes back to the Judah lineage we're talking about, meaning ruler of the world, world mighty, or proud chief. Interesting. And what is it signaling? Because his last name being Trump, sound of the trumpets, to the other people involved in the planning, and kind of mocking the Bible again with the sound of Jesus coming back with the trumpets. It feels like a movie. Even if he's not like gonna be the leader of the world, I feel like this presidential what's it called? Not reign, I don't know. Term is going to kickstart the one world government somehow. That is my feeling. Very interesting. Anyways, back to the video.
And that we're going to have, we're going to destroy these people, because I know biblically what's happening. There's a lot of stuff going on that people are understanding. Hey, the layers of what's happening, in Iran or whatever, and that we're fighting the deep state, because you clearly won't hear that on the news. But I'm looking at something even bigger than that, which is the big picture of how this is biblical.
So is he a descendant from King David?
Yes.
What?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Wow. Okay, so that's
right.
what this all is. That's what
Right.
is.
And so, I just did a video yesterday or Saturday where we talked about the Jeremiah came over and brought the princesses over to the British Isles. And it was basically the kingdom was transplanted out of what we know of as Israel or Palestine into the United Kingdom. It said that that's exactly what Jeremiah would do in Jeremiah chapter 1. He would transplant it. And so they were crowned there. This is where the royal line, you always hear about the royalty in the United Kingdom. This is not just any royalty. This is the biblical royalty. And I actually got to go to see that stone of destiny that they brought over, that they always crowned the kings of Israel on. And I actually saw Theresa May when I was there. It's shocking. But you would go into...
You see, in his family, that's what doctors wear. Makes sense now.
This room, and they even told on the video explaining the stone of destiny, they said, this is the very stone that Jacob laid his head on, and it became the stairway to heaven. That was the first step on the stairway to heaven. And so they carried with them forever, even in the middle of the desert, in the wilderness. Remember when Moses struck the rock and the water poured forth? It was this stone. And it moved with them. Wherever they went, this stone moved with them. So then when they moved to United Kingdom, Ireland, they took
which stone?
The way to heaven. The very stone I actually saw Theresa May when I was there. Always actually got to go to the United Kingdom. This is not just any royalty. This is the biblical royalty. And I actually got to go to see that stone of destiny that they brought over, that they always crowned the kings of Israel on.
I don't know about this
stone. I saw Theresa May when I was there.
Hold on.
Shocking.
What is this stone of destiny? Stone of destiny. Give me a breakdown.
What is the Stone of Destiny? Why is it so important?
Good
Who looks
questions.
after it? And why do people care about it so much?
Great questions.
Uncover the story of one of the most famous objects in Scottish history with our
I like
experts,
her accent.
who recently had the opportunity to carry out more in-depth scientific research than has ever been possible before. The Stone of Destiny.
The Stone of Destiny. If you had the chance to change your fate, would you?
Oldest symbols of Scottish
Can the
monarchy.
Stone of
It was used
Destiny
when
turn me
crowning
mum
British
into a
monarchs,
bear?
And before that, inaugurating Scottish kings.
Don't know.
Its earliest documented use was in 1249 at the inauguration of Alexander
I need to
III.
order some
But
food.
many
Keep me
tall tales
distracted.
and legends have
Hold on,
grown
I'm at the pause. I can't multitask. Okay. Food needs to be ordered. Do I want udon? I don't know. Ooh, dumplings. Ooh. Oh man, this is tough. What was that place called before with the dumplings? Fuck, I don't remember. I've had it, I ordered it before. I can't fucking remember what it was called. Fuck. I didn't know there's so many options. Jeez. Let me call Katie, see if she remembers. Hey, do you remember the dumpling place that we ordered from?
Yes. It's like Nan Express.
Okay, I will try that. I couldn't find it in my history. Aha! I found it. Thank you.
Sweet, no problem. Bye.
Alright, bye. Seeing if they had udon also or something. Ooh, they have a pepper beef rice bowl. That sounds pretty good. Give me that. I remember having that. That was delicious. Give me that. And the chicken soup dumpling. 2 of them. Do you have noodles? The noodle. Need some, maybe shredded beef. Oh. And pepper noodles. Spicy? I don't want spicy. Man, fuck your bullshit. Okay, skip the soup then. I don't want crispy noodles. Ooh, stir-fried chicken stir-fried noodles. That sounds kind of good. Tender chicken pieces stir-fried with stick noodles. Mmm. Crisp bok choy and a savory sauce. Wish I had other veggies, but maybe. Maybe. I mean, that's a lot of carbs. I don't know, not enough veggies. Let me see, what else we got? Oh. Oh. All right. I'll just do the rice bowl and 2 things of dumplings. That's fine. Give it to me.
This unassuming looking block of stone. Some date it back to the unified earliest
We're learning about the Stone of Destiny.
And before that, inaugurating Scottish kings. Its earliest documented use was in 1249 at the inauguration of Alexander III, but many tall tales and legends have grown around this unassuming looking block of stone. Some date it back to the unification of the Scots and Pictish kingdoms. It is rumoured to have been in Syria, Egypt and Ireland at different points in time. Some even suggest it is mentioned in the book of Genesis. Whilst we love a good story, none of these legends is true. Records tell us that the stone was used as early as the 9th century at Scone Abbey near Perth, one of the most important religious and political centres in the kingdom. And our research verifies that it is made from Scottish sandstone.
There's been lots of different theories about where the stone came from and its origins, going right back into sort of mythology and legend. But more recent studies from the late 1800s onwards and through the 20th century were starting to think it was a Scottish sandstone. So what we've been able to do is absolutely verify that.
More on that later. The last Scottish king to be crowned using the stone was John Balliol in 1292. In 1296, it was seized and taken to London by Edward I of England, along with other symbols of kingship. Edward had the Stone of Destiny built into the base of a specially commissioned oak chair, kept at Westminster Abbey in London. Following this, nearly all crowned English and British monarchs took a seat on the chair during their coronation ceremony, with the stone beneath them. But this position in public life did sometimes make the stone a target. In June 1914, suffragettes targeted the stone and coronation chair to protest on behalf of women's rights. They set off a bomb that damaged the top of the chair. The blast also caused, or worsened, a crack in the stone. On Christmas Day 1950, a piece of it broke when 4 university students famously removed the stone from Westminster Abbey by dragging it across the floor using a Macintosh coat. It was repaired by a stonemason in Glasgow. The Stone of Destiny reappeared on the 11th of April 1951 at Arbroath Abbey, where the Declaration of Arbroath had been signed. It was returned to Westminster the following year and went on to be used in the coronation of Elizabeth II. In 1996, the stone was formally returned to Scotland. On St Andrew's Day that year, 10,000 people lined Edinburgh's Royal Mile to watch as the stone made its way from the Palace of Holyrood House to be put on display next to the Honours of Scotland at Edinburgh Castle. This gave us the opportunity to carry out specialist conservation works, and in 2023, we had the opportunity to build on that when the stone was returned to Westminster again for the coronation of King Charles III. We scanned the stone and created a 3D model of it, and we did the same for the coronation chair, making sure they were in good shape to be used as part of the coronation ceremony. This helped our conservation experts check the condition of both these historic objects and uncovered some new information too.
The science team is doing scientific analysis, and with that data, we're going to find out more about the geological aspect of the stone and hopefully more about the provenance. The collections and applied conservation have done condition assessment of the stone, which will be very helpful for to know before it goes down. And today we have the digital documentation and innovation team, and they are 3D scanning the stone using 2 different techniques. One is structural light scanning and photogrammetry. And this data is going to give us information that we cannot see with the naked eye. For example, all repairs or how this stone was constructed and potential areas of weakness.
The beauty of having it in 3D space is that you can change the lighting and be able to see different stories of the stone itself. So for example, this face, without any lighting applied to the stone, you can see the different details of the geology of the stone. Even you can see like the grains of sand in the sandstone. It's really fascinating. But when you add in lighting to the picture, it says a completely different thing, tells a completely different story. So all of these tool marks tell a really complex story of the stone that you would need to set up lighting and to move the stone in order to really appreciate in real life. And here you can start to see a different story.
This isn't telling me why they started using the stone in the first place, though.
Techniques, the stone with this object, mental composition of the stone, allows us to effectively fingerprint the Stone of Destiny with stone types in the Perth area. So what we've been able to establish without a doubt is that the Stone of Destiny was quarried somewhere in the area of Perth, and from a band of rock called the Scone Sandstone Formation. Whilst most of the work's been focused on the origin of the stone and the verification of where it came from.
The what?
Assumption.
Scone Sandstone Formation. Is that like a place that still stands? Early Devonian. Interesting. In Scotland's Midland Valley. Devonian. Do they mean like the Isle, like the Devon Island, or do they mean because that's up there too? Could have broke off, or do they mean like a period of time called Devonian? Devonian, I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. Devonian Old Red Sandstone imprints. Oh, maybe it was called that. Hmm. Oh, Devonian epoch. Okay, so maybe it's a time period. Characterized by the age of fishes, armored jawless fish and early jawed placoderms flourished. Jawless fish. I don't know if I can really imagine that. Hmm. Let me see. I've never heard of the Devonian period. Hmm. Land plants are going to show great. Okay, so it's Devonian ended with a mass extinction. Hmm.
Most of the work's been focused on the origin of the stone and the verification of where it came from and geologically tying it into Perthshire as a piece of Scottish sandstone. There's a number of other aspects that have been revealed that we didn't know about before. Some of that's been to do with the working of the stone, so the tool marks, the way it was carved and shaped and created, but also a legacy of secondary impacts on the stone through wear and tear, so a re-examination of the repair that was done when the stone was broken. But also our elemental analysis has showed some surface residues that we didn't know about before, which are just telling us little nuggets of information about things that might have happened to the stone in the past.
After 28 years in Scotland's capital, the Stone of Destiny returned to Perth once more.
But why do they use the stone?
This followed a public consultation in
coronations?
2019, where the Commissioners for the Safeguarding of the Regalia of Scotland asked what factors people felt were most important in deciding the future of the stone. One of the main themes that came through from nearly 2,000 responses was the stone's historic connections with Perthshire. Respondents also cared deeply about making sure as many people as possible could access it. We're still responsible for the care and conservation of the stone, but it is now on permanent display at Perth Museum, which opened in 2024. So, after centuries away...
But they haven't said if that it has any magic power, so do they think it's magic?
The Stone of Destiny is back where it started. And as scientific techniques continue to develop, who knows what other stories we'll be able to uncover in its future.
Maybe a different
is one
video
of
would
the
be better.
oldest symbols of Scottish monarchy. It was used when crowning British monarchs.
Like, why
and
though?
before-
I want to know why it was
For
used.
that, inaugurating Scottish kings. Its earliest documented use was in 1249.
This is not useful.
It may not look like much, but this 152 kilogram sandstone block is one of the most historically significant
What the fuck are you saying?
artifacts in all the British Isles. Scotland and England have pilfered and plundered the Stone of Destiny from one another for more than 700 years. Prior to the Scottish Wars of Independence in 1296, Scottish kings were crowned sitting on the stone at Scone Palace.
Stonehenge!
Until it was seized the spoils of war by King Edward I and used in English king coronations for 400 years until the union of the crowns in 1707. Now it's the turn of King Charles III to sit on the coronation chair, carrying on the 1,000-year tradition. Rachel Pickering, Senior Cultural Resources Advisor at Historic Environment Scotland, explains the significance of the Stone of Destiny in Saturday's ceremony.
It's hard to say exactly what people believed about the stone in the Middle Ages, but in its time in Scotland, it's obvious that it had really important symbolic significance, that it was perceived to have a very long history that was interlinked with the origins of Scotland as a kingdom, and a long line of monarchs that had used the stone in rituals of inauguration.
One of the more colourful chapters of the Stone of Destiny's history is its theft from Westminster Abbey by 4 Scottish students on Christmas Day in 1950. It wasn't recovered until 3 months later from the high altar at Arbroath Abbey.
Okay, this is still not telling me why
Since
they
returning to Scotland
use
in
it to begin
1996, the Stone of Destiny has been on display at Edinburgh Castle, right next to the Scottish Crown Jewels, as part.
This is not helping. Scotland's greatest deception. What?
This is the Stone of Destiny at Scone Abbey, just outside Perth in Scotland. If you believe the legends, they crowned kings on this rock, dating right the way back to 450 AD. In
But why?
1296, during the First Scottish War of Independence, King Edward I of England invaded. He took the stone as spoils of war back to England, where he stuffed it under England's coronation throne. The symbolism is obvious. From that moment on, for 700 years, every English monarch was teabagging Scotland and symbolically overlord to every king of Alba. That's history as it's taught in the schools, but if you're a regular viewer of this channel, you know I love me a good alternative theory, especially if it's interesting. The Westminster Stone theory is all about psychology. It posits a very human set of thoughts. If the monks knew that Edward I was coming, and they had 2 weeks advance notice, surely they would simply hide the stone. Countless governments have had to do this in the past before, like the Dutch hiding Rembrandt paintings in a bunker before the Nazis arrived. The Westminster Stone theory hypothesized that the monks pulled a bacon switch. The theory posits that the monks took a piece of stone that had been quarried locally and rejected for being unsuitable because it wasn't quite right, and had therefore been left out in the fields for a little while to be weathered naturally. They spruced it up with a roughly hewn cross and some iron rings, and hey presto, you got a stand-in for the English to take. Now we know that the English soldiers did indeed come. That is a fact. We also know that they took a stone of Scone away with them. Obviously, under the Westminster theory, they took a fake. And then they would have taken that one back to London. So the theory rests essentially on just one sentence. Of course that's what they did, that's what anyone would do. This is a shaky argument for obvious reasons. I'm not joking here. Historians can be ostracized for talking about this idea in anything but the most withering of terms. Nonetheless, it is both extremely good fun, and it is also very, very human. So, in for a Scottish penny, in for a Scottish pound. If we are going to give this idea any credence at all, several questions immediately emerge. Let's start with, under this theory, what happened to the stone next? There are 3 main schools.
I don't care. I want to know why they started with the stone to begin with. Why?
Welcome to Tomorrow's World, where today I'm going to reveal to you one of the most amazing mysteries of our day. It's truly the story behind the story. You've probably never heard of it, and so you really don't want to miss this program today. The 1953 coronation of Queen Elizabeth II was a spectacular event. Even today you can read about what she wore, about the pomp and the ceremony. The British crown jewels are famous around the world, but unless you are a British subject, you probably know little about the jewel she sat on, or more correctly, sat over. It had no sparkle. It was not finely cut as were the stones she wore, Instead, it's a dull red sandstone block weighing approximately 336 pounds. That's over 150 kilos. Following the example of kings and queens of England going back 700 years, she was crowned sitting on what today has become an old, rickety-looking, beat-up throne that has a shelf designed into it to hold this large rock. Why such a strange tradition? Why is such a rock so important to the English? And as we shall see, the Scots as well. And what is its significance? Far more than you could ever imagine. On today's program, I'll explain the story behind the story, why the Stone of Destiny is so important, and why it should matter to you. And I'll also be offering you a chance to order our free publication, The United States and Great Britain in Prophecy. So don't go away.
Interesting. How old is this fucking video? I feel like I'm watching an infomercial in the 90s. This was 2017 posted, but it looks like it was filmed before then. But maybe not.
Welcome to Tomorrow's World, where today we're going to look at one of the most remarkable stories you've likely never heard. It's a story of a rock, but not just any rock. It's in a very special way part of the crown jewels of both Scotland and England. The throne under which it sits goes back around 1300 AD, and it's reported to be the oldest piece of English furniture crafted by a known artist. It's made of sturdy oak, but has been vandalized in various ways over the centuries. Altar boys and early tourists mutilated it by carving their initials into it, and age has taken its toll. Today it's not very elegant to look at, and one must wonder why such a relic from the past would be a part of a modern coronation. Even less impressive, but of greater importance than the chair itself, is the stone that is placed under the seat, and the story that accompanies this stone. Now, why such an old, and many would say, unattractive throne? And what's the purpose of this equally unattractive stone?
Why is it so ugly?
The answers are amazing, and their implications profound, as this is no ordinary rock.
Oh.
Notice what the Encyclopedia
What does it
Britannica
do?
says about it. According to one Celtic legend, the stone was once the pillow upon which the patriarch Jacob rested at Bethel, when he beheld the visions of angels. From the Holy Land, it purportedly traveled to Egypt, Sicily, and Spain, and reached Ireland about 700 BC to be set upon the hills of Tara, where the ancient kings of Ireland were crowned. Thence it was taken by the Celtic Scots who invaded and occupied Scotland. About AD 840, it was taken by Kenneth MacAlpin to the village of Scone. In 1296, King Edward I took it from the Scots, brought it to England, and had a special throne built to hold it. Since that time, every king and queen of England, with one exception, were crowned while sitting on this chair over what is often referred to as the Stone of Destiny. The Scots never quite got over this injustice done to them by King Edward, also known as Longshanks.
Wait. Is this... I don't know the timeline of this history very well. Is this the same Jacob of Jacob's plight, or is this a different Jacob? Is this a descendant of that Jacob? I don't know now. Patriarch. I need to look it up. Patriarch Jacob. Bethel. Oh, I think it is. I think it's the same. Yeah. Stairway to Heaven.
My son and I took a trip from...
Interesting. This is more what I was looking for. This makes more sense.
When he beheld the visions of angels. From the Holy Land, it purportedly traveled to Egypt, Sicily, and Spain, and reached Ireland about 700 BC to be set upon the hills of Tara, where the ancient kings of Ireland were crowned. Thence it was taken by the Celtic Scots who invaded and occupied Scotland. About AD 840, it was taken by Kenneth MacAlpin to the village of Scone. In 1296, King Edward I took it from the Scots, brought it to England, and had a special throne built to hold it. Since that time, every king and queen of England, with one exception, were crowned while sitting on this chair over what is often referred to as the Stone of Destiny. The Scots never quite got over this injustice done to them by King Edward, also known as Longshanks, as he was quite tall for his day. And in 1950, a young Scot and a few friends hatched up a plot over a few pints in the pub. Their plan was to break into Westminster Abbey and bring the Stone of Destiny back to Scotland. Their Christmas Day caper triggered the greatest manhunt, or should I say rock hunt, in the history of England. But somehow, Ian Hamilton and his co-conspirators succeeded in smuggling it back to Scotland. Eventually, however, it was turned over to the authorities, and the coronation stone was returned to England in time for Queen Elizabeth's coronation in 1953. But this doesn't end the story. Since there's no statute of limitations in Scotland for the crime of theft, Scotland sued England to have it returned, and through careful negotiations, England relented. It was returned to Scotland, where it sits today as the centerpiece of Scottish crown jewels in Edinburgh Castle. However, there is a proviso that the English can borrow it anytime a new king or queen is crowned. Now, I've seen the stone, and it's nothing special to look at. What makes it important is a legend and history behind it. Now, what we've seen so far is the more recent history of this stone. And when I say recent, even Longshanks' theft of it in 1296 is relatively recent, as its history is much longer, and to understand it, we must go back about 4,000 years. And this part of the story is even more intriguing than young Scots breaking into Westminster and lawsuits between nations. The Bible tells us that early in man's history, God called a man named Amouranth, and he told him to leave his comfortable home in his country and go to a place that God would show him. But God gave this man specific promises if he would do so. Notice Genesis, the 12th chapter, and verses 2 and 3. I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. And in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. This is a subject about which almost no one understands. Yet it is there for anyone to read, and ultimately it explains the remarkable success of the English-speaking peoples of Britain, Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. It's also relevant for the nations of Belgium, the Netherlands, parts of Switzerland and France, and the Scandinavian countries, as well as Hong Kong and India. When you read through the book of Genesis, you see that God repeats his promise to Abram and his descendants a number of times. But as you progress, more and more specific details are given. In Genesis 13 and verse 16, we read, "And I will make your descendants as the dust of the earth, so that if a man could number the dust of the earth, then your descendants also could be numbered." After this, God made a covenant with Abram when he was 99 years old, in which he expanded the promises and changed Abram's name to Abraham. "And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations." Abram's name was changed to Abraham, meaning father of a multitude. He was to be the father of a multitude of nations. This is confirmed in the next verse. "I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come from you." These promises made millennia ago have relevance for us today, and they reveal the key to understanding biblical prophecy. Many people realize that there is something significant regarding the tiny nation known today as Israel. But because they don't understand these promises, they miss the big picture. All of this is spelled out in greater detail in our fascinating publication, The United States and Great Britain in Prophecy. In the course of time, Sarah produced an heir for Abraham. She miraculously conceived and bore a son whom they named Isaac. Having to wait so long for this son was a great test of faith. But there are additional reasons why Abraham is called the father of the faithful. No doubt the greatest test was when God told him to take his son Isaac and sacrifice him. We know from the story that God stopped him from following through on this command. But Abraham didn't know this at the time. He dutifully went about doing what God commanded. And on this occasion, God again added to his promises. By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, because you have done this thing and have not withheld your son, your only son, blessing I will bless you, and multiplying I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the heaven and as the sand which is on the seashore. And your descendants shall possess the gate of their enemies. And your seed, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. Here we see that Abraham's descendants would possess the gate of their enemies. We're beginning to see that the promises to Abraham were more than the one seed of Jesus the Christ. While that is clearly stated in the one seed part of these prophecies, we also see promises of a multitude of people, many nations, kings, and possessions of gates. For example, the plural of gate is used when passing the promises down to Abraham's son Isaac and his wife Rebekah.
No, this is not a rock tied to the birth of Christianity. This rock was in place long before Christ was even here. This is not, no. That's a no.
From God.
This is why you don't assume with the TLDR.
Family spoke the following. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, Our sister, may you become the mother of thousands of 10,000s, and may your descendants possess the gates of those who hate them. My friends, these are remarkable prophetic promises if they are true. And we're going to see that they are true, that they have been and are being fulfilled right before our very eyes. Furthermore, although you may not realize it, these promises have affected your life and will continue to do.
Okay, but I understand now. Oh, I already opened this one. So, to recap, he said mainly the thing I was looking for at the beginning. Stone, apparently, allegedly, according to the legend, stone was once the pillow upon which Jacob rested at Bethel when he beheld the visions of angels. So it was like a thing from their moment where they were like, they felt chosen as a people, basically, where, you know, they're like, oh, this is the moment. It was here with the angels. And they're like, this rock is now holy, basically. Bless this rock, because it's here. Anyways, it makes sense. All right, back to whatever this video was.
But you would go into this room, and they even told, I was there, it's shocking, but you would go into this room. This is not just any royalty. This is the biblical royalty. And I actually got to go to see that stone of destiny that they brought over, that they always crowned the kings of Israel on. And I actually saw Theresa May when I was there. So shocking. But you would go into this room, and they even told on the video explaining the stone of destiny, they said, you know, this is the very stone that Jacob laid his head on, and it became the stairway to heaven. That was the first.
So if I had just kept playing instead of looking for context, I would have got the same answer. Fuck me.
First step on the stairway to heaven.
All that work.
They carried with them forever, even in the middle of the desert.
I was like, hold on, I need more context.
Remember when Moses struck the
like,
rock
what stone are
and
we
the water
talking
poured
about?
forth? It was this stone. And it moved with them. Wherever they went, this stone moved with them. So then when they moved to United Kingdom, Ireland, they took that stone with them, and that continued to be the coronation stone. England has said that is their number one most prized possession.
Wow. Man,
of all the jewels. Yeah.
Interesting. So what can we expect from here?
I just really, I think that President Trump is letting us know that he is the beekeeper.
This is like the Arkenstone, except not as pretty.
Keeper of the hive. And he's going to save the hive. All of the world. And it's in whatever enemy it is. We've got so many enemies, whether it's our health, whether it's the wars, whether it's the finances, the Federal Reserve, I mean, all these things. He is anointed to.
Oh my gosh. No way. I see what Tolkien did. The big-nosed creatures that live their life to dig up jewels and get corrupted by greed get the Arkenstone to prove that they're king. Man, that's just, you're fucked up for that. That's racist.
To save the hive.
All right. This is a big one. I
thought you'd like it. I thought you'd like it. Yeah, so I will walk out.
Fucked up,
We're going
Tolkien.
to continue on the Festival of Omer. Like I was showing you, we've completed this 4 weeks. Now we're starting in the 5th week. It starts on Sunday, and we have 3 more weeks. I think we've got some really big days coming up, especially because of President Trump being abroad. So watch for the 14th, potentially, that could be a day that something big happens. Of course, he'll be back just within 2 days, and we'll have this rededication on the 17th. On the 24th is the Jubilee. That's Pentecost, and the Bible says that that's the day when the captives are freed and the debts are canceled. So
Beautiful.
I would love it. Let's pray before we go.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord. That you.
Interesting though. Very interesting. Oh. What news do you have?
I don't have it. I don't have any specific news. I was just joining along.
Okay.
My biggest news, I think it looks like you partially covered already, the whole thing about these secret meetings with pastors.
Yeah.
How much did we look into that?
I mean, I've only seen like short clips about it, really, and then they all just say the same thing, telling this I guess politician being like, "Yo, they're gonna ask y'all to like, or they're gonna start saying this shit to just get your people ready." I guess now that they're gonna ask you guys, but
Here's the weird part. So when I first started seeing that like 2 days ago, all they were talking about was just like secret meetings, pastors, government, right?
Right.
But then I feel like today I've been seeing more and more people say, "Oh, it was Representative Burleson leading these meetings."
Right.
But then I saw a tweet from Luna on her actual Twitter, and she was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, don't be putting words in his mouth. He'll tell you what he said soon." So I'm like, does that mean he was really there or was he not?
maybe she's just trying to cover for him in case he gets in trouble, because she is also probably the same, side that he's on.
Yeah, right.
I had the same feeling, like, y'all just calling him out. Like, what the fuck? He tried to give y'all a warning, a heads up. This is, and y'all just blast his name. I don't want to hear my echo.
He tried to give y'all.
Oh my gosh. Ugh.
Oh, we got an echo.
I know. I have to mute. He's not muting it still. I have to mute it for him. All right. Fix your shit.
Maybe we can look up a little bit more on that, see who's saying what.
Sure.
Don't get too excited now. The last video we watched, though, what was cracking me up was the host. I was like, dude, are you even listening to your guest? He asked what Judah was like 3 times.
Right. She was just doing her own thing.
Going on here simplifies.
I don't know. If
I also meant to tell you, I had a thought a couple days ago. You know, you've been talking, about this idea of like, what if they fake a rapture and they blame it on aliens, right?
Yeah.
And then I was thinking, okay, so if they were to do that, what specifically would they use to accomplish that? Like, what kind of technology would they probably use to accomplish?
Part of it, I just had this thought the other day, and maybe it's I don't know. I just saw one YouTube video. I didn't watch it. I didn't even save it, but it said like they're lying to you about like China's population. There's like nobody in some cities. I was like, well, what if?
Yeah.
How are we gonna go check that? What if they're just like the aliens took them and they just haven't actually been there?
Yeah,
like
sure.
they could be building. They could be like kind of like a movie set, making cities that no one actually lives in to look like an abandoned city after an alien abduction.
Sure.
And
Do
then
you know what
having
I was
footage
also
in it.
thinking about that they could do? Did you ever look into, the one of the scientists that went missing, the one that went missing here in LA, the Monica Reza lady who went on a hike and then just fucking disappeared, like literally vanished into thin air? Did you ever like look into the full details of that? How creepy
No.
that is? It basically lines up with all the same data points as a missing 411 case, where you literally have like, you're out in the woods, you're at a national park, you've got a hiking partner, maybe they're a couple of feet away, but then you turn away for a second to, I don't know, fix your shoe, take a leak, whatever. Next thing you know, your partner's completely gone. no sign of struggle, nothing,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
And so there are some people that are assuming that it might be like some kind of natural thing, you know, like maybe wormholes open up and just suck people up by accident. But if it wasn't natural, if it was some kind of attack, especially with these dead and missing scientists,
Mm-hmm.
that could possibly also be the same kind of technology they could use to produce a rapture. If they could use some kind of
China,
weird portal wormhole tech and just suck a whole bunch of people up, that would look like a rapture.
Or just have a really convincing AI video in a country where no one's gonna go visit. I don't know.
Your mom's an AI video. Yeah, somebody said Star Trek. They got teleported.
Yeah, beamed
Possibly.
up.
Apparently,
Yep.
Let's
can
see what
fake
this video
anything.
is. This is 2 months ago video.
That was
The
a
title is 500 million
missing
person lie.
people in-
China's population doesn't exist.
I mean
Yeah,
anything.
that whole
Designer
China thing was
bags?
weird.
Check. iPhones? Obviously. Entire cities? Yeah, they've got those ghost towns on lock. But here's where it gets absolutely wild. What if I told you they might be faking their population numbers too? And we're not talking about a rounding error here. We're talking about hundreds of millions of people. Like, oops, we misplaced the entire population of the United States level of mistake. This is wild, right? A Chinese-American researcher goes on a podcast and drops an absolute bombshell. She claims, with mathematical models and AI simulations, mind you, that China's real population isn't the 1.4 billion the government has been shouting from the rooftops. Instead, it could be somewhere around 500 million. You heard that right. Not 1.3 billion, not even 1 billion. 500 million. This is her initial statement, and after a few years with the help of AI calculation it is around 890 million, which is still super far from what they claimed 1.4 billion. Now, before you click away thinking this is some tinfoil hat theory, let me paint you a picture of modern China that doesn't quite add up. Let us walk down what used to be Shanghai's busiest shopping street, Middle Road, and on some random Tuesday afternoon, it looks like a scene from a post-apocalyptic movie. Empty, quiet, deserted during business hours. And this isn't just one street having a bad day. We're seeing this pattern everywhere. The metros that used to pack people like sardines? Now they've got actual empty cars during what should be rush hour. Food shops that used to have lines stretching around the block? Walk right in, no wait. The Bund during Chinese New Year, traditionally absolute chaos, now looking eerily calm. Here's the really creepy part. People keep asking the same haunting question: where did everyone go? Let's break down why this whole thing started raising eyebrows in the first place. And I'm warning you, once you see these numbers, you can't unsee them. One content creator decided to do something brilliant, and honestly, something that should have been done ages ago. They compared China and India's populations over a 30-year period from 1990 to 2020. Now, stay with me because this gets juicy. In 1990, China's population was about 270 million more than India's. Fast forward 30 years to 2020, and China is still ahead by roughly 30 million people. Sounds normal, right? Well, here's where it gets spicy. During those same 30 years, India's average fertility rate was nearly 3 children per woman. 3. Meanwhile, China's official fertility rate? Only 1.7. That's less than half of India's. On top of that, China's median age increased by 15 years during this period, while India's only went up by 9 years. China got way older, way faster. Now, I'm no mathematician, but something smells fishier than a Beijing fish market here. If India had double the fertility rate, a much younger population, and both countries started with similar-ish population sizes, how on earth is
But
China
you see,
still
if the world's a stage, this would make sense that why you would want to lie about it, so then you can fake an alien abduction or a rapture type situation.
I think the because this has been going on for a while now, right? I think what's probably going on here is, you know, just like how we have so many missing people in America, and we're probably using them for different forms of trafficking, right? Sex trafficking, sacrifice trafficking, you know, labor on probably, you know, different on the fucking moon or whatever, right? I think China's doing the same thing, except they're doing it far more drastically because they have greater numbers and because the CCP can cover it up better.
I mean, I'm sure all the big countries are doing it to some degree. Any global superpower, to if they have nukes, they'd have sacrifice and trafficking. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just saying the reason why it's so noticeable with China is because they have greater numbers and they think they can get away with it and they just don't care. You know, they're like, we have way stricter control of our people than, say, America, so we can do whatever the fuck we want. And then what are they going to do?
Ooh, Space Outlaw says Ubisoft are the Templars. They already told us everything. Wake up. Ubisoft. Are you saying this because I mentioned Ubisoft yesterday with their weird frog video on Just Dance? Modeling after the Alien video? I said, what do they know at Ubisoft?
It's literally impossible. It's like saying you ate half as much as your friend but somehow gained twice as much weight. So this researcher took their concerns to ChatGPT, because apparently AI is our fact checker now, and asked it to run the numbers using official data. The result? According to the fertility rates and demographic patterns, China's 2020 population should have been around 890 million, not 1.41 billion. That's a discrepancy of 520 million people. Let that sink in. That's more than the entire population of the United States just missing from the equation. Here's where it gets even better. When the researcher questioned ChatGPT about this massive gap, the AI started doing what AI does best, making excuses. First, it blamed simplified assumptions. Then it suggested maybe life expectancy improvements could explain it. So they tested that theory. Turns out, China's life expectancy increased by 10 years during this period, which would account for about 42 million additional people. India's life expectancy jumped even more, 12 years, adding roughly 47 million people. But that still doesn't explain a 520 million person gap. Not even close. Then ChatGPT tried the migration excuse. And I'm just imagining this researcher being like, seriously? You think 500 million people, more than the entire European Union, just packed up and moved? Even the AI had to admit that was ridiculous. Finally, the AI tried one last defense, population momentum. You know, the idea that even with low birth rates...
What if China's COVID was deadlier there? I doubt that because their population got older, not younger.
A large existing population keeps growing for a while. But here's the thing, if that were true, why didn't India have the same issue? India also had a massive population with declining fertility rates. The logic doesn't hold up. Eventually, even ChatGPT basically threw up its digital hands and admitted the Chinese data might be cooked. I'm paraphrasing, but the AI essentially said, you know what? You're right. This doesn't add up. My bad for defending it. But wait, it gets wilder. Because it's not just one YouTuber with AI making these claims. Other countries have been side-eyeing China's numbers for years. Back in 2018, Russian researchers started circulating their own analysis. One expert named Viktor Makov allegedly used grain production and import-export data to estimate China's real population at around 800 million. Other Russian analysts took a different approach. They literally added up all the officially published urban population figures from every Chinese city and county. Their total? Only 280 million people in urban areas. Now, China claims about 60% urbanization. So if 60% equals 280 million, then simple math says the total population would be under 500 million. Even being generous with the calculations, these researchers said it couldn't exceed 800 million. Then the Japanese got involved. Researchers there looked at China's table salt consumption, and yes, this is a real method demographers use. Everyone needs salt. You can't hoard it like gold, and you can't consume infinite amounts without dying. It's actually a pretty reliable population indicator. Based on China's salt production.
So I'm gonna also see if I can find the China empty cities where they build cities and like no one's there.
Right, but they built those cities in order to help with overpopulation, and then after they're done building it, they're still empty. So it's like, well, I guess they didn't move, did they?
It's just like, what the fuck is this?
From a fake replica of Paris and New York to a city of empty mansions and a neighborhood of abandoned skyscrapers.
You know what this? Maybe they're just trying to deceive stupid people. I don't know. So maybe this plan will work. But this feels like they are setting up empty cities to film alien abductions to trick stupid people.
Fake replica
who like don't do research.
Paris and New York to a city of empty.
Like, oh look, people in Paris are gone. Alien abduction. It's just like
even if that's so, you can also just use CGI though, and that still doesn't explain where all the missing Chinese are gone.
I mean, they could just. I don't know if they're necessarily missing. They're just lying about their numbers so that they can say even more. You know, like alien abduction shit maybe, or it could be just be like a poison frog, and it's just trying to not be attacked because like look how many people we have. Don't fuck with us. You know, look at my colors.
And tragic abandoned cities. Number one
has to do with finance. Well, that's what they're telling you right now.
Cal, what we're trying to say is like aliens is the excuse
No.
for the
Finance is
actual
the
finances.
finance is the excuse for the cities or whatever, but they have a plan, which is why they probably built them initially. Is what I'm saying, so they can fake abductions for dumb people. And you might be like, there's not enough stupid people. I have seen so many of those videos, and I now don't think they're fake, where they go on the street and they ask basic elementary questions, and these people are fucking retarded. And I used to think they were fake until I watched the Ice Poseidon Bachelor, where they had these random Instagram girls and spontaneously asked them like elementary questions. And no, they're actually fucking retarded. Because there was no reason to lie, because it was a show where if you said the right answer, you get points to win $10,000. So they're definitely just fucking retarded people. A lot of them.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Ordos City. Ordos is a sprawling city built in Inner Mongolia during the early 2000s and was designed to house over 1 million people. Located in one of China's most prominent coal mining centers, the region was flush with cash and a flourishing population. And the government wanted to turn that wealth into concrete. A new financial district was drawn up, and soon dozens of high-rise buildings began populating the desert landscape. Cultural museums, plazas, and even a massive opera house were erected, and the city seemed like it would be a promising addition to the area. However, since the city was finished over a decade ago, it has remained almost completely empty, with most buildings
You might say, the finance. Yes, okay, but then why specifically build replica cities of like European cities? That feels like a movie set to me, almost.
To slowly rot away. So, what happened? The new city of Ordos sat just a few miles away from an already occupied city, where people already lived, worked, and went to school. And even when the new city was finished, nobody wanted to abandon the familiar for an empty dream in the sand. By 2016, China revised its ambitions. Instead of 1 million, maybe 300,000 residents would be enough. But even that was too optimistic. Only around 100,000 lived there. To make things even worse, most of the apartments were bought as investments by wealthy speculators, who were unwilling to rent or lower prices and kept units vacant for years, hoping for a return that never came. What remains in Ordos is one of the most peculiar sights in the world. A vast, Martian-looking landscape lined with towering modern buildings, yet no other infrastructure appears to be present. Number 2, China's replica cities. In China's rush to urbanize, it didn't just build cities, it cloned them. From the streets of Paris to the skyline of Manhattan, entire foreign cities were recreated in eerie, concrete precision. The goal was simple: recreate iconic Western landmarks to drive tourism to the areas. But the result was something a whole lot stranger.
They're just gonna go to the actual place.
Let's start with Tianducheng, often called China's Paris. Located just outside Hangzhou, the neighborhood was built to capture the elegance of the French capital.
People don't go to Vegas so they can stay in Paris, right? They're going to Vegas for some other reason, and they happen to pick a hotel. It's not... So you can't really compare it to Vegas. It's not the same thing. And I feel like...
I don't really know anybody who goes to Vegas who's like, oh, let's go look at the fake Eiffel Tower.
Right. Yeah, they don't go to Vegas just to see the replicas or whatever. But I kind of feel like the stuff in Vegas it's like, wasn't it originally like run by like the mob or whatever, right? So it's like, I feel like they're just trying to flex like where they have power in, almost. I don't know. Maybe not. I could be wrong.
However,
but I feel like it's not like, ooh, we'll promote tourism to the area for this Eiffel Tower. It's like, no, that's just people are going there to gamble or see shows or whatever, and that just happens to be like a side piece. No one's going there for the hotel.
Didn't just take simple inspiration, but recreated almost every detail. Cobblestone streets, Haussmann-style buildings, ornate fountains, and even a full-size replica of the Eiffel Tower were built. A copy of the Fountains of Versailles sits just a few blocks from a knockoff Arc de Triomphe. It looks like a dream until you realize how quiet it is. Designed to house over 10,000 residents, Tianducheng had fewer than 1,000 by 2021. Prices were high, demand was low, and most people only visit for the novelty. Next, we have Thames Town, China's take on London. Just 30 kilometers outside of Shanghai, Thames Town features many of London's most iconic features, from little details such as red phone booths to even recreating entire English pubs. The
That's
town
weird.
itself was named after London's famous River Thames, and was supposedly built to house university staff and students. The goal was to create a lively, academic, and community-oriented village, but this never happened. Similar to the other ghost cities in this video, the real estate prices in Thames Town didn't match up with its desired audience. The very people it was meant for couldn't afford to live there, and soon the shops and restaurants that made the town feel like England closed down. Today, Thames Town is quiet and mostly deserted, being mainly occupied by a handful of curious
You know what's
tourists.
funny though? Like, imagine
Finally,
if this
we have
these
Yujiaku
locations
City,
were successful.
China.
So like, you have like all these like fucking English pubs and British pubs, and it's just all run by Chinese people that don't speak any English. I just think that would be an amusing sight.
His copy of Manhattan. The ambition here was enormous, to build a financial powerhouse to rival New York. Skyscrapers were modeled after the Manhattan skyline. A central business district was planned, with bold promises of becoming the Wall Street of the East. But the vision never materialized. In 2015, Bloomberg visited the area and found a ghost city. Empty office towers, unopened malls, and streets without traffic. By 2021, some progress had been made, but it was still quiet enough to hear your own footsteps echoing off the glass. Together, these cities reflect a deeper issue: development for appearance's sake. When the skyline is put before the community, both ultimately end up failing. And while they may be impressive to look at, they will never surpass their true counterparts. However, the buildings in these cities were able to remain standing, something which can't be said for our next city. Number 3, Jinming. Ghost cities don't always mean entire towns. Sometimes it's just a neighborhood, frozen mid-construction that eventually is abandoned.
That's crazy.
In Jinming, a city the size of Madrid, lies Sunshine City, a now infamous zone where 15 skyscrapers once stood, completely unfinished until they eventually disappeared. The construction of the towers began in 2011, but by 2013, the developer had run out of cash. Even though the towers were almost finished, no new investors stepped in, and the buildings were left abandoned to slowly rot. They ended up standing empty and incomplete for nearly a decade. Eventually, in 2021, all 15 towers were demolished in viral fashion, making this project one of the biggest high-rise failures in the world. Not only were
So
these
much
towers
wasted
demolished,
material,
but just
money,
a few
time.
miles away is another ghost neighborhood, Splendor City. It was supposed to house 60,000 people, and according to official numbers, about 30,000 live there now. So how could it be considered a ghost town? Well, when you look at the surrounding area, this becomes clear. There are shuttered schools, empty hospitals, and no open shops. Splendor City was built by Evergrande, one of China's largest and most troubled developers. As of today, they owe over $300 billion in debt. That's more than the GDP of an entire European country. And Jinming is one of the many cities where the cracks of Evergrande's empire becomes visible. Number 4. The Mansion City of Shenyang. The state guest mansions in Shenyang were designed to be nothing short of opulent. A sprawling luxury villa compound on the outskirts of the city, it was built for the wealthiest in Chinese society: politicians, executives, and the upper elite. The vision was ambitious. Hundreds of ornate, European-style mansions set behind grand gates, complete with marble columns, landscaped gardens, and massive stone fountains. The project promised exclusivity, prestige, and privacy. But despite its grandeur and large construction cost, the entire development sits eerily deserted. So what happened? Construction began in early 2010, during the height of China's real estate frenzy. Developers believed there would be endless demand from the country's growing class of wealthy investors. But what they didn't anticipate was just how speculative the market had become. These mansions weren't bought to be lived in, they were bought to be held as an investment, and that became a problem. The homes were priced far out of reach for most ordinary buyers, and the few who could afford them often had no intention of ever moving in. Today, the state guest mansions remain one of the strangest sights in Shenyang. Dozens of lavish villas stretch across a gated landscape with no cars, no residents, and no life. A ghost town built for billionaires.
So weird.
There are many other abandoned mansion cities across the country of China and even around the globe, which begs the question of how this can keep happening.
It's very weird.
What do they do with it?
Not
Nothing.
Nothing.
It just sits there.
That's fucking stupid. Make use of it at least.
Maybe they will.
Chat kept saying, making Godzilla jokes, and I don't think they realize that Godzilla attacks Japan, not China.
Ooh,
Godzilla can go anywhere.
Yeah, he can, but that's not where he goes. He likes Japan.
Depends on which movie you watch. Japan is definitely ground zero, though.
My case in point is Asians aren't all the same.
True.
Let's see, we can watch this one, I guess.
Larry, the things we were disclosed and told, and I think we just got a part of it. You know, some of the guys we were with, and you saw this too, is they pulled out images that they personally took of entities that were in and out of light, and they were standing, and some of them had, like, I don't know, tentacle type appendages, and they were standing there very tall. And
Bro looks like
that's
an
just
alien.
somebody that we're looking at, somebody firsthand accounts showing us these entities that are appearing. That goes back to the Miami Mall narrative. It goes
It's a
back to these
hybrid.
things. But and you know this, and you and I've talked about this, but right after this disclosure we had, I'm flying an aircraft, saw these orbs right out the window. We've now seen them 2 times. I was with Bishop Allen, and they were further away, in my opinion, this time, and they were a little less
The eyes are
spectacular.
real close together.
The first time, I mean, it made the hair on my neck stand up. I was looking at that like, this is wild. We just had this meeting, now we're looking at these things with my own eyes. I'm seeing it, seeing all this stuff unfold right in front of us, and I thought, I'm an informed person. I'm a person that understands this. I just had this disclosure. I know what this is or isn't, and even if it's unexplainable, you still know what you're dealing with.
Chad.
The average citizen, when they are exposed to what you're talking about, Larry, it's going to be monumental. You got
That guy
pastors and
can
leaders that
see
won't
it
even deal with it,
fly,
don't touch
land on
it,
the tip of
because they
his
say, oh,
nose.
this is
What are you saying?
Saying his eyes are too fucking close together.
a minor issue. Well, in the culture, it's not. So we got to go there. Larry, your comments.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I pastor pastors. I have a network that I pastor. And what troubles me, and I love these guys, and I'm honored to sort of be a spiritual father in their life. But this is what they'll say to me. They'll be like, man, don't stop doing what you're doing. You're helping me, man. You're teaching me some things. And I'll be like, well, you know, can I give you maybe some notes? Oh, no. That's not my lane. I can't. They want me to do it for them, and they want me to speak into their lives, but they're afraid because ultimately they're afraid of, you know, the bottom line. And that's really sad. It breaks my heart that pastors are afraid of that. I want to say something to you, Z. I'm very, you know, I don't consider myself to be quote unquote a prophet, but when you were speaking about those orbs, I think I need to say something to you.
Yeah, come
on. You're being tracked. The reason they keep showing up is not because you're just happening to see things. They're demonic. And I think you're going to see more and more of people that are exposing this agenda like yourself, and they know that you now know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
They're intrigued by you, and they're monitoring you. And that and I think
I ain't seen no orbs though. Just because you know doesn't mean you get tracked.
that's why you're continuing to see them, because you're on their list of, you know, we need to watch him. Does that make sense? I just felt that. I felt.
It does, and I you know, thank you, Larry, for sharing that. That's very powerful, and it's something we all got to be praying about. You know, partners, friends, everybody's watching. Let's be praying about this, because we're not afraid of it. We're not afraid of it. But, you know, like you, Larry, you're making such a massive impact, and all of us together, I think we need to be vigilant about this, because I don't know what the agenda will be, or if they can get a doorway of fear to you, or whatever they can do to try to open up. But I thank you for sharing that. I was trying to sort it out, because when we're traveling and you see this, you know, as we said, the aircraft around began to shake when we saw them, and it was unusual. Now, maybe, like I said, it's just psychosomatic because you're seeing it, and then you hit turbulence. Maybe that's all it was. But when we prayed, and there was a moment of, oh, we're seeing it, and then this sense of severity came into where we all were. And I had a number of my team with me. We broke into the spiritual warfare. We started praying, binding things, said, you will not do X, Y, and Z. We took authority, and the turbulence stopped, and we planed out, Larry. And so the second time didn't happen. Bishop Allen's on there. He looks out the window. He was underwhelmed by what he was looking at. But I've just got to say to you.
What? Alan, are you serious?
Alan's like, what are we all going to do? What are we all going to do? I was holding him, Larry. I was like, let Alan calm down. No, I'm just no, that's not Bishop Allen. But thank you for sharing that. I believe that's a word of knowledge.
I think what I'm feeling is just not a spirit of fear, but I feel like a sense of, just to urge everyone in the Red Church and everybody that's watching right now to take your prayer level to another level for Z and everybody connected to him, because I think when you begin to everyone that's calling this agenda out for what it really is, you got a target on your back, and that we don't walk around with looking over our shoulder in fear all the time. We're not operating because we understand the assignment, but we also understand that this is spiritual warfare, and I feel like that the enemy's not messing with people that's not messing with him. And you're messing with him. You're messing with the demonic agenda on this show in the pulpit. You are messing with the kingdom of darkness. And just like what I was talking about earlier, with woe unto the inhabitants of the earth, the accuser of the brethren knows he's running out of time. The devil knows he's running out of time. So I feel like that we're about to see an increase, not just with the rollout of the disclosure narrative, but an increase of spiritual warfare. Yes. And let me just say this, y'all. This is why you need to be filled with the Holy Ghost. This is why you need the gifts of the Spirit to operate in your life. You need to be able to pray in the Spirit. But then beyond that, I always say this, man. I thank God for speaking in tongues and interpretation of tongues and prophecy and miracles and healings and miracles. But y'all, let me tell you, the one, if God was to ask me, and I'm gonna get in trouble here. I'm gonna get in trouble. You can get some comments on this one. But great. If God was to ask me, sorry, brother. If God was to ask me, Larry, I'm gonna give you one gift to use in this last day of the night. Now I know all nine's available to me as a believer, but he says, I'm gonna give you one gift. Which one would you choose? I'm telling you what I choose. I choose the gift of discerning of spirits. Amen. Because I'm telling you that because when you can discern what is really happening in front of you, and you just like when Elisha says, God, open my assistant's eyes and let him see there's more for us than against us. And when you can see into the spirit realm, then you know how to pray. You know how to fight. So, and I just feel like that the people that are watching this right now, you just need to cry out to God and say, God, first of all, if you're not saved, Jesus, forgive me my sins. Come, you're my Lord and Savior. I reject the devil. But I'm asking you, Lord, let disclosure come. But God, fill me full of the power of the Holy Ghost so that I know how to pray. Now, spirit man can pray, and I can see into this and identify it for what it is. And I'm telling you, as the attack increases, as the acceleration increases of this end time final flood of attack of darkness, it will be the Noah generation that is operating through the gifts of the Spirit that will be able to call it out and be able to say, ho, hang on, wait, listen, let me tell you what that really is. Yes. And people are going to be coming to us for those questions. So we need the power of the Holy Ghost. I don't know why I went there, but I just feel like somebody's being filled with the Holy Ghost right now.
I am. I feel the power of God right now, man. I got to tell you, when you get going, you say God needs a generation of Noahs. He needs a generation of Noahs, those like the sons of Issachar, who know how to discern the signs of the times. They know what's going on. They can see it. They know what to do about it. But then there's
I really like their energy, their vibe, their message, but I unfortunately feel like they're not going to be turning to these types of people. They're going to be going to ChatGPT and be like, Grok, is this real? No.
I like their
that big one.
What am I trying to say? I like their motivations, I guess. Like they seem to have their hearts in the right place. But
most religious people do.
I question their methods.
They're all hopped up on the Holy Ghost.
That's the difference between right, where it's like faith good, organized religion bad.
Because like the people that need the saving, they're not going to be the ones that are coming to ask the questions. It's already going to be believers, people of their church or whatever, coming to consult them. It's the people that actually are fucked are the ones who are asking Grok if this is confirmed. Like they're where they don't know and they're just turning to AI for the answer. It's like, oh my God.
Tribal alignment. These days, I don't mind interviewing people and a variety of different people. But these days, Larry, I want to work with my friends. I want to work with like-minded, clear-eyed, clear-minded believers. And that's why I'm with you. I love being with you and the way you're leading and bringing this war cry forward. And the deception's going to get great. But like you said, listen, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Larry, you're watching me right now, and you're hearing this. You don't have to fear it when you lean in with discernment. You got to begin to rightly divide. This is an unprecedented thing we're all going to face. It's going to come, whether it's now or down the road. It's coming, and we got to get ready for it. And so, the most dangerous people in the world, I believe, are Larry, is praying grandmothers. I think they're the most severe, the most hazardous to the kingdom of darkness.
Yes.
And your conference just displayed that. So,
not if they get tricked by AI.
What do you feel like in your spirit, man? Even between now and the end of this year, what do you sense coming, Larry?
Okay, 26 is the year, I think, of the proclamation. I think you're already beginning to see that with the rollout of the Steven Spielberg movie Disclosure Day, which is obviously very planned. It was very planned. Age of Disclosure. Here's another little nugget here. The Age of Disclosure. The producer, Dan Fair, I think is his name. The producer of the Age of Disclosure and Steven Spielberg are best friends. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not know that.
In fact, there is a movie that I love the movie that has a lot of predictive programming about where they think the world is going. It's called Ready Player One.
Oh yeah.
And Ready Player One was a joint venture between Steven Spielberg and Farrah, the producer of Age of Disclosure. Absolutely. They wrote it together and they produced it together. So now you have the Age of Disclosure that came out in November of 25. That was a documentary of saying that we're not alone. Then you have the entertainment, which I think probably is more of a documentary than even Age of Disclosure, called Disclosure Day, coming out by Steven Spielberg, his swan song, his final movie of the narrative of how he has been used by the powers that be to define our image of aliens from the very beginning, from E.T. to Close Encounters, Third Kind, War of the Worlds, all of this. He's been molding our mind on that, and he's going to end it on Disclosure Day, which those two trailers are mind-boggling, the things that are just in the trailers. But this is the year of the declaration. We are not alone. As you know, Donald Trump has...
Emma, did you speed this video up, or are they really that fast?
I probably sped it up. It's at 1.25.
So he is going to. There's no way that he's going to let anyone else make this announcement.
That's so true.
That's part. There's just no way.
It's so true,
it's so true. So the word is on the street, and several people, you probably heard it too, that they've already minted the coin with him and Melania with the UFOs over his shoulder. That's going to be the big celebration. I sort of think it's going to come after the 250th anniversary celebration. All the things he's got planned. Yeah, and maybe even on the anniversary of Roswell on July 8th. Which would be the anniversary. So either way, I believe the proclamation is going to come. The movie is going to come shortly after the summer as well, during June. And I believe that 27 will be the year of just absolute utter chaos when it comes to the dimension of the spirit realm, coming into the dimension of the physical realm, and just lies, deception. We're not going to know what to believe. I can't even imagine what the world's going to look like. But in the middle of that, there are the Noahs.
They're the Noahs.
Now, I get emotional. When I talk about this part of the book. But when I was writing this part of the book, I mean, I sit there at my computer and just cried like a baby because it just hit me. There is a chapter in my book called "When God Shuts the Door," and so the whole premise of, we break down the whole thing about the ark, how many trees it would take, how many hours it would take to fell the trees, prune the trees, how many boards. Interesting that the Bible says that he tells Noah while he's building the ark, I want you to seal it with pitch, within and without. And the word pitch in the original Hebrew is the word atonement. He says, I want you to seal it with atonement from within and without. So he has the dimensions of every board, the dimensions of every room. He has the dimensions of every part of it downloaded on this blueprint from heaven, except for one thing. There is no mechanism to close that door. There is no locking mechanism. There is no draw string. There is no pulley system.
Jesus.
He just is told to build a ramp. And then he goes inside that boat, and for 7 days he just looks out at the open door, and he's screaming and crying and screaming and crying, get in, get in, get in, get in, get in. And people are still mocking him, and Nephilim are walking around, and strange transhumanism hybrids are just mocking him, but the door is still open. And 7 days later, one of the most horrifying sounds that humanity has ever heard begins to be heard, and that is the sound of a door shutting. And as I was typing that out, I was seeing this image of a life's work of over 100 years of preaching the kingdom about something coming that had never happened before. Rain. So you got to believe me. I've heard from God.
Yes.
I've heard from God.
Yes.
This is not the way. This is not the way. And he's just pleading, and he's seeing this door just come up and come up and come up. And he's still screaming, you can still get in. And they're still mocking him. But eventually, see, the door shuts.
Stop promoting your book for a second, dude.
Huh?
Sounds like a nightclub.
Oh.
I was kidding. I said,
And
can you stop promoting your book for a second?
All of a sudden seeing that door shut, and every board you've sealed, and then all of a sudden supernaturally begins to seal that door in front of you. And it's God sealing that door shut to never be opened again. And you're standing there, and you begin to hear the screams and the cries of those on the other side. And God spoke to me and said, you've got to write this book and get it out now, because the door is still open, but it has begun to shut. And Z, I believe that in 26 and 27, those that are in tune with the Spirit of God are going to begin to sense and feel the door shutting. No man knows the day nor the hour except the Son of Man. But we're going to feel it, and we're going to see it, and there's going to be such a spirit of urgency. And I'm telling you, and I know you're my friend, you're a man of God that I love as much as any human being on this earth. And I'm telling you, when that door's almost shut and there's a sliver of light left, we're still going to be screaming
Yes,
in that
we
light.
are, my
Get
friend.
in
Yes.
to the very last day.
Yes.
And that is my assignment. That is your assignment. That is why God brought you on the scene. That is when God woke you up one day and said, just start going live every day.
That's right.
You thought it was, in the natural, because you knew it was in the spirit, but you in the middle of COVID, in the middle of all these things were happening, God was playing the long game. God was like, no. I need his voice in the days of Noah. I need his voice when the door starts shutting. I need the red church ready to change the world when the door starts shutting. And I think you feel the same way. I could sort of sense, I could almost hear the hinges squeaking.
Larry, I can too.
That's where we're at. We're at.
You're helping me so much. And I trust, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching, that this is helping you. That this is not to scare you, it's to prepare you, it's to get you ready. There's a prophetic utterance happening right now. And Larry,
yes,
the Lord has always showed me the theme that was going to happen every year for the last, my goodness, probably the last 8 years. Like every year I would see it and things would play out the way I was seeing it. And I would draw it on the board. When I got to 27, I've never really had a word for 27. And,
someone says, going through Sumerian knowledge, and it said that once the stars are aligned, a new era will come. That year will be on year 2150 to 2160. It cycles every 3,600 to 4,000 years. Okay, but how do you know what calendar we're on? Hasn't that been changed? Are we on the, I don't even know is it Gregorian or was that a different calendar?
No, we use Gregorian.
Okay. So what calendar were the Sumerians on?
They do not use Gregorian, but interestingly enough, they kept track of time in amounts of 60, which we have adopted. But their calendar, like for days of the year, is far more precise than the Gregorian calendar is.
Interesting.
But there's still discrepancies, between what we use and what they used.
The Mayan calendar world ended in 2012. Okay, but what was that? Is that factoring in a translation to Gregorian, or are we just assuming the Mayan 2012 is the same as our current 2012, or was that after a calculation?
I found, as far as the whole pasture being in meetings thing, I found Christina posted a new video about that, so maybe she dug up some more dirt.
Okay. Where were we? I don't remember what tab I was on now. Oh.
Recently, I've had other prophets prophesy things. I thought that's profound. That's very strong. And as you're saying this, the Lord showed me that I was to listen to many people and piece it together with the body of Christ, with the prophetic voices. And what you're saying is, I believe 2027 is going to be a time of convergence. It's going to be a wake-up call.
Yes.
I believe we're going to know
Yes.
the door is beginning to close, and we need to prepare. And I believe the disclosure, like you said, this year's the announcement, 26 the announcement, 27 it's about to get real. Things are going to
Yes.
get more and more real to whatever level, but it's going to get more and more severe. I believe with wars, rumors of wars, things going on in the nation, things going on with water wars, the land, just so much is going to accelerate. And then, of course, this paranormal, UFO, whatever, Nephilim stuff is going to begin to come forward. And so, Larry, I believe that is why we all need each other. This is the time to unite, not fight, stand. And man of God, I feel the power of God as you've been talking. So would you begin to lead us in prayer for a moment? Would you begin to step into the Spirit with us? And
Okay. Let me see. What did you have a video here link for the?
Yeah, it's in UFO.
Okay.
The pastor says faith leaders are quietly being pulled into a meeting with men identified as being from the U.S. government, and the message was that a release on UFOs and craft of non-human origin is coming. Days later, the FBI director confirmed his agency has already handed its first batch of documents to a White House interagency committee. And David Grush just mentioned that the next 60 to 90 days are going to escalate fast. Hey, ufologers, I'm Christina Gomez, and welcome to this episode of UFO News Updates. Let me start where the story actually broke. Pastor Perry Stone went public last week with the claim that a group of pastors were invited to a specific state to hear from men identified as being from the U.S. government and others. Take a listen to this.
What they're about to release, from what we're hearing, there's going to be a release concerning aliens and concerning unidentified flying object spacecraft that some of the people who were in the meeting were telling us as pastors, you need to prepare your people and you need to get ready to answer them for what you're about to hear being released.
According to his accounts, the briefing referenced crafts that have been recovered, materials not believed to originate on this planet, and what he describes as strange reptilian-looking creatures. He also tied the claims to filmmaker Steven Spielberg, saying Spielberg is preparing a film based on research presented to him on this topic. Stone said the men in the briefing told the pastors to expect two reactions from the public. One group will lose faith entirely, the other group will turn to ministers, asking what is real and what is not. And then a second story broke on the same subject.
Well, I've got to say this was one of the most unusual meetings I've ever been a part of, where the three of us, along with maybe three others, it seems like a half a dozen people were gathered in an Airbnb in the mountains of Tennessee, discussing an investigation that's going on in the United States government against crimes they have committed in the process of retrieving and reverse engineering technology from non-human intelligence. The meeting also went forward to discuss the propaganda plan that was in place leading up to disclosure.
According to that broadcast, the meeting covered an active investigation into crimes committed during the retrieval and reverse engineering of technology of non-human origin. The same group surfaced a date that has been circulating quietly online, July 8th, the anniversary of the 1947 Roswell event.
It is believed that Donald Trump may be planning to do a release on...
Spotted Rusty's asking, how can it be fallen angels or Nephilim? Well, it depends, I guess, on this particular situation. But the theory, you could call it, is that the technology and the knowledge about it and stuff that humans have been getting for advanced tech comes from fallen angel knowledge, usually obtained through a transaction of like sacrificing or alleging their like soul to them or whatever, you know. And then the Nephilim are essentially the hybrids created by fallen angels. Can be with hybrids with humans or animals or whatever. So it would depend, right? If they are hybrids, then that would be Nephilim, or if their bloodline, if they're descended from some humans have bloodlines in their family descended from Nephilim, allegedly. But the Nephilim aren't the ones who originated the knowledge of the tech, I guess, if you want to address that part of it. So it depends on the situation. But no, most people lump them into the same category when they're talking about like the UFO type stuff, but no, they are not the same thing. But there could also be both involved in UFO stuff because they got the knowledge of the tech from somewhere.
On July 8th, on the anniversary of Roswell. So that's a lot of the conversation that's being had. However, I would say don't get too excited. I think Trump, like any good politician would do, or bad politician, however you want to look at it, is holding on to this for an opportune moment.
So whether that date actually holds is another question. Sources on the same broadcast cautioned that the administration may use the anniversary symbolically while reserving...
Knowledge comes from science. That's what they want you to believe in the modern education system. But there's instances where like, say Tesla or Aleister Crowley, or like the origins of NASA with that other guy that looks like, what was his name?
Parsons.
Yeah, that guy. Where they say that they got what we call scientific research now, they said they got it from demons when they were contacting them through whatever medium. And now we call it science, their teachings that they got from the demons. So...
deeper hold for a different moment. Filmmaker and researcher Mark Christopher Lee echoed a similar timeline recently, but then walked back, saying he believes he was fed misinformation.
Yes, this is all bullshit,
does the
Jack.
July 8th carry
So,
any real weight?
I mean,
Take
that
your head in
was
the
their
sand
own
and go play
personal
some video
accounts where they got the knowledge from, right? It wasn't like we're just saying, we're assuming they must have got it from No, they admitted they got it from demons. So, I mean, if you want to call it bullshit, you know, whatever, stick your head in the sand, that's fine.
Now on to the next signal, and this one is on camera with the FBI director. Kash Patel set for a long-form interview with Sean Hannity, and toward the very end, Hannity asked him directly about UAP and the possibility of recovered alien material. He confirmed that President Trump stood up an interagency process led by the Department of War to release government documentation on the very subject.
So what do? We already delivered our first tranche of information to that committee, and they're going to be publicly releasing this information very soon. We are all for it. There's nothing in this subject that we're talking about that we don't want released. Our job at the FBI is to work with the White House and DOW, give them the information, and then they're going to put that out in a methodical process. And you're going to start seeing those releases literally happening in the very near future. We just met on it.
When Hannity pressed him on whether the U.S. has been recovering any kind of alien biological material, Patel chose his words very carefully.
Do you think we've ever recovered alien forms?
I don't have any information on that specific.
Notice the framing here. He didn't deny it. He just said that he didn't have the information on that specifically, which is the kind of carefully worked.
Because you don't recover them since they're not an ancient civilization. You interact with them because they are alive.
Answer that leaves
So it's
room
like,
for plausible deniability. As noted in Patel's own description of the agency's record release pattern, the Bureau handed over 41,000 pages of documents to Congress in 14 months, compared to roughly 14,000 documents in the prior decade. Where did those files come from? From the deep depths of the archives, or are they recent filings?
Prometheus stole fire from the gods, was probably demons. Well, depending who you ask, Prometheus is the devil, so I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a gray area.
There is more, and you're going to want to stick with me for the next part, because David Grush put a very specific window on the table that nobody else has, so don't go anywhere. David Grush sat down with Chris Farrell on the Judicial Watch, and Grush is now serving as a special advisor to Congressman Eric Burleson, and this is the most operationally focused conversation he has given in months.
I do have confidence that it's going to escalate in the next 60 to 90 days, and I think there's going to be a lot of pressure. I certainly know what Congress is doing, and I won't reveal that here, but I do see a lot of pressure to get the substantive empirical holdings that I've talked about, not videos or anything like that, out in the ether. And I'm hoping that's the case, but there's certainly a lawfare strategy, class action, multi-plaintiff lawsuits, RICO,
Without it, he looks like
other
Mr.
strategies to kind of pierce the veil on this. If it needed to come to that.
So Grush explained that the interrogatives have already been sent to the CIA and other agencies, that Chairwoman Anna Paulina Luna is pushing the Department of Defense to declassify roughly 46 videos, and that members are preparing to use subpoena power if the agencies stall, which they already have. And one question of how many recovered craft of non-human origin the U.S. holds, Grush said more than one and fewer than 100, and that is the most specific public range that we've ever given. Even though that sounds really vague, that's the best we've gotten so far. He said that the meaning shifted across decades, starting in the Truman and Eisenhower era and moving through the National Security Council, the Atomic Energy Commission, the CIA's old Office of Policy Strategy, and eventually the major defense contractors. Around 2004, after the global war on terror began, much of the program was transferred to private contractors, and that move pulled it outside of Freedom of Information Act reach and outside of routine congressional oversight. And this connects directly to a warning from the Joseph Z broadcast.
The meeting we were in, Tony, they said this. They said the government has been told a lie. The government believes that lie. And that is what they are going to reveal to us. They're going to reveal a lie to us.
Grush made a similar point in his own way, and he said any document released will be heavily redacted, and the public should not assume the most important holdings would be the first batch.
Of
The
course
strategy, as he described it, is to guide the public towards disclosure without ever defining what is being disclosed. He also raised the possibility
They can't
that
even
a
define
foreign
when they're going to
government
disclose whatever it is.
could
So
like,
here's something funny that I don't know if we've
soon.
specifically talked about.
Hmm.
You know, like a lot of people have been asking me, so then like if I don't think they're going to be very honest with us in disclosure,
Mhm.
then why am I excited about it? Why do I care
Because I
about
want to
it,
see
right?
what they say, anyways. It's entertaining.
Well, I want to see what I want to see what they say anyways, but also it's because so we can finally get over this stupid like surface level debate about whether or not there are non-human entities. You know? It's like, look, you said it, let's move on to bigger and more important
When
questions.
they revealed the alien mummy, nobody cared. Because like everybody already knows, right? Like aliens exist. So like nobody like went into mass panic or anything like that.
No, Joe, I'm not talking about how people react to it. I'm saying like, you know, we've got random people in our chat sometimes who just say stuff like, you know, well, aliens aren't real. So why are you guys listening or care about any of this? And it's like, can we get over that? Can we move beyond that?
Joe, I think
Yeah, I
that
thought the whole
alien
world.
zombie got debunked as fake a long time ago.
Oh, it did?
That little baby alien, tiny little thing,
It,
whatever.
it depends on which
I thought
mummy
they
it
brought
is.
it out. Yeah, I thought they brought it out in like a press conference. Like what?
No, Joe, it depends on which mummy it is, okay? Because there's like at least 12 different kinds. But the ones they brought
Okay.
out in the press conference that look like little cakes, those were definitely fake.
Okay. Well,
But there's
Cakes.
other
I didn't
ones
see
that
that one.
there's other ones that straight up look like living life forms that are like in a fetal position. And they're weird as fuck.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, but most people don't know about the other ones, you know? They just saw
Right.
the cake ones and looked how fake they were, and they were like, well, everything else has got to be bullshit then, so let's move on.
What are the fetal position ones? I didn't see those.
I'll put together a link for you.
Okay.
In Brazil, the former defense secretary in Brazil is running for president right now, and he said if he gets elected president of Brazil, he will release what the Brazilian government knows about this topic, and that, you know, he said that public record. So it's funny you say that. There's actually a possibility that even Brazil might release stuff just based on the statements of a current candidate for president down there.
Yeah.
That candidate has stated publicly that if elected, he will release what the Brazilian government knows on the UAP topic. But how many times have we heard that in the USA? Jimmy Carter, Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, and Trump have all said the same thing too, and nothing really happened. Brazil has its own documented history here, including the Operação Plato
All
in
Brazil will be able to tell us is how
1977 and the
often they get
Varginha,
fucked
Brazil
over and
incident
murdered
in
by UFOs.
1996. The Brazilian military maintained an active UAP investigation file long before ARROW, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and if a head of state in South America moves before Washington does, the framing of disclosure could possibly change overnight. The real question is what every other country is waiting for. Why is the world looking to the US to move first on this? Any government could release that at any time, but none of them have. Grush suggested President Trump issue a document preservation executive order to prevent what has happened before. He referenced a burn bag and a shred event at a specific agency in the mid-1990s, when the Clinton administration...
Maybe because the world is already a one-world government, but they just have a facade that they're not, until they stop having that facade. And then we'll all think it's here when it's already been here.
Ooh.
Administration was rumored to be considering disclosure. Records were destroyed. The same pattern erased significant portions of different...
Our wars are just influencer boxing matches on a political level. It's for show and for money.
Psychological government-funded operations. And Grush also noted that
Logan Paul
after
get
his
beat up.
Senate testimony in late 2022, Physical holdings were reportedly relocated. If a release is coming, the material needs to be secure before any agency has the chance to move it again. Now, here is the part that we really need to ask ourselves. If this is real, why are only pastors being briefed? Not rabbis, not imams, not leaders from any other faith tradition. The US is not a single faith country, and a release of this scale would affect every belief system on this entire planet. So why narrow it to one group in one audience? It also lines up a little too cleanly with the demonic framing Vice President J.D. Vance has been pushing publicly recently, where UAP and non-human intelligence get described in spiritual warfare terms.
You see what I think is happening with like Vance doing that is I feel like this is another tool in how they're going to deceive people, because I think Vance is going to change his opinion when they have the official lie come out and be like, I was wrong. They're not demonic. They really are our creators and our saviors. Like, we've seen plenty of politicians switch their tune before when the right time to switch it came.
Rush addressed that framing in his Judicial Watch interview, and he said it is theologically premature to label any of this as demonic when we do not yet know what we're actually dealing with. So are pastors being briefed because the government
just another tool to try to make the Christian audience sway to be like, well, maybe they're not demons. If JD changed his mind and he thought they were demons, he must know shit that they're not telling us because it's classified. So we should believe it too.
Like prepared.
Another tool
or
using
is the
a tool.
briefing itself part of the same narrative the demonic angle has been building towards for years? Because if it's the second one, this is not a warning about disinformation. This is the disinformation. What do you think? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I'm Christina Gomez, and that's it for today. I will see you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. PST.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised if when like full disclosure ever finally happens and that's like the narrative to go with it. If JD doesn't change his tune, I'll be very surprised.
For another
Again,
UFO news
I
update.
just really want to get past this whole it's all bullshit thing, you know, and people to start actually asking the real questions. That would be nice, don't you think?
I have a feeling that they're not going to ask the real questions. Instead, they're going to move on. I don't know. Like, not maybe, like they might just ignore the people, you know. I think the government's going to be like, all right, moving right along.
No, wait, hold on, Emma. I'm not talking about the government or the deep state. I'm talking about just the general population, you know, stop asking whether or not aliens or whatever are real or not.
They're going to keep saying, I don't know, I feel like they're going to keep debating that, just like we keep debating the moon landing, you know?
I thought people were pretty much like in like an accordance that the aliens are real. Like pretty much everybody like kind of knew that now.
No. Look at chat. Look at chat, bro. How many people do we get come in here and just go, this is all bullshit, aliens aren't real?
Yeah, but that's a fun thing to say.
Yeah, they're just trolling. Like Warner Braun said that shit fucking years ago that to think we're the only intelligent life in the universe is fucking pretty much like remedial.
Here,
yeah,
like,
but just because it's fun to troll doesn't mean they don't believe what they're saying.
I'm sure there are a few bad apples.
I don't know.
To me, it's like, you know, when we watched that lady earlier who was like, I'm tired of having these boring surface conversations. That's what it's like for me. It's just another boring surface conversation where it's like, pull your head out of your ass and start asking more solid questions about what's going on in your world.
Right. And I wonder, though, if the common person will be willing to have those conversations, or will they just want to, if it's too scary, you know?
Or bury their head even further.
Right.
Yeah, people are in a box. Most of them, at least. They don't want to step outside of it. That's on them.
Well, I think the common man will just want to know if alien chicks are hot.
That's fine, because you know what? That still means they accept that they're real now.
And that's the way we do it.
Yup. Like, do aliens have an age of consent now, or is that a gray area? If the hybrids age faster, is the area gray?
Oh no.
I know. There's going to be all kinds of charges coming.
Supposedly, Benjamin Franklin wrote a book about having sex, the joys of having sex with older women, and called it "All Cats Are Gray in the Dark."
Oh gosh.
Wow.
Yeah, that one's probably worth a read. See, why didn't they give me stuff
Event
like that in
Horizon.
school?
Event Horizon, I feel like, is the perfect visual representation of like if heaven and hell existed in space and were somehow linked to like alien conspiracy. Like, I feel like they did a really good job in that movie of kind of like showing if hell did exist in space, what it would look like how it would play out.
Did you know the original script for Ghostbusters was supposed to be more like Doom?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But Event Horizon is kind of like Doom. Because Doom also uses space and says that hell's in space and shit too, right?
Yep.
I just like the way Event Horizon did it.
What you looking for, Mo?
I just saw a thumbnail that says famine is coming. It's like 6 months ago. How to survive the first 14 days of a global famine. I'm like, ugh. Ugh.
You're
Sponsored by.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know. We have so much processed food, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know, I think we're going to be okay there. We have so much food that doesn't expire for years. We practically don't even have real food anymore, most.
Yep.
I don't know.
We don't.
I'm not sure about that.
It's the preservatives that really fuck with us at the end of the day. Cause like,
electrolytes.
My nana's gonna bringing it back to this idiocracy. But no, my nana's gonna live past 100 because she didn't have preservatives in her food in Sicily. Like they were eating shit straight out like the farm.
But preservatives will preserve you. What do you mean? That's the point, Joe.
Nah, bro. Nah.
I don't know. I think Sicilians are just built different because all of my Sicilian grandparents made it to like 95.
But did they live here or did they live over there?
They lived here.
For how long?
Like
their whole lives?
Like, okay, the World War II hit.
My nonna lived
and
here.
then
My
they
nonna
all
lived here for a
moved
minute. But you said what?
World War II hit, and they all moved here because they were like, nah, this is horrible. Like, the stories were just all bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
they're eating birds out of trees and shit. Yeah.
Sorting pasta to like get a can of like fake meat from the soldiers, like hiding in a cave while bombs drop, eating like, you know, like dried fava beans. Dried fava beans with like bugs in them, and then they're like, "Oh, that's the protein." You know, that's like horrible, dude.
Let's see what the space station is up to.
Offline.
I wouldn't be surprised. Where is it? NASA. NASA.
If they're gonna be offline though, they should make like a fun little catchy, like we're off air, you know, like they used to do in the 50s.
Oh, now they are offline.
You know, like maybe like
we have something. We have blackness.
It could be like a cartoon alien with a hammer.
Okay, so tell me,
saying, well, we gotta fix this.
I'm
We'll be right
watching
back.
this. Hold on, I'm watching this around the same time as I was yesterday. So tell me now why it's too dark to see the Earth, if it's live stream.
You got to turn on the light.
What is that?
I used to watch the NASA channel because they just keep that shit on all fucking day, where you could just look at the Earth.
Did they forget to turn on the projector of the Earth in their studio? They forgot the green. They forgot to turn on the green screen's image or something. Where is it?
Well, so okay. I don't know how that would. Yeah, I'm not smart enough. Never mind. Sorry.
Where is the Earth?
Tenno's dark. Tenno's dark.
What is this red
Yeah,
box
what?
over here? What is this?
What's the question?
Why is it dark?
Dark.
Well, we're probably on the nighttime side of the planet right now.
Oh.
But I think this is around the same time as I was watching yesterday, right?
Yeah, but you also have to remember how much faster the space station orbits the Earth.
Okay. But like
So it could possibly even do a double lap before it gets back to sun side.
wouldn't I see lights from Earth at all?
I mean, no, probably not because it's too far away.
But then what is
Like
this
you're talking
red
about,
what
like
is this
city
red
lights
box? What is this?
That I don't know. No idea.
Solar panel.
Bullshit. That's what it is.
Why are we Okay, so clearly there's light. Some source of light.
Right.
Right. What
External
Where-
lighting of some kind, maybe camera lighting.
No,
I
but
have no idea.
like if the light is coming from the center of it, why is the
That's a
shadow on
spacesuit.
the inside of the equipment?
That's a good. That's a good.
What is happening?
I don't know.
None of this makes sense.
I think it's the sunlight.
If it's sunlight, we'd be able to see the Earth, though, or a horizon glow or something.
Why wouldn't they just...
No, it's not facing the Earth though. It's like the sunlight that's coming from behind it, because it's facing the opposite fucking direction.
How do we get on the other side? That doesn't make sense. It's not making sense, Joe. We saw it fine yesterday.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's a floodlight from the station itself.
Why can't they get a 360 cam? I don't get it.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Why we continue using such shitty cameras?
Oh! The light color has changed.
They heard you talking
Those-
shit, so they switched it.
They're
Interference bars on the left.
Go blue! Go blue!
Purple.
What is happening?
What's funny is Ross Coulthart, the Australian guy that talks about UFOs, the reporter. He said he was doing a tour at Houston, NASA, and they were showing him around the control room, and they were looking at him and his wife were looking at all the different monitors, and then he noticed like these weird orbs that were flying near the space station, and he was like, "What's that?" And the guy literally just like the guy who's giving the tour, or excuse me, not the guy giving the tour, but the director of the control room who was explaining what everything was. He looked at somebody and kind of nodded, and then the person just flipped the feed and changed it. And then it said, "We're temporarily unavailable. We're offline right now."
Wait. So what was it that he asked? What's that about?
He basically saw a UFO and was like, "What's that? Can you explain what that is?" And they just changed the feed. They shut down the feed.
So was the feed like this live stream, or was it a different feed?
I don't know if it was this specific stream, but it was one of these live feed streams.
Did you see Tech 420's comment? He's like, he's a space expert apparently. He's like, it goes around the Earth once every 20 minutes. So we just need to wait like 5 more minutes.
Apparently.
Why does your
Apsy
stream
says,
keep pausing by itself?
Apsy says, "Put your titties away."
The question is, will the live stream not get disconnected before that happens? Because that's what I kind of like. Do they disconnect it so we don't see the transition from dark to day? It just comes back on. Like, oh, we're on the daytime side now. It's like,
Maybe.
That would explain why it's down a lot. I don't know.
It's a possibility.
And why they don't have the VODs up. So I guess we'll find out. Do we get to see the Earth light up before the disconnection screen, or is there going to be a disconnection screen?
I think the VOD part is probably the sketchiest part because, like,
there's no
let's say
VODs.
you do see something and you want to go back and check on it later.
You can't.
Yeah.
I can't even go back in time on this live stream. I can't rewind like 5 seconds.
So unless you're just like live capturing the whole time, you're just fucked.
Yeah.
You can go back on Kick, but you can't go back on Twitch.
So you're saying this is a niche that I could fill as a terrible streamer? I could just restream the space stream and actually have like a playback on it, and people would be like, "Oh, this is way better."
Yep.
Wow.
Unless NASA comes for you.
Okay.
There's like a DMCA takedown.
Then all of a sudden, Twitch is banning your channel and you don't know why.
Oh no.
That's crazy.
Yeah, NASA probably DMCA you.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm still confused how like the light. I'm assuming that this is a light source here of some kind because it's so bright. Why are the shadows on the inside? Why is it not casting light on the equipment from the correct side?
Oh, this guy's good. He wrote an Assassins.
Like, is my concept of light incorrect? I feel so confused.
I don't know. There's obviously a reflection of some kind. But you're in the ballpark.
Tony, don't blame our country. That's a question for humanity as a whole. Why we're doing things ass backwards technologically.
Does it always point?
It's been proven that we could be way more advanced than we are now. It's just they want to release it slowly onto the world so that it doesn't fuck everything up.
And makes more profit. But yeah.
Yeah.
Does it always point like toward the Earth, or does it like sometimes like drift to where it's like pointing up or something?
No, it never drifts.
Oh wow. Okay.
We only get one angle.
Yeah, you remember that movie with fucking Morgan Freeman and Keanu Reeves? And Keanu's character figured out about free energy, and Morgan Freeman was like
I
talking about
know
if
of
they
it,
did.
but
I
I've
forget
never
the name of
watched it.
Yeah, I've seen like clips, but like he was telling Keanu's character like if they released the free energy, like the stock market would crash and like all
Yeah.
this shit. He was basically
Of course.
explaining like like how shit would really go down.
Because one thing that
like,
people neglect to realize, right, when it comes to like this fossil fuels trap that we're in, we all agree that fossil fuels is going to run out. We all agree that it's not necessarily good for the environment and for our own
and we have
health,
alternate fuel sources.
right?
We don't need it anymore.
But not everybody agrees on that, right? Because people will argue about, well, hydration and fucking steam power and solar
Yeah, steam
power and
power's
all
been
this
around for- yeah,
isn't as effective, right? But one thing that people fail to realize is it's not just cars, right? It's not just the cars that's the problem. Like everything involves petroleum, all the way from us going to space, all the way down to it being used to make plastic. It's part of the process of making plastic. So everything in society that involves plastic runs off of fossil fuels. So we're not just talking about millions of dollars, we're talking trillions of dollars of society coming to a collapse.
Right.
It's just all wear hemp clothes, man.
But it would figure itself back out because of the fact that we would apply those alternate fuel sources or apply those alternate energy sources that we have that the people who have all the money into fuel don't want to be put out there. But I feel like it would, whether people like it or not, it would get put out there because of the mess that it would.
I feel like that's another reason why they're pushing so hard for disclosure, because they know that the fossil fuels are running out and they're going to have to find a legitimate way to introduce all of these suppressed technologies. You know what I mean? To be able to make it look real natural and smooth and be like, look at that. We figured out something we can transition to now.
Really? Do you think? Wait, if we get oil from the ocean, are we really running out?
I'm not gonna lie. I think what they're gonna end up doing is figuring out that if they inject plant matter deep enough into the ocean, it just like instantly turns into oil.
They probably already figured that shit out. They just
I
don't
know,
want it to be.
yeah. Because it's like the amount of pressure and heat you need is just not something you could like. I mean, you couldn't mimic it effectively, but you could use natural like parts of the earth to do it. So then certain parts of the earth would just turn into like petroleum production.
Sure, but
I've
even
seen
if
people make fuel with fermented corn.
Yeah,
It
let's
wasn't the
say
greatest.
for
Yeah, but it's too volatile and it breaks the engines too fast. It's not.
let's say for
Right.
example though that we're not really running out of fossil fuels. We still know that it's something that we're probably going to be using more than we can actually replenish. You know, like the whole concept of non-renewable resources.
Right.
So even in that sense, like you're still going to want to transition to something that's far more effective.
Yes, you have
Regardless
the
of-
process of making oil, but like no one really knows how long it really takes at that pressure because we can't really mimic
Exactly.
that pressure.
Yeah.
But look
Bingo.
at paper sources. I mean, we knew that hemp was an alternate paper source, but we kept cutting down trees because of the fact that there was already so much money being invested into cutting those fucking trees down, and there was no turning back. You know,
Guys, can you,
can look
by the
at
way, guys, can you hear the radio? My radio?
A little, but
Not
not.
really.
It's not annoying. I would have said so. I definitely would
I
have
was
said
trying
so.
to see how much of the noise cancellation would cut it out. Okay.
It's not bad, but no, like you can use that analogy with a lot of things. Like there are things that have always been in play, and there are alternatives to those things, but they don't want those alternatives to get out, whether it be an alternate paper source, alternate fuel source, alternate whatever. The
Not
people
until they're
who have already
ready.
yeah, and the people who've already invested the money, they don't want it to fucking get out.
Yeah. They gotta wait till all their ducks are in a row, all their investments pay out. Then they'll
Right.
do it. Then they could be
Or
like, "Oh snap, let's go."
yeah, they're waiting for it to just run out in general. Then they can be like, oh well, now that this is
How much
there's no
longer should
more,
we have to wait? I haven't seen it get any brighter yet.
She's still waiting.
I don't know.
Restart the loop. Tell NASA to restart the loop.
Yeah.
I think this guy was wrong. I don't think it's 20 minutes. Wait, buddy, like it can't be 20
I
minutes.
just can't believe that it's this dark. Must be really bad camera tech. Come on, let's replace it. And I just read too that apparently this live stream says, including inside views when the crew aboard the space station is on duty. That makes it sound like there's people on the station all the time. I'm sure that can't be the case, considering how bad this camera is. How often are they on duty? They're supposed to be, but then why has no one fucking upgraded this camera then if there's people there?
Because they're busy with other.
Doing what?
This is gonna be.
This is their job.
No. This is gonna be super sarcastic. I was gonna say because they're too busy filming fake interviews where they flip around a microphone to show you.
NASA tech has always been like shitty looking for some reason.
What do
like,
they
when it comes to
do
the
on board this? If they're on this vessel 24/7, how long have they been up there? Do they take shifts?
No, it takes a long time to catch all the crumbs and body things that fall off.
When do they
like,
rotate?
They're vacuuming.
When
probably.
do they come back to Earth?
Dude, you know how much napping I would do if I was an astronaut?
It's about all you could do, really. What else is there to fucking do?
Nothing. Not a goddamn thing.
So what? Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing up there this whole time?
They're drinking Tang and eating fucking dehydrated snacks.
I bet whacking it would suck in space.
Yeah, I wonder if it would like make you start spinning in circles and stuff.
They do have rotations. Do they ever land
And then
this
when you
craft
bust
and
a nut, it
switch,
just,
or
like,
is there
splatter,
a
like, everywhere.
lifeboat that comes for them?
Yeah, do we have any?
I see some glow. Yeah. Maybe Horizons.
Oh shit!
Soon.
It's real.
Allegedly.
Cryptopedia says, how far could nut travel in space?
These are the real questions.
These are the real science questions.
These are the things we need people to get to.
If you came in space, wouldn't it just hover?
Yes. It depends on whether or not they're showing us anti-gravity properly.
Wait, why is the glow not getting brighter? It's going away now. What is happening?
Bullshit. That's what's happening.
Maybe it's a meteor.
Oh no.
That's funny.
It's gone. It's going away again. What the fuck is this?
Oh, I did post a video from Ross Colhart about the mummies, the different
Okay.
Peruvian mummies. It's long, so what I would do is I would like basically just scrub through until you see every time you see a different looking mummy, then stop, watch it a little bit, and then skip ahead to the next mummy.
Okay.
And you'll just get to see all the different types there are.
Yeah, maybe it was a UFO. True.
It was a UFO.
Oh, that's weird. Did y'all see the light source just change on this? As if this is
Yep.
like almost like a door opened.
Maybe they're going outside to fix the camera because they're tired of you complaining.
Yeah, hopefully. What the fuck is this?
Oh, you know what would be funny? What if that light, any of the light sources that we've been looking at, are literally just coming from a window?
It could be.
And
honestly.
right now, somebody's in the module and they turn the lights on.
Maybe.
That's funny.
Yeah, I have no idea what the back of this looks like. Behind the camera. I don't know. This looks like a trash can with legs. Yeah, pretty much. It's probably what it is, to be honest.
Space trash.
Right now, it kind of looks like a little robot dude with his 2 eyes in his mouth. It's like a Sid the Sloth robot.
It's Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Dude, they're making new episodes of that.
I love that show. They did make new episodes with Patton Oswalt, and then they
Right.
stopped.
But I'm saying newer
bringing
than
it back.
that. Newer
Bringing
than
it
that.
back again.
You remember when they had Mike, the second guy?
Mm-hmm.
Like in the Sci-Fi Channel years? It's Mike and Kevin and Bill. They're doing new episodes.
Okay, because Joe was the first guy, right?
Right.
Yeah. Dude, that was my jam.
Felicia Day and Patton Oswalt are not coming back for the new episodes.
Find
Yeah,
a
'cause they
picture
didn't
of the
do too
space
hot.
station.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I blame Netflix because you know how they like to just cancel shit.
Yeah, that's right. It was a Netflix thing. Nah, but the old sci-fi era, MST3K was the shit.
Yo.
Fucking loved it.
And you know, they both got YouTube channels or Twitch channels too,
Yeah,
right?
and they got Twitch too. There's a Mystery Science Theater 3000 on Twitch. You can literally
And
watch it like 24/7.
And there's also a Riff Tracks channel, which is Mike, Kevin, and Bill.
I can't really tell.
Isn't that like their podcast?
Isn't that what?
Isn't that like their podcast?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing, but there's just no silhouettes at the bottom.
Oh yeah.
But they're still watching the movie and fucking just cracking jokes. And they could be a little bit more raunchier because they're not on public television, you know?
Their references are fucking hilarious because they'll just start naming people from like the industry that like if you know, you know.
Mm.
A lot of the humor is very inside humor.
I can't really tell what part of the space station we're looking at here. This is an arm, but the rest of
Hey.
it doesn't really match, so I don't know.
See if you can pull up a diagram that shows where all the live feed cameras are supposed to be. See if they
The
even
last
give
time
us
I
that
watched
info.
this, it was just a camera facing the earth and it didn't move. It was just standing still, looking at the fucking earth. I don't know what this fucking did.
That's a lot more entertaining than this is.
Yeah, like it was the last time I watched this, it was the actual NASA channel on TV, not on YouTube. Like you had to pay for cable to get it. There has to be a way to find the one that's just staring at the Earth. I'll try to find it.
Your tax dollars at work.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's hard. I can't find a good one. Whatever.
And she gave up.
I'm just wondering if it'll actually transition. Oh, the glow's back into daytime, or if it'll cut off and then come back as full daytime.
I found one, but I don't know if it's real or fake. I'll just put it in the media share and see what you think.
Why don't they have like 360 cameras? You know how they have 360 cameras
Yeah,
on
that's
cars
what I
and
asked
stuff?
yesterday.
Wait, yo,
Mhm.
that's gotta be the Earth's like edge. We're about to see a light. That's gotta be it, right?
Well, I saw that earlier.
Oh, that
too,
is the
and
Earth.
I saw it
That's
earlier.
the horizon of the Earth.
It went away again.
So we are facing the Earth. It's just that we can't see shit.
Yeah.
'Cause
Right.
there's no
Yeah,
light.
I see it now. Well, no, I put one in the media share, but I don't know if it's real. I just put it there.
Dude, we're watching the sunrise. But kind of weirdly.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. This doesn't show that the Earth is flat.
Here, watch this. Yes, it does.
T, can you look at the video I posted in media share and tell me if it's real or fake?
Sure, hold on.
Thank you.
Well, I mean,
Because there
That's
were a
gotta-
few there were a few live feeds of the Earth, but I didn't know if they were all real or if they weren't.
That's the ice wall right there. You see it right there? Yeah.
So here's the thing about this link that you found.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not an official NASA channel. It says
Right, I knew that.
but it says it's a NASA feed from the ISS. But if that's the case, then what the hell is Ammo watching?
right.
I don't know.
Because the shot that we're looking at on the other channel is of the planet during the day, of Earth during the day.
See? Nobody
Interesting.
knows. Nobody knows.
Well, aren't there multiple cameras from different angles around the Earth?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, like, if this other
The other
channel
camera wasn't even live.
said that this was from a different satellite, then I'd be like, cool. But they're both saying, both Ammo's channel and the one you sent are both saying they're on the ISS, so they both can't be
check.
right.
Yeah, the other view's not actually live on NASA's channel right now.
Oh, it's not. This is
Mm-mm.
what is it then?
We only have this one. Oh, and it's gone. Fucking bitch asses. Watch it come back in its daytime.
Temporary
Fuck you.
interrupted due to. They should just
Fuck
change all that
you.
to interrupted by aliens. Yeah,
And it just started showing the planet too. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Joe, the one that you found is claiming that it's actually over near Turkey right now. Actually, it's going over Iraq.
Fucking NASA.
That's the one that go to the one that I put in the media share, Ammo, real quick. Put that one on.
Fucking NASA. No, I want to see when this fucking comes back. This is the NASA one. No one's gonna have a more legit view of NASA than NASA. The other one could be uploaded VOD that someone is saying is live. You girls did that shit all the time. We used to live stream
Okay.
VODs.
Who be posting this? Somebody put in media share, the TikTok teacher who sleeps with her students.
I don't want to watch that. It's gross.
Margot's got money troubles.
Nike fires 1,400 people. Okay.
Oh shit.
Look what you did. Look what you did.
I predicted what happened. Yeah, I'm good.
No,
I
they
know.
heard you. They heard you, and they were like, "Fuck this, we're turning it off."
But that would just prove my point then.
Yep.
I know,
That's what
but
I was waiting for.
They said, no more feed for you.
No more for you. No soup for you.
Yeah, the mothership is about to come into view. Right, like the cigar shape that they described from all the pictures. Yeah. So they have to like cut. They're always hovering at the. They're always hiding in the horizon line, right? So that's how people can't see them. And so they're just following the horizon lines. Every time the thing passes the horizon line, they gotta cut the feed.
Classic Star Trek trick.
Cloaking. Mothership's cloaking in the horizon glow. Typical.
NASA always cuts the feed. I've been with shit. Fucking NASA. NASA stands for never a straight fucking answer, bro.
I've seen this question in chat a few times. How's Mango? Who's Mango?
Mango's one of my birds, but fine.
Oh.
He
Oh,
was
you
never
named a bird after Mango?
The fruit. Yes.
Like the Chris Kattan SNL character?
I don't know who that is.
Did you have that bird before or after they filmed Mango?
Classic.
I don't even remember. I think before.
NASA be seeing aliens and they hate us. Okay.
Wow, so they made a movie about your bird. That's so cool.
It would have been a better movie if they had.
Maybe I won't say his name, but somebody's being awfully quiet today
Who?
amongst your birds.
Oh, it's because he's sleeping right now.
Did he get some?
No, he's just sleeping.
He got tired of being horny, so he's asleep now.
I guess.
Dang, it'd be like that.
Oh no, I don't want to. Okay, I'm gonna do both. I have to do both, so I can see when it comes back.
Right now, the controversial discovery that's either a devious hoax or some believe could shatter everything we thought we knew about life on Earth. We travelled to Peru, chasing
Yeah, like this part, you can
claims of a
skip this because it's like
mystery
the
for
touristy
1,000
part, right?
years. In a remote
Is
location.
this the first one?
Claim to have grave robbers, known locally in Peru as huequeros, claim to have stumbled upon desiccated bodies in a remote location north of the Nazca Desert, so-called tridactyl three-fingered beings. These purported tridactyl mummies present as supposedly intact beings, three-fingered, three-toed, with elongated skulls, large eye sockets, and bodies coated in a white, powdery, diatomaceous earth made out of a natural preservative from old algae. Now, they've been dubbed the Nazca mummies. Now, it's probably a bit confusing to call them the Nazca mummies because they are, in fact, a range of beings. First up, there are small reptilian-like beings. Then there are, believe it or not, insectoid beings with wings, ranging right through to larger humanoid beings. They
Those I find
quickly
more
gathered
interesting.
global
Those.
imagination.
Look at that.
Were
That's
they
crazy.
evidence of a pre-existing extraterrestrial civilization, or are they just an elaborate and devious hoax? We visited Peru to see firsthand and up close
Peru is
multiple
interesting a place
sets of
to
bodies
do a hoax,
that
though,
some
because it's
claim
plausible.
to be definitive proof
With the
of
Nazca lines
not
type
only that
stuff.
aliens have visited this planet,
Yeah.
but they've been here for centuries. We set out to investigate these claims, and there are, as we've discovered, good reasons to be highly sceptical. But we do believe that whatever these objects are, they do warrant rigorous, independent scientific investigation.
You know what they could be, little winged guys? What if that was real gargoyles back when they were
Fairies.
roaming the planet?
Motherfucking fairies.
Could be. Could be.
My recent trip to Peru took us to the skies to investigate the mysterious Nazca lines.
This was one of the first episodes I saw of Ancient Aliens when they did the Nazca lines.
Yeah, the Nazca lines are interesting for sure.
Yeah, just because you can only see them from so far up, you
These
know that they were made
vast
to signal
ancient
people from
geoglyphs
space.
carved into the earth thousands of years ago form precise shapes of animals, plants and geometric patterns so large they can only be properly seen from the air.
Is that a dick?
Yep.
Which brings us to an obvious question. Why would a society without flight technology take the time to craft such a display?
Oh, that's a bird. That's got to be a bird.
Nazca is the site of
Yeah,
much
one of them's a
mystery
hummingbird.
which challenges our modern understanding, and it's the location of the first set of mysterious so-called tridactyl mummies, which I saw during my reporting trip. This particular set have been seen before, and they inspire heated, frothing debate between advocates and debunkers, starting with this, a highly controversial hearing that took the world by storm.
But it was not the right way to do it. And so
Researchers say the so-called alien bodies are fabricated or modified human mummies rather than extraterrestrials.
There is a lot of skepticism here about whether these are real, whether this is legitimate. We ourselves can't verify any of this, so we are skeptical about what we're seeing here in this nation when it comes to the origins of
fake as
these
hell.
things in
Yeah,
this
it's
video.
like paper
Nonetheless,
mache
these
almost.
displays were a part of a legitimate Mexican
Yeah, those are the ones that I
congressional
saw.
hearing. Ryan Graves, the former Navy pilot who actually testified before the
those
U.S.
aren't real?
Congress back in July, he was also there sharing his story and his
Then why do they have this
experiences
fucking
with
press conference?
UAPs.
Greetings.
Because I'll tell you why. Because Jaime Maussan, he's the one who pushed for them to go into their congressional hearing, right? And unfortunately, that guy, as much as he has done good for the UFO community, the guy believes way too much, like to the point where he gets duped by everybody. You know what I mean? Like he wants to believe so hard that he's willing to overlook logical questions, unfortunately. And so sometimes people come to him with fake shit, and he's like, "This is amazing. The world needs to know."
Yeah.
In the most also a hearing that let you define control a single skeleton and were not assembled or manipulated. Many scientists dispute are prehistorists of any investigative actors the
Why there is
So let's that this being is the result of hybridization. Somebody manipulated its DNA artificially to create this being. This intrigues me because that is obviously, it looks like a different species from this species. Is it?
completamente. Por lo que he visto, por lo menos tenemos unos 5 o 6 especies.
As we have seen, as of today, we have seen like about 5 or 6 different species.
5 or 6 different species.
Definitivamente.
And is one of these reptilian?
Esta es la que pensamos que son las
So this
reptilianas.
is Albert.
Sí.
And why do you say it's reptilian? What are the features that make it reptilian?
Por todas las características que tiene.
Besides the larger head in relation to the body, they have scales.
Where?
Scales, like a reptilian scale.
Okay, hold on a second. Can we pause for a second? I just wanted to point out, and I'm not trying to mock this person. I'm trying to say that everybody's allowed to have their own opinion, but this is the surface level stuff I'm talking about that I wish we could get past. Adirone, I guess that's pronounced, in chat said, I don't believe in any aliens. Just imagine there are billions of star systems, and it would take tens of hundreds of years to fly. This is nonsense about aliens. Okay, so if we finally kind of got some kind of disclosure and said that there were some kind of extraterrestrial beings, then we could stop asking that question, and then we could start asking, how did they get here? What are they using to get here? Because clearly they did get here.
Portals.
Yep, probably. Okay, sorry, rant over.
No, wormholes make more sense.
No tienen como tienen el humano tibia, peroné, ni cúbito, ni radio. Son solamente una sola pieza.
The peroné bone, the cubic bone, they do not have those bones.
Forgive me, I am a natural skeptic. I look at Albert and I think it looks artificial. It looks like a doll. Could it have been a real creature? It looks barely plausible as a living being.
Nosotros hicimos el examen de Albert.
We analyzed Albert.
Sí, le hemos hecho una ventana en
that is
la
ET.
cabeza.
And open a window on the skull.
En el cuerpo, o sea, en el intercostal derecho.
On the right intracostal rib.
Cuando hicimos el corte, son tejidos, ¿no? Son tejidos. Y cuando
we found tissues.
Hicimos una ventana, encontramos que tiene masa encefálica.
And when we opened the skull, we found brain mass.
Do you have pics?
Y en el costal derecho hay un órgano parecido al hígado.
And on the right side of the rib, intercostal opening, we found an organ that resembles the liver.
Llevamos al laboratorio de la UNI.
We took the samples to the National University of Engineering, which is a very serious university, by the way. And they found that it was organic material, not as the detractors were saying that it's made of wool, it's filled with carton. No, it was organic.
Are there any implants in any of these beings?
Que María, no lo hemos visto, María dice que tiene.
Some of the other samples have several implants, some of them with gold, some of them more with copper, etc. These ones we know, for example, Maria has an implant in the sacrum, inside the bone. It seems that she has an implant in the sacrum.
And you mentioned Albert had an implant.
También parece que tiene por la pierna.
Yes, and Albert seems to have an implant by the hip, or the femur.
La unión del sacro con el fémur.
Yeah, at the joint of the sacrum and the femur.
Is there resistance from the Peruvian government to help get to the bottom of what these beings are?
Demasiado. Yo no sé cuál es la intención, pero demasiado.
Yes, there is plenty.
Hemos
I don't know
sufrido
their intentions, but there are plenty.
acoso constante, ¿no? De querer llevarse estos cuerpos.
Haven't they already proven that wormholes would probably like theoretically be the most?
They have tried to take them away several times. And I don't know why, because the government doesn't
Basically,
have
like makes more sense to travel like a long distance in a short period of time.
Versus what?
Agreements with other
I don't know, just like maybe not versus anything. Like I thought wormholes would like maybe like the only thing that we pretty much determined.
What do you think is the difference between a wormhole and a portal?
These pressure
Nothing.
tactics.
Well, worms are really small, so then like it'd just be a really tiny one.
Will you get out of here?
See these beings.
I mean, when you watch Rick and Morty, I mean,
studies have been conducted.
Don't watch Rick and Morty, you brain rotted degenerate.
That's what I also ask myself. I don't know where that.
My favorite was somebody tried to once tell me that like
Pero
Rick
lo
and Morty
cierto
was
es
like
que
breaking
I was also
scientific
suspicious of
bounds.
their intent.
I can't.
Like
I
the,
can't
the
stand
That
Rick
they
and Morty.
wanted to
It's so
disappear
fucking
the
annoying.
ones that are here in
like
front of
they were
us.
like, man, nobody's
But
done this in
since then,
sci-fi
I mean,
before, and I'm
many more
like, Jesus
bodies have
Christ.
Yes,
appeared.
they have. It's
And
just that Rick and Morty just kind of
and
stood on the
now
shoulders
also
and
the
did their own
little
thing with
about the
shit that's
little
already been
ones, the
done.
small ones, even more.
But I stopped watching
We've
it because
learned
it
that there
did
are
get
even more of those bodies.
What do you
tiring.
say to people
should start watching
around the
Simpsons.
world? I think most people around the world
Started watching
have
Smiling
read news
Friends.
stories telling them that these are just fake objects.
Smiling Friends
What do
is
you
real.
say to those people?
Weird.
Miren,
It's weird.
quiero darles a ellos.
They're completely delicate bodies. If we wanted to add a phalange to them or an extra
That's why you should
finger
watch
or
Futurama.
change them like that, they would break. We have been sued because of these, falsely sued, accusing us of modifying bodies and stuff. You can see for yourself the head, the characteristics. When you analyze the CT scans carefully,
What's
people
the
that know,
new
they will
cartoon?
find that
Is there a
they
new
are,
cartoon?
organic, integral beings.
Final question, sir.
Like there's Simpsons,
These are
there's
real. Obviously,
Family
the
Guy.
implications are huge for humanity.
I said Smiling Friends.
Would it be fair to say that your
Smiling
biggest
Friends?
fear is that this may continue to be suppressed history?
Bueno, yo ya no creo en eso.
There are other discoveries that are perhaps complementing, I would say, what we are seeing here with the bodies. For example, this craft flying around in the atmosphere that are being discussed more openly nowadays. And maybe these bodies would corroborate that we have been visited also in the past.
So what can we do to assist you to get further investigation to confirm that hybridization?
Bueno, la ayuda la están haciendo ustedes.
Yes, by letting know about the existence of these beings that humanity has the right to know.
Do you worry about the ridicule and stigma that is attached to talking about UFOs?
Bueno, no, más bien me complace eso.
It pleases me that those findings are perhaps correlating with these ones. And it makes me wonder why the similar beings have been seen and depicted in different parts of the world as well.
Well, it's good science to ask the question, sir. So thank you so much for showing these to us.
Now,
It looks
the
like
proponents
chiseled rock
argue, of
almost.
course, that these are authentic, ancient beings, perhaps tied to the Paracas culture's skull elongation practices, supported by
Skull
international experts
elongation.
like forensic scientist
See, do you-
Dr.
can you see
John
what I'm seeing?
McDowell
Can you see-
and
doesn't it
a
look kinda like
Mexican
chiseled rock?
forensic doctor.
Yeah, because that's the diatomaceous earth mummifying the body.
Yes.
Okay.
The remnants of the organs are similar to those of humans. Modern and very rare. You need tons of aluminum ore to get a little bit of osmium.
Pocket pool, what
It's
makes this
intriguing. What a
bullshit? You
mystery.
can't just say
Look at
bullshit
the
and not
tips
have a
of the
reason why.
fingers.
I mean, clearly there's
La-
something
la
sitting in
punta de
front
los
of him they're talking about.
Sí, en la puntita de los dedos.
The digital imprints are there.
This one I think is the most interesting looking. He got a big old head. He got gray eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
Sí, en la punta.
Like, what the fuck is that?
Is this
Yeah.
baby stored inside the woman's body?
No, no. Estos humanoides, ninguno tiene huevos.
So there's a womb.
None of the humanoid types have eggs.
Los de la otra especie, que son de los reptilianos.
Pocket pool,
sí
they
tienen
don't. The U.S. government doesn't need to take it. They're dead mummies. They've got live ones. What do they need a dead mummy for?
And so this hole here, does it indicate she had been wounded previously?
Este hueco aquí en la frente indica que ha sido herida ahí.
No, no es un hueco, es un implante.
No, it's not a hole, it's an implant.
It's been grafted.
And what's the purpose of the implant?
Es un metal.
¿Cuál sería el propósito de?
You know what it's giving me vibes of, to be honest? Motherfucking YouTube.
Well, no. Okay.
The implant, basically the head thing. I mean, in the anime it had a full armor too, but this is also valid.
A feeble effort. A Pikachu cannot defeat Mewtwo in battle.
Brain implant to control it.
I didn't mean to defeat you.
I just needed to distract you.
Consider us distracted heavily.
This movie was good.
What have you done?
What if it was like that? You know, it also kind of looks like the position he was in the tank.
Yeah, I was about to say the hibernation tank that they had him in. He was like in a fetal position.
Where they were growing the clone in.
Mm-hmm.
That's a real version, but yeah. Mewtwo's origin story is so sad. So sad.
Where's your dumplings and shit?
I've been eating them. I have them.
The first Pokemon
Oh,
movie,
damn. I didn't
Mewtwo
even see
Strikes
that.
Back, is usually regarded as one of the best. But are you sure you've seen the whole thing? Mewtwo's birth, or the uncut story of Mewtwo's origin, was an additional short
So
that
sad.
serves as a prequel to the story, depicting Mewtwo's early days. It originally started as a Japanese radio drama to serve as a prequel to Mewtwo Strikes Back the movie. Once it was adapted into an anime format after a year, it was included in later home
What's up with you? The fuck on what?
On an investment.
What is this investment?
It is in a startup.
Oh no.
It is a gambling startup.
No, don't do that.
Why not?
Where's it even legal at? Oh, we have. And what did I tell you? Of course, cuts back to perfect view of full lit Earth. Bullshit.
I can talk to you after stream, but there's an NDA I had to sign, so I can't say it on stream.
Okay.
But
We'll have to talk
yeah,
later.
It'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Exactly what I also what happened? The camera look like I don't know. It looks a little different to me. Maybe just I guess the thing that was glowing was actually part of this reflective part here.
You cool?
Don't lose too much money.
Don't lose too much money?
Yeah.
How much is too much?
More than $1,000.
Ah, that's fine. We'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Didn't that's crazy. I fucking called this bullshit. It was
It
gonna
does look like a green screen.
It was gonna cut off before the transition, and then eventually come back fully lit Earth. Fucking
You know why,
bullshit.
right? You know why, right?
Why?
They had to dress the set.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just back it up. Oh wait.
You can't. And also, it went down, so you can't. Even if I backed it up, it'd just be the. It would just be
It went down
the-
for a long time
Yeah.
too. That was kind of sussy.
Yeah.
Never.
I wonder if they'll cut it again when it transitions to dark time, or at least the next daylight thing. You know, could be a long loop. I don't know.
Bastards.
Elon, if you're listening, build me a Gundam.
So suspicious.
I'll pilot it.
Weird shit, man.
Why does this keep doing this? Okay, there we go.
They gotta hide what's behind the ice wall. They gotta wait till we get back to the Earth we're used to. This part of the sphere. Could
You know,
be.
out of all the like random bullshit AI videos that come out, did you ever see the one of like the lion alligator thing that crawled over the ice wall?
No.
It was so
No.
ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. I was like, okay.
Didn't see that. It's
Did you
fucking
see that video of that creature that washed up on the shore? That was like a combination of different animals.
No.
Montauk monster?
I think, I don't know. It was like I forget what the combination of it was, but it was weird looking.
Is the other view back now
They
that
said
it's daytime? No. Okay. Well.
They said it came from like an island not too far, like where there's some
Yeah.
experimentation going on.
Plum Island, that's near Montauk. It's the Montauk monster.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yep.
What is
That was
this?
done before there was AI art was rampant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wasn't it like technically real, or was it like made? I forget.
It more than likely was the decomposing body of something else normal.
Yep, the Montauk monster.
I think the
Yeah,
only
it has
reason
like a bird beak.
it got any attention is because it's close to Plum Island, and Plum Island is where the government does bio weapon research.
Which view is it?
It's a lot of any of those, like the one that's on the left, just anything that looks like a bloated body in the sand.
The one right there, yeah, the one that has like a bird beak for a mouth. That one's the one that I saw.
The funny part though is, like, nothing ever came of that story. Like, nobody tested the body or anything. They were just like, ew, look at this gross body, and then that was it.
That's weird, man.
I mean, that may not be a beak. That could be like the bone under the facial tissue.
Yeah, like look up the skull of a raccoon.
Yeah, that's what they said. I remember now. Yeah, they were like, it looks like a beak, but it's really the skin like rotted away or came off or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I can see it being a raccoon. Like
The only thing I would say about
it would be bloated from the water.
Yep.
The float and bloat,
What if he was already fat and then he became also bloated?
Some Dr. Moreau.
Yeah, the only thing I would say about the part about Plum Island that doesn't add up is, yes, they do bio research there and bioweapon research
it looks
there.
like raccoon paw pads.
But if this
similar.
creature had anything to do with Plum Island, that doesn't really make a lot of sense because all their stuff is germ warfare oriented. You know what I mean?
The paws look like a raccoon. The shape.
So like, unless they're gonna do, like, I don't know, a new rabies weapon and then give it to the raccoon, maybe. But other than that, it wouldn't make a lot of sense for them to have full-fledged multicellular animals as weapons.
They could test the shit on the animals.
Yeah. Maybe. The most interesting thing that comes from Plum Island, though, like as far as conspiracies go, is it's a fact that when Plum Island was built back in the 50s, one of the head researchers there was one of the Operation Paperclip Nazis, who specifically was doing germ warfare for the Nazis, right, before he was brought over. And guess what his favorite deployment system was?
What?
Insects, specifically ticks.
Oh, ticks?
And guess where Lyme disease came from?
Oh, that bastard.
So we can thank him for that.
There were a lot of Nazi defectors. A shit ton.
And you know those ticks that are giving everybody the meat disease?
No, I don't.
Yeah, like people can't eat red meat once they get infected by this tick.
Maybe they're infecting the bees, and that's what's pollinating our food and making a lot of problems.
I'm thinking that was probably one of his babies too. These ticks that make people unable to eat red meat.
That's wild.
He's trying to create vegans?
I think more so that you create a like a nutritional imbalance.
People get weaker.
Because you don't need to. It's all about moderation, right? You don't need to eat red meat all the time, but it does have its benefits in certain nutritional deficiencies.
It depends on your blood type and your body type. There are people who can live off of red meat and only red meat, and there's people that can't because of their cholesterol and other shit.
I know, all I know is if I wasn't able to eat a steak every once in a while, I'd be a very sad person.
Mm-hmm. People talk about how red meat's bad, but it's really not.
Desconocemos. Pero he has need to be an entire paleo. Show similarly that the finger mostly analysis suggests on remote and searches.
Where is another mummy?
Non, non, non.
I
think there might be
know
one more.
how. Oh, here we go.
Un produit qu'elle a.
Look at this
So
little
the
guy.
brown colouring is not the actual colour of the body. It's,
Comme
it is
un
the,
bitume, comme un
the
bitume.
salt
Is that
or
real?
The chemical that was
We don't know, Joe.
to clean it up.
She was pregnant.
Yeah.
The enceinte, yes.
Oui.
And I guess this is the osmium implant.
Now, one of the things that I will say
So
is
osmium
interesting
is one of
about
the
some of
world's
these,
rarest
and I
and most
cannot remember
expensive
for the life of me which ones in particular, but some of them have metal implants, which I think is hella weird because, let's just say for the sake of argument, these are mummified, malformed children of some sort, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why do they have metal plates in them?
It's like an Vader's
To hold it
in
together
case.
and break it apart.
Who's putting metal plates in their body?
Well, do they put the metal plates to hold the mummy together because it's like breaking apart, or was like?
Well, according to the
where
people
does
who've
that-
studied them, they look like surgical. You know how like sometimes when you get a hip replacement, they put pins in and shit like that.
Yeah.
Neuralink.
That's weird. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. My bad.
And there is a band of osmium embedded into her flesh at the top of her chest.
How many $1,000 per gram?
Oh, it was some ridiculous amount.
An enormous amount. At a time where it hadn't even been discovered according to human.
Do we know how? Oh, here we go. There's the radiology scan. So this is Josephine.
Yeah. Si. Yeah.
What do we know? Has she had DNA carbon dating?
Non. On a juste fait des analyses.
No, she's had no test done. It's Victoria, the object that we saw in Ica, that has had the DNA.
Une autre?
Yes. Là, c'est Paul. Et ce qui est intéressant dans ce spécimen, c'est que on voit la peau.
So this specimen is called Paul, and what's interesting about it is that we can see the skin.
Ouais. On voit bien la.
See the skin, huh?
It'd be hard to do stuff with only 3 fingers and like no thumbs.
De la peau.
We can see the texture of the skin.
Oh my goodness me.
I don't think it would be that hard if all you're doing is pushing buttons.
Et pareil, il a été.
Oh yeah, maybe they
rendu
like
d'un
developed
bitume.
into just
So
like
he's-
Un peu
typing
comme
keyboards.
tu sais, les Égyptiens
Mickey Mouse.
mettaient
How do
du
you cook it
natron.
with a 3-finger?
Après, ils mettaient un bandage. Le bandage, c'est un peu la diatomée. On peut presque faire une comparaison dans le processus de.
So in fact, he's comparing the preservation, thanks to the diatomaceous earth, as comparable to how the Egyptians preserved bodies.
So, is there a scan, an internal scan of this being?
Est-ce qu'on a fait un écran, un scan
Oui, oui,
de
oui.
l'intérieur?
Oui.
Yes.
And can we see that?
Ah, le scanner radio ou scanner
Qu'est-ce que vous en avez?
X-ray.
X-ray
Radio,
ici.
ouais. Amazing.
I mean,
X-ray.
look, I suppose at a stretch
Non.
you could construct this object superficially with a 3D printer or something, and
That was
But-
something I thought of, but apparently it's not doable.
C'est fine assez.
but I don't know how you would recreate the internal sinews, tendons, muscles, organs. I mean, if it is a hoax, it's an incredible hoax, and I don't know for what benefit it would be a hoax.
No, it would be the most advanced 3D scanner in the world.
It'd be amazing.
Or not of this world.
I don't understand why the Peruvian government and certain debunker scientists would be just peremptorily dismissing these objects and saying, without investigating, they're just fake, they're fabricated. These must be investigated.
It's because America hadn't yet given the go on disclosure, okay?
They must be analysed
That's why.
by independent, peer-reviewed scientists.
They can't say yes until we say yes.
To the possibility that these are non-human, intelligent, advanced beings that existed on this planet. That's the implication.
That's the implication.
I did that in Peru too. Not in that part, but different part.
That's amazing.
Put your head in there and make noises.
Yeah, it's fun.
That's
pretty cool, right?
something.
That surprised me.
Yeah, it actually resonates. He's right. It resonates.
You can feel it in
it's
your
just
bones.
like the one we went to in Egypt. It's the same thing. So two separate civilizations discovered the ability to use stone to tune into frequencies in different parts of the world.
Okay, I think the interesting part's done.
Yeah, pretty much. The rest is just him fucking around in the temples.
Oh, it's down again. Of course it is. Of course it is.
Oh my god, who keeps posting this stuff?
It's
Now in media
wall.
share, now in media shares, mayor has sex with teen in front of her kids at family pool party.
The ice wall. Bro, y'all might be right, chat. Maybe it is the ice wall. They can't show us. How do you find this content? NASA International Space Station. I mean, it's on NASA's channel. Just go to NASA and go to their live video. You too can watch Nothing with me.
Act now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ice wall is probably why they only ever show us part of like one section of the Earth from like the tippy top, is because beyond that would be the ice wall ring, and then you have the actual rest of the Earth with all the daemons and shit.
I'm gonna send you in media share this stupid AI creature crawling over the ice wall.
Sure, send it to me.
Just so you can see it. It's entertaining. It's stupid, but it's entertaining. It looks like something out of Subnautica Below Zero.
He's like, it's so bad, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I mean, it'd make a cool movie. Adventures in the Ice Wall.
It did not.
I mean, hey, the Earth could actually be shaped like this, where it's like a dome, but it's slightly rounded, and that the space station, that's why it keeps fucking up when it transitions, because it's like, no, don't see the weird ice wall ring. And then the blackness that we see in the dark side is literally under it. That could be hilarious. That would be hilarious. That'd be so funny.
You see that one that looks like a funny hat on the white background? The diagram.
This one? Or which one?
No, the last row. Or I should say bottom row. That one.
The pod poop?
That is the weirdest explanation diagram that I've ever seen so far.
Yeah.
From flat earthers. I'm like, I don't even understand how that works, but okay.
Yeah. See, I would see it more as like this bubble is the top of a bigger Earth, and then outside the ice ring is still the rest of the globe. Does that make sense? That's how I would view it as.
Yeah, Pocket Pool, we've seen videos of him before explaining about the Antarctica base and the cube.
I can't find like a diagram of like how I would envision it if it was like to be like there's an ice wall, but it's also a globe.
You should ask ChatGPT to make a diagram for you. I mean, there's already enough misinformation out there. Why not add one more?
Sure, why not? It's too Gemini.
Spotted Rusty, yeah, I think that's whole Polynesian culture believes in the giant turtle creation story.
Give me a diagram that's a hybrid between
chicken nuggets
globe
or
Earth
chicken nuggets for dinner?
and flat Earth. Have the flat Earth map with the ice wall be the top of the globe, and beyond the ice wall is the rest of the planet that we can't see. All right, let's see what it comes up with.
That prompt might be a little too wordy. You might have to break it down.
Well, we're gonna see how smart it is. I mean, it didn't make a different land, but yeah, essentially. But like down here would be the other world, not the countries we know. But I mean, it tried. But like this would be more of a globe.
Picture.
I mean, it would be more of a globe. It didn't.
Just ask it to make edits to just this picture itself and not start from scratch.
Well, I mean, not even. Actually, it did it wrong. I'm thinking like the wall is still part of it. It's not flat on top. It's like top of the globe. How do I explain that to the AI?
It's like a snow cone.
I don't know.
It's Hollow Earth theory, right? At the end of the day.
I mean, that's a different theory entirely, Joe. So no, it's not. That's not it at all.
Okay, never mind then.
So are you saying that it might still be kind of globular, but the ice wall is kind of like the equator?
But not in the middle of the Earth.
I'm
Because
just trying to
they only ever show us the top of the, like the very top of the globe from space.
Right.
So it'd be like maybe like fourth or to a third down the globe, have the ice wall. Paint might just be easier. Not that I believe in it. I'm just saying that if there was an ice wall, this is the only way I could see it being a thing. So let's do.
But on that map, it's still showing that like shit's beneath us, though, right? Like that's why I got confused.
It would be
looked
like.
there was still things.
No, why are we changing colors? Okay. So let's get our marker or whatever. Let's fill this in first, actually. Bloop. All right.
Beach, go watch that video I sent you and tell me what you think.
Oh gosh, not that cool.
Pretty funny.
Couldn't you just go under the fucking ice wall?
So we're gonna say like these are the continents that we know. Disregard the shape. I'm lazy. Okay.
Lazy.
Blah 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 blah. Doesn't matter. It's at a weird angle.
Is this a top view or a side view?
Hold on.
Whoa. I like your attempt at least making continents.
Yeah, something like that. And then we're gonna have Antarctica is not a blob at the bottom. It's actually spread out. The map is just weird that we know. Okay, so it'd be like blah blah ice wall blah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But they only ever show us way up here for their live streams. Okay.
Right.
And they're going like essentially like
just saying.
Yeah. They only ever show us the top of the Earth. And then underneath are continents that we don't even know about. Maybe Lemuria. Where did that go? Well, maybe it's down here. I don't know. You know, who knows? Maybe the Garden of Eden's down here too. Maybe
they say Atlantis is behind the ice wall.
Yeah, maybe Atlantis is back here. Just, you know, doing its thing. I don't know.
What if Nibiru never really was a planet? It was just another continent.
Right. Who knows?
Who the fuck knows?
Maybe Zeta Reticuli is also another continent. I don't fucking know. That is essentially my theory, or what of how that would work. If for the Earth to not be flat, but there also to be an ice wall.
Now, screen cap that and feed that to ChatGPT. Only because I want to just see it make a really cool looking diagram for you.
I don't even know how to describe it still. But then, like, beyond the wall, you got, like, dragons and shit. I don't know. Dinosaurs still.
You could still just tell it based on this photo, though, right? You submit the photo and you say, this represents this represents this, generate a picture of this.
We only get the tip.
Hell, I'll do it if you want. If you send that picture to me.
It. I'll crop it.
I just want to see something, like, super scientific looking. Because it's fun.
Sure. Let me take my screen off. I don't know what it's going to show when I press save to images. Yeah, right. But then essentially you would have like the planes and stuff just going from continent in like a half, like it's kind of a dome, like circle or whatever. And then the satellites, you know, maybe this fucking bullshit. That's why they keep turning off the feed, because it's hitting the ice wall on two different sides. And most of the time the feed is just dark or off. I don't know.
They're all like, don't show the bottom of the ice wall.
Yeah, don't show the ice wall.
Somebody told me that when you touch the ice wall, that like it starts an earthquake.
What?
Yeah, they were like, it's just security, and I was like, what? They're like, yeah, man. When you make it to the ice wall, you can't touch it because if you touch it and try to get through it, it automatically starts an earthquake.
Well, shit.
I was just like, oh.
Okay, I'm gonna upload it to the UFO thread. There you go.
You get to have a little creative fun at work. You know, it would also be even funnier is if like you just took this image as is and you made it part of like a grade school fucking conspiracy theory display. Let's learn about the ice wall, kids.
No, because then like the flat Earth map could be accurate, but maybe it's looking at from like a top-down view. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. Like this is like the top of the, if you were looking straight down at the globe. That's
Leech,
just
go look at the
theory.
reference I sent you.
That's just a theory.
But don't take my word for it. Doo-doo.
Do-do-do-do. Because, like, with that, given that Greenland's still, like, the top of the planet, because it'd be, like, in the center, right? The Arctic Circle, whatever. The seasonal changes would still work in theory of, like, light being there a lot of the time. Like, half the year or whatever. All the northern stuff that's actually in the center on top. It's just, like, more compressed. I don't know what that would
If
say
this
for
is
the
true,
equator theory,
wouldn't it-
though. I'm not sure. But, I mean, you know, there still has to be volcanic activity, right? So maybe it's just like a ring of fire or different parts of the globe. It doesn't have to be in the center.
The Earth would be a shit ton bigger if this was true.
And it just might be.
It could be. We never see all of it from space, apparently, right? They always give us a sliver of horizon curvature. And it's like, why don't we zoom it out a bit? Maybe they don't want to. I don't know. I don't know.
No zoom out for you. This is gonna be fun. ChatGPT is gonna be like, bro, what are you on? What are you smoking?
Wait, how are we already back at... Is this actually live? How are we already back at the dark side? It hadn't been 45 minutes of light.
The dark side.
Oh! My theory's looking more true. The dark side is a lot longer for this fucking satellite, ain't it? And we had to disconnect before we went to the dark side. I see. Okay.
Something dark side.
Because it would have to disconnect twice. Short daytime cycle, longer nighttime cycle. As it's like, nope, don't show that. I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe the Earth is flat after all, and there's nothing down here, and that's why it's so dark when it's like hitting the ice wall and going under the flat part. I don't know. Who knows? Just going under the crust. The pie crust. Oh.
I've seen some crazy weather maps.
What's happening? What? That doesn't even look real. Did you see that? It got brighter, then it got darker again. What the fuck was that? Bro, come on. What is this? Some bullshit. What is this? Look, it's bright. And that's dark. What is going on? That's
They
bright.
could be messing with the lens.
Oh, going dark. Now it's really dark.
Can they fuck with the camera lens?
I don't know.
And,
Probably
like,
they
adjust
could, in theory, I
brightness?
guess.
They could be adjusting the brightness. Who knows?
No, they don't want us to see shit. So I gotta make it darker. You gonna make it bright? Make it dark. What's going on?
No.
Gotta make it bright. Make it dark. What is happening? Make it really bright. Actually, make it dark.
Feels like fun though. Alright.
What?
Make it dark.
I kind of lost myself. I'm French. Didn't mean to arrive.
Make it bright.
American server.
Make it dark.
Happens.
Yes, it is black.
Make it bright. Make it dark.
X-ray 5 to LA coming in 10-2.
Make it bright. Make it dark. I swear.
My brain hurt.
Been using it too much today, Joe?
Why does your brain
I
hurt?
don't know. Something like that, I guess. I'm just not in it today. I think there's something in the air.
Yeah, we can't always be 100% every day.
I know. I'm off. I can tell, bro. It's fucking wild.
Let's see what this one is that you linked, Joe. The other quote unquote NASA one.
Probably fake.
Now it's nighttime.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't trust this to be real.
Probably not.
There's no way they'd have a better camera than NASA, you know? NASA wouldn't allow that.
Afar.
How dare you have a good camera?
NASA wouldn't let themselves be outdone. They don't want to have to improve.
There has to be multiple satellites with multiple cameras, though. like different areas of the world.
It doesn't have to be. Not of like that they're gonna show us anyways.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are. They're just not showing us them.
It's fucking crazy.
As a taxpayer, I'm appalled. Oh. You see this poop has changed? Is it still watery all the time, or is it more solid?
It's definitely more solid.
That's good.
I don't know why, but just like I went to Hollow Earth theory just because of the fact that anytime it says that there's shit beneath us, that's like the first fucking thing that comes to my head. Even if the shit beneath us isn't hollow. So you've seen Land of the Lost, right?
Yep.
Yeah, like something like that.
I think what they mean by hollow is the inside, with hollow earth theory, is that the inside of the earth has enough space for like essentially another, what would look like a sky and clouds. Rather than
that's
just...
the part I don't. That's the part I don't subscribe to, though. That's a little weird. Like, why would there be a whole nother sun inside a planet?
Right.
Like,
In the Godzilla movies, they put it in there with the whole monarch shit. Like they basically saying that like it's you're traveling through another dimension through the Earth to get to where that is. At least that's what they say in the fucking movies.
Right. I think different
through, like, a portal.
dimensions with portals are more likely than different layers of the earth physically.
That would be cool.
I actually think my stupid ice wall globe theory is more likely than an atmosphere inside the earth.
I just think they're probably just caverns that are just so large they might as well be like complete biomes, but not a whole nother atmosphere.
Right, like there are instances of caves that have like clouds inside of them, but that doesn't look like a sky still in there.
Yeah.
Right, it's not the same.
Ooh, that reminds me. The Bermuda Triangle. We never really like delved into the Bermuda Triangle. And I think I mentioned that like months ago. Like we should learn about the Bermuda Triangle.
What
Just
about it?
Like I've always found it. Just the fact that it's just like it steers, like it fucks the compasses up, and people get lost in it. And like there have been people who like traveled through time, supposedly like they got lost in the Bermuda Triangle, and then when they like reappeared, it was like a shit ton of time had gone by. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there were some experiments during the Manhattan Project that were trying to cloak ships, but they ended up like sending people through time, and it's just, I don't know. Like I find all the Bermuda Triangle shit like really interesting.
Thank you.
And we never like delved into that.
Well, I used to believe that there was just some kind of gigantic magnetic spatial anomaly in that area, but now, which is still possible, but now I'm starting to lean more on the idea of, from different whistleblowers, that there is a large mobile base there that puts off magnetic anomalies, but also if you get too close to it, it has its own automated defense system and it just takes things out indiscriminately. It doesn't even care. Just like ship, whatever, plane, whatever.
Theoretically, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But there are also people who believe that if there's like a portal that teleports people, and that's why
Yeah.
they disappear.
And as far as that goes, like, you could stand to reason that, like, whatever magnetic fields that the base might be putting off, whether it's intentional or just a byproduct of whatever it's doing, they could be powerful enough to open up holes in time and space by accident.
That is interesting.
There's a small triangle of
Accident.
water that doesn't exist on any map, and whose exact dimensions are not known. And yet we've all heard the stories that accompany the legendary Bermuda Triangle.
Legendary.
Shrouded in mystery and conjuring up some of the wildest conspiracy theories known to man. This geographical anomaly is widely regarded as the most deadly, dangerous and deceptive place on Earth. So how is it that a part of the ocean that isn't even officially recognised as part of the ocean has become so revered? The small body of water that makes up the invisible triangle has slowly filled with wreckage and disappearances over centuries, claiming the lives of those that have not just passed through it, but also over it. Books have been written, documentaries have been produced, and scientists have clamoured to try and explain the unexplainable in this perilous patch of ocean. What's caused this series of unfortunate circumstances to unfold? How can 20 planes, 50 ships, and hundreds of people simply disappear? Is the location merely coincidence? Or is there something more sinister going on deep below the surface? I'm James Stewart, and you're watching Astrum Earth. Join
Even, guys, let me just say, we're not going to promote serious flat earth ideology here, no matter how much some of you believe it, because I believe that alienates people more than it does opens their mind. I feel like their bias of like having their whole youth, some of their adulthood be dedicated to a false education that angers them. The thought of that would piss them off so much that they would just turn away. No, they wouldn't wake up. They would stay asleep. And I think in the end, whether the earth is round or flat does not matter compared to the rest of the shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not even going to bother with that one.
Yep.
Because you're just going to get people being like, you're crazy, and like not even listen to the rest of this stuff.
Yep.
It doesn't matter.
Because honestly, whether or not the earth is round or flat, really, like you were saying, really doesn't affect all the other far more heinous shit that we should be paying attention to.
Like say we're in spiritual warfare, okay, flat earth has nothing to do with whether or not that is true, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's like, doesn't matter.
me for this most treacherous of adventures into the notorious Devil's
You
Triangle.
can still think the earth is round and not be fooled by a fake alien invasion. Because the
Yep.
shape of the earth is not relevant to whether the alien invasion is fake or not.
We'll journey back in time to the origins of the mystery to find out where it began and who was responsible for it. We'll visit some of the Triangle's most infamous disappearances, examine each theory surrounding the mystery, all the way from Atlantis to rogue waves to magnetic declination to hidden toxic gases rising from the depths, and bring you right to the heart of the matter to uncover the real culprit of the Bermuda Triangle. Can something inexplicable be explained after all? Whilst that may have sounded like the start of a murder mystery podcast, there is actually a fair amount of science and data to unpack here. But
No, I don't believe there are aliens from other planets. I think they're interdimensional, entities, creatures.
By the way, before we get too deep in this,
whatever
did you see the? Sorry, before you get too deep in this, did you see the dumb crocodile ice wall thing?
No. Let me see.
It's in media. It's just a short TikTok video. There he is. Go back up, bud. There it is. You know, because that's not AI, right?
I don't know, bruh.
What are
We
these
gonna have
arms?
to talk about this.
He cute though.
Adorable.
What if y'all was just outside and y'all just came across a creature like this one day, bro?
Okay.
One of the weirdest and most fascinating videos I've ever made. As I've mentioned, the Bermuda Triangle doesn't show up on any maps, nor is it officially recognised as a location by the United States, with whom it's closely situated. So then, where is it? Unofficially, the Bermuda Triangle is a region of the North Atlantic Ocean, roughly bounded by the southeastern coast of the US, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. Interestingly, the exact boundaries of the Bermuda Triangle are not universally agreed upon. Approximations of the total area range between 500,000 and 1,500,000 square miles. So there's about, 1 million square miles worth of room for error there. The region has a vaguely triangular shape, but that triangle could end up being an isosceles, a scalene, or could even look more like a rhombus if you move the boundaries. Perhaps Bermuda dodecahedron wasn't quite as catchy. And so from the outset, you begin to see one glaring hole in much of the discourse that surrounds this subject. Undoubtedly, there have been incidents in this area, and some tragic ones at that. But because the boundaries don't actually exist, and they differ from historical account to historical account, it's really difficult to provide actual numbers of fatalities and disappearances for an area whose boundaries are constantly shifting over the course of several hundred years. But it's what's happened inside this triangle throughout history that's most intriguing. And things begin half a millennium ago with Christopher Columbus. The year is 1492, and Christopher Columbus has set sail with 3 ships from Spain to find a western route to Asia and the New World. All very exciting. After sailing across the Atlantic Ocean for 10 weeks, land was sighted finally, and he set foot on a small island in the Bahamas, which he named San Salvador. To get there, he would have been the first person to have sailed through the Sargasso Sea, and therefore the Bermuda Triangle, or at least the first person to return and tell everyone back home about it. But you might say this is where the mysteries began, because tell everyone about it, eventually he did. Extracts from his log, which were compiled shortly after his death, have since been translated. The first indication that something might be wrong was in September 1492. Columbus's log reading suggested something was affecting his compass. On this day, at the beginning of night, the compasses northwested, and in the morning, they northeasted somewhat. Several days later, he reported the sea rising to great heights and, most curiously, described seeing a light on the horizon, which he likened to that of a candle. So small a body that he could not affirm it to be land. A small wax candle that rose and lifted up, which for a few seconds seemed to be an indication of land. Imagine hearing about those incidents 500 years ago. I mean, America hadn't even been discovered yet. So little about the world was known. You can see how the stories, fables, mysteries, call them what you will, begin to garner intrigue. Later in the early 1600s, a ship from England named Sea Venture set off to resupply and revive the falling colony at Jamestown. Just off the coast of the uninhabited island chain of Bermuda, the fleet sailed into a hurricane, which destroyed the ship and marooned its crew. Although there wasn't anything particularly mysterious about this occurrence, as those desolate sailors clung to the remains of their once proud ship, it must have felt like a callback to the mysterious events that had already happened in this area. It's believed that this shipwreck actually inspired Shakespeare's play The Tempest, in which he refers to Bermuda, or Bermuths, as a vexed or cursed place. So Bermuda had found
what
a
does
great...
what does Bermuths mean? Bermuths, Bermuda. What? How do you spell that? I don't know if the
booth.
How do I spell this? Is it actually Mouth? Not Bad Mouth. What Christopher Columbus called Bermuda? Or I guess what was it? Was it what he called it first, or what he based it on?
Place to rise to fame.
Hold on.
Or Bermuths as a vexed or...
Does it say here? Bermuths. Okay, there it is. Bermuths. Word. Etymology. Does it have any meaning besides Bermuda?
There you go.
Yeah, but wasn't he saying that wasn't Columbus that said that was Shakespeare or something?
Oh, maybe it switched guys already.
Cursed.
I don't know.
In which he refers to Bermuda or Bermuths.
Okay, yeah, that's what it was. But anyways, the search doesn't have Columbus anymore. Maybe that's why I couldn't find it though. Good call. We switched dead dudes. What does Bermuths mean though? What
Damn
is
history
the
and their dead people.
etymology of the word?
Who is Bermuda named after?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to find like where did
Your
the
mom.
Bermuths word come from? Oh, maybe it's just a cute name for it. I guess. Oh well, whatever.
As a vexed or cursed place. So Bermuda had found a great place to rise to fame. One of the spookiest encounters
Did
must
you
have
get ChatGPT to make your Earth model?
Almost. It needs some refinement, but I'm
Oh.
currently on lunch break.
in 1881,
Gotcha.
when, as legend has it, the Ellen Austin, a cargo ship sailing from Liverpool to New York, carrying passengers hoping to emigrate to the United States, sighted a ghost ship in the Bermuda Triangle. Their captain took a shortcut through the stormy Sargasso Sea, again where the Bermuda Triangle is located, and it was here that they encountered an eerily silent sailing vessel with no crew on board, but strangely plenty of plunder. Almost like bait waiting for someone to find it. And the crew of the Ellen Austin took that bait. Wanting to salvage the ship and its goods, they decided to take it to New York with them and sent some of their bravest men over so they could sail both ships back together. As they carried on their journey across the Sargasso Sea, however, they were caught in a huge storm. The howling winds and treacherous waves tore the ships away from one another, and the Ellen Austin lost sight of the now manned ghost ship. When the weather finally cleared, the surviving sailors started searching for their friends and their comrades. Captain Griffin spotted the vessel and called to his crew, but there was no answer. The eerie silence had returned to the other ship once again. A number of sailors went to investigate, but found no signs of life on board. Their mates had disappeared without a trace. This didn't stop Captain Griffin from ordering a second team to board the ghostly unnamed vessel to New York. For several nights it seemed like they were getting away with it. The ships were on course for their destination. But their luck ran out when a thick blanket of fog started to settle across the water. The Ellen Austin came to a standstill as everyone waited for the fog to disperse. Once again, they were separated from the unnamed ship. left to wait, practically blind and with no sound but creaking planks and the waves quietly licking at the bow. After the fog cleared, the ghost ship had disappeared completely, taking with it the entire crew and its treasures, never to be seen again. It makes for a good story, doesn't it? But is there actually something to it? Well, we know there was a ship called the Ellen Austin that sailed between Liverpool and New York. However, the journey in 1881 was confirmed to have gone without incident
I saw a
in
YouTube short
Lloyd's of
yesterday that
London's
said that
Register of
the
Ships.
Oceanographic Institute
Still,
estimates,
historical accounts
based
keep
on logs, that
mentioning
there's
mysterious
1,600 ghost ships in the Atlantic.
The fuck?
Right? I was like, what? And that study supposedly started all the way back to 1880 or something to like present day.
The fuck? That's crazy.
Serious happenings in this region, even up to our modern
Without
age,
explaining why Google Earth censors the ocean so much.
well into the 20th
Part of the
century.
reason, I guess.
It gained serious attention
I'm sure there's
after
more
an
reasons.
especially infamous tragedy occurred in March 1918. The USS Cyclops, a 542-foot-long Navy cargo ship with over 300 men and 10,000 tons of manganese ore, which was used in steelmaking, left Rio de Janeiro bound for Baltimore. After an unplanned stop in Barbados, she headed north and was never seen again. The ship's disappearance was the largest loss of life in US naval history that wasn't directly related to combat. The Cyclops never sent out an SOS distress call despite being equipped to do so, and an extensive search found no wreckage. US President Woodrow Wilson later said, "Only God and the sea know what happened to the great ship." In 1941, two of the Cyclops' sister ships similarly vanished without a trace along nearly the same route. One quote from the Santa Fe magazine in 1920 described the incident. "She disappeared as though some gigantic monster of the sea had grabbed her, men and all, and sent her into the depths of the ocean. And the sadness of her destruction is amplified by the absence of any wireless calls for help being picked up by any ship along the route that the Cyclops followed." Sadly,
Wow.
one military tragedy followed another in the same part of the world years later, doing nothing to dispel the growing theories that something strange was afoot, or rather afloat. In December 1945, 5 Navy TBM Avenger torpedo bombers carrying 40 men took off from a Fort Lauderdale airfield in order to conduct practice bombing runs over some nearby shores. But with his compass apparently malfunctioning, the leader of the mission, known as Flight 19, got severely lost, radioing to the control tower, "We cannot be sure where we are." 20 minutes later, after turning over command to a new flight leader for reasons unknown, the final words of Flight 19 were spoken. "It looks like we are entering white water. We are completely lost." All 5 planes flew aimlessly until they ran low on fuel and were forced to ditch at sea. That same day, a rescue plane and its 13-man crew also disappeared. After a massive week-long search failed to turn up any evidence, the official Navy report declared that it was as if they had flown to Mars. No wreckage or
Did
trace
dogs
of the
get fed?
pilots or their planes has ever been found.
Oh.
Things were becoming
Did dogs
more
get
and
fed?
more suspicious. No longer was this strange area just claiming ships.
Okay.
It now seemed to extend upwards to include anything that flew over it too.
Did both
In
the
December
raw food bags fit in the freezer?
Yeah.
Okay.
1948, just a few years after Flight 19 had gone missing,
Okay. When did they go potty last? Okay. Oh, I don't see any rain now in the forecast. Let me change to precipitation. Yeah, I don't think it's coming anymore.
It was only for like from 10 to 11, so it wasn't a lot of rain, but cool, that works.
Yeah, so you could let them out. It said, never mind.
I think it's more than a base.
A British passenger plane carrying around 30 people disappeared on the 30th of January while flying over the Azores to Bermuda. 1 year later, the BSAA Star Ariel, the same type of plane as the previous one, disappeared while flying from Bermuda to Kingston in Jamaica. Neither plane was ever found.
Holy shit, wait till you see this
So
diagram
many
I made.
incidents in such a small space that all begin with Columbus noticing something strange about his compass, with no real evidence or explanation as to why. Someone needed to connect the dots and give this space a name. The Deadly Bermuda Triangle was the name American author Vincent Gallis went for in the February 1964 edition of Argosy magazine. Draw a line from Florida to Bermuda, another one from Bermuda to Puerto Rico, and a third line back to Florida through the Bahamas. Within this area, known as the Bermuda Triangle, most of the total vanishments have occurred. In the absence of any hard facts, there was frenzied speculation about this idea, and unsurprisingly, it captured the imagination of the world. Suddenly, like a great detective solving a serial murder, the mysteries had been connected. The article was a masterpiece of conspiratorial fantasy, suggesting that dark forces were at work. For context here, this was the era of the Cold War and the Cuban Missile Crisis, when conspiracy theories and hearsay loomed large. It was also a time when NASA, and science more generally, was increasingly filling in the blanks, providing answers to many of life's great unsolved questions. Yet here, in the Bermuda Triangle, was a phenomenon that tantalizingly defied explanation. Others were quick to cash in on the Bermuda Triangle fever. Scores of books were published, many became international bestsellers, with the most popular of all being Charles Berlitz's The Bermuda Triangle, published in 1974. It sold 20 million copies in more than 30 languages.
Sheesh.
An extraordinary feat for a work that offered up some mind-blowing suggestions as to what was really going on. Nothing was off limits. Berlitz's theories were so popular that when Steven Spielberg made Close Encounters of the Third Kind, he depicted the Flight 19 aircrew as having been abducted by aliens.
That's got to be where the mermaids are, because Ariel lived in Atlantica, not Pacifica, so you know.
Berlitz aimed to prove that
Makes
the Bermuda
sense to
Triangle was
me.
connected to the mythical lost city of Atlantis, pulling ships, planes and people into its murky depths, explaining why so many vessels and aircraft had disappeared. He also leaned heavily on paranormal or supernatural phenomena to explain what he says cannot be mere coincidences. For example, most interesting to Berlitz is that most of the missing aircraft and ships didn't send out distress calls before disappearing. Something he
Guys, take a quick
suggests
break
is
and check
evidence
out
of
media.
Oh yeah.
When you can make shit like this, it almost makes you want to believe.
I believe. Wouldn't that be fun?
How fun is that, right?
So fun.
That's crazy.
They're gonna open up alien vacations, and then people are gonna travel to these places and get killed by all the big monsters. And that's how they're going to reduce the population for the billionaires to live within the ice circle, in the safe zone.
That's why Jurassic Park is sort of like soft disclosure, because it's not about going to an island of dinosaurs.
Right.
Monsters gonna get you.
Mm-hmm. When you go there for vacation.
Mm-hmm. Boat.
What's west of Westeros?
Somebody said Earth is flat, that ice was depicted wrong. Brother, where have you been? Did you miss the entire conversation?
Yeah, we said why not both?
extraterrestrial interference, or at least paranormal activity. Pricking the ears of Spielberg, evidently. But he doesn't stop there. Oh no, he suggests that the triangle may be a portal under the sea, transcending time and space to another dimension, or some other unearthly place. Similarly, he says, this might be the spot on Earth reserved for aliens to abduct humans. To Balitz, the possibilities were endless. The wilder, the better. Even if critics, and us, hold serious doubts about his methodology. We know so much these days. Even in the 70s, gaps in knowledge were being filled in. So to cling on to...
Don't the Rothschilds have an island beyond the ice wall? Well, the ice wall, if you look on the Antarctica map, it's a misconception because there's like the opposite of a peninsula, like an inland, like a cutout that's curvature, and the wall's really high because I guess a glacier broke off or something. So that's like what the ice wall that guy found was on our map. So no, they don't have one beyond the ice wall because the ice wall isn't a thing on our actual map. They do have an island off the coast of Antarctica, but it's not a beyond the ice wall thing.
Something that we might not have all the answers to is intoxicating. And it's why the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle has stood the test of time. It's exhilarating to think that despite all these great scientific minds and database analytics in the world today, something somehow slipped under the net. It's like a riddle that can't be solved with pretty much the entire rest of the planet mapped out. Bar this small triangle of mystery. Although we haven't heard much about it recently, have we? But the truth is, we do have the answers. We can finally explain what's going on in the Bermuda Triangle. It's a really strong answer too, not one of those, could be this or maybe that. We're an Earth Science channel first and foremost, and as much as I'd love to make a video on Atlantis, ghost ships and alien abductions, maybe one day, there are some more plausible science-based theories that exist about the Bermuda Triangle and its disappearances. One of the things that comes up time after time is navigational issues. We touched on a couple with Columbus's compass going awry and Flight 19 essentially being unable to identify where they were during their training run. In almost every account of the mystery surrounding the Bermuda Triangle, you'll see reference to the fact that it's one of only two places on Earth, the other being the Devil's Sea just off the coast of Japan, where a compass points to true north rather than magnetic north. Could this cause compasses to malfunction so that ships and planes get terribly off course? A quick compass refresh if, like me, you've forgotten how to use one because your phone does it for you. A compass works because its magnetic needle is attracted by the magnetism of Earth, which draws it to point to the constantly shifting magnetic North Pole. The geographic North Pole, on the other hand, is static and is located 1,200 miles north of the magnetic pole. The variation between these two readings is known as magnetic declination or compass variation, which can change as you move across the globe. There's another piece of terminology that's relevant here as well, the agonic line. It's an imaginary line where true north and magnetic north are in perfect alignment. There is no magnetic declination. In the early 18th century, Edmund Halley noticed that the agonic line was slowly moving westwards. He came up with the idea of showing declination as contour lines on a map. At points west of the agonic line, a magnetic needle will point east of true north, positive declination. At points east of the agonic line, a magnetic needle will point west of true north, negative declination. Since then, scientists have noted a westward drift of the agonic line with an average velocity of about 0.2 degrees per year. This drift is not equal in all places, however. It's much stronger in the Atlantic hemisphere than in the Pacific hemisphere. Navigators must always compensate for magnetic declination when they chart their courses. While the agonic line once did pass through the Bermuda Triangle, it now falls within the Gulf of Mexico, rendering claims that it contributes to disappearances in the triangle largely inaccurate. The issue with the compass malfunction theory is that calculation errors anywhere could cause a plane or ship to go off course. It also assumes that experienced pilots and captains passing through the area were unaware of magnetic declination, which is unlikely. Not to mention that the vast majority of boaters and flyers pass through this area without incident. Another thing you'll have noticed about these instances, particularly at sea, is an absence of wreckage on almost every occasion. One plausible theory for this is quite simply good old-fashioned
No, it's not that it's too
weather.
complicated. It's that scientific reasons are just boring.
Hurricane season, as we know,
A lot
passes
of the
right through the
time.
middle of this exact location. Just look at 2024's devastation in this area. Some theorists cite rogue waves as being a reason so many ships haven't reached their destinations. Huge, abnormally large waves that can reach up to 100 feet in height.
Watching this video is giving force to stupidity. Okay, Darwin trying to gaslight us, Mr. Evolution. Shut up.
Are certainly real and account for roughly
You just
1 in
want us
every
to listen to the
10,000
education
waves.
system.
The first recorded by an instrument was on the 1st of January in 1995 in the North Sea. This particular wave, known as the Draupner wave, was 84 feet tall. Let's not forget about the role of the Gulf Stream here too, a theory supported by NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which says environmental considerations can explain away some of the Bermuda Triangle disappearances. The Gulf Stream travels along the western edge of the triangle and is extremely swift and very turbulent. It can pose extreme navigational challenges, especially for inexperienced sailors. The Gulf Stream has been reported to move faster than 4 or 5 knots per hour in some areas. That's 300 times faster than the Amazon River. This is more than enough to throw sailors hundreds of miles off course if they don't compensate correctly for the current. It can also quickly erase any evidence of disaster. An increasingly popular and in fact the newest scientific theory to come to light is based around methane. We know it mostly as a particularly potent greenhouse gas that comes from cows, but large amounts of methane are trapped in sediments beneath the ocean. In 2016, researchers at the Arctic University of Norway discovered craters off the
Yes.
coast of the country that were up to half a mile wide and 150 meters deep. They suggest the craters appear to have been caused by the explosive release of methane that was trapped in the sediment below,
got IBS.
exploding upwards as giant bursts.
Oh, there it is.
Despite their research making it very clear that they were not claiming any links to the triangle, other academics,
Diarrhea.
including Russian scientist Igor Yeltsov, took it upon themselves to make the connection anyway. And of course, many media outlets in particular have lapped up the theory. The Astromurph view, it's certainly possible, but highly, highly unlikely to be the culprit. With methane gas, geomagnetism, and the Caribbean's stormy weather systems, it becomes apparent that this region can
Watch
be
the
treacherous
documentary
for
about
both planes and
Tataria,
boats.
says
These are
Waleed.
plausible scientific explanations that demystify the Bermuda Triangle. The truth is, though, putting said obvious
I forgot what
environmental
Tartaria
conditions
was.
aside, simply mentioning scientific terms like geomagnetism
Can't
or
remember.
But at least I
methane
would give you,
blowouts
I could give you a
doesn't
reason
equate
why I
to
think it's
presenting
bullshit instead of just
irrefutable
saying
evidence.
it's bullshit and nothing
These are
else.
hypotheses or speculations.
That's the one
they're not
that there's an
definitive
ancient
conclusions.
empire that
So
history
where's
is
the
trying
real
to erase.
evidence? At the end of it all, a diary that was translated
Where,
from
though?
1492, a magazine article from the 1940s,
Parts of
and even a
Europe
best-selling book from the
was present,
70s,
and
well, they
it's
all
like
tell one story.
area where
But when
Turkey
you
is,
examine the actual
meets
available
Mongolia,
aviation and
et
marine
cetera, et
casualty
cetera.
data over the
It
last
shows
few
up on
decades,
ancient maps,
and you
but
compare
that's
this
just
to
because they
other
didn't have a
regions
name for the
across
region.
globe,
That's
the
the real
data
history.
reveals a very different story. In fact, it's precisely the lack of a story that points us to the truth. There is nothing out of the ordinary going on in the Bermuda Triangle. It doesn't even make the top 10 most dangerous ocean regions in the world. Utilising the marine casualty and pollution data from
There it
researchers'
is.
dataset, which covers
Official.
150,000 plus records from 1982 to 2015, you're left with around 9,000 incidents for analysis. Of these, 361 were located within the Bermuda Triangle, just 4%. This reveals that the causes of casualties in the Bermuda Triangle.
Wow. Yeah, that's the reason why I don't subscribe to anything about Tataria is because the biggest supposed indicator of its idea is that there was some catastrophic event that they refer to as the mud flood, which doesn't even necessarily have anything to do with.
Oh,
the
we're back, and
biblical
look,
flood.
it's fully lit Earth. We'll never see the transition, I swear.
And it supposedly happened like in the 1800s, and I'm like, okay. If there was some kind of great catastrophic thing that happened in the 1800s, no one remembers it. No one's talking about it. Nobody documented it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, even if you look at the biblical flood, you still have a shit ton of cultures talking about it, at least.
Right.
It is interesting.
Is everybody tired?
Ugh.
Is it nap time?
Yeah, it feels like it, kind of.
So all that shit happened in the Bermuda Triangle, and then at the end of the video, he says that it's not dangerous. I'm confused.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
The fuck?
So the numbers are skewed.
I don't believe that guy. I think they're covering shit up.
Crazy Mexican.
I think it's bigger than a fucking base, though. Whatever the fuck's in there, it's got to be interdimensional.
This live stream connection sucks. NASA, get your shit together.
You know you're watching.
No, they don't. They don't know anything.
Damn.
This looks fun.
Ham's firstborn was Canaan. And so Noah pronounced a
The
curse.
Synagogue of Satan sermon by
Oh, man.
Epstein and
That's
the
a tongue
Canaanites. We learned about
That's a tongue twister.
Epstein and the Canaanites. So
from
fun.
heaven upon Canaan, and that started the whole rivalry and conflict between Israel and the people of Canaan in the future, also known as the Canaanites. Now, very interestingly, this group of people, I want you to hear me right at the beginning. If your theology doesn't work with this, you're not understanding the Bible. Jesus called this group of people dogs in the gospel. Are you listening?
Don't insult the dogs.
In the New Testament, in the Gospels, Jesus called this group of people dogs. Now, I want to be very clear right at the beginning that all people can be saved. All people can be saved. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Anybody can put their faith in God. But I'm going to tell you something about the nationality of the Canaanites that you need to understand, and that is that very few of them respond to
Doge.
Jesus. Very few of them respond to Jesus. Why? Because since the curse that came upon Ham, and therefore the descendants of Canaan, the Canaanites, they have been at war with God. They had a major part to play in the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. And if you'll understand it, they are actually the synagogue of Satan spoken of in Revelation. And I'm going to, during this sermon, help you to understand exactly who the synagogue of Satan is, exactly who the Canaanites are, exactly what the Bible says. Now, in light of the release of the Epstein files, which I believe is a miracle, and here's why, even in their redacted form, those who have been fighting for these files to be released have fought relentlessly for years, okay? These allegations, Epstein was a convicted pedophile years ago. These allegations and these convictions started years ago, and they weren't going to get released.
I still am thinking, so sorry, the tangent entirely, about what I said earlier with, like, you know, the Stone of Destiny, and then you got the Ark and Stone and the dwarves, and I'm like, this seems a little similar, and I don't like how racist this is.
People always throwing each other under the bus.
What actually is the Arkenstone? It seems incredibly important to Thorin in The Hobbit, and is clearly very beautiful and valuable, but is that it, or is there something else more important going on? Hi everyone, this is Robert. Welcome to In Deep Geek. On this channel we
Hi,
cover
Robert.
The Lord of the Rings in nerdy detail, as well as A Song of Ice and Fire and other great fantasy books and TV shows. Welcome.
Welcome to the cultured segment of the
In The
stream.
Hobbit, much is made of the Arkenstone, both in the book and especially in the movies. In the movies, it is suggested that the quest of Erebor is almost more about finding that rather than reclaiming the Lonely Mountain itself, per se, and that Thorin possessing it would grant him the authority to unite all dwarven clans to attack Erebor.
Wait, what if, since it's near Scotland, what if the ancient peoples went to Greenland, and that's why Trump wanted it initially, because he wanted to sit on the throne of Greenland? Any evidence of Canaanites in Greenland? How far back are we going? How far back? What about Scottish people? Oh yes, Scottish people and Greenland share historical and cultural links through Norse heritage. Scientific studies even suggest that some medieval settlers of Greenland had British and Irish ancestry. Well, there it is. Also accounts of Inuit Greenland traveling to Scotland by kayak, known as Finman sightings. So, yes, Greenland was once, there is a claim that Greenland was once a part of Scotland because of how, like, I guess close they could have been at one point. Just a boat ride away. Interesting. Interesting to think about. No, not this. The other thing. What was I watching? This.
Sounds pretty important. And yet, in the book, the Arkenstone isn't mentioned at all until halfway through The Hobbit. It doesn't appear at all in the Silmarillion, nor in the main Lord of the Rings text, just the appendices. So, what is it? Is it really that important? Let's start by going through the history.
No, the point is not that it's a fictionalized stone. The point is the comparison of this to the Stone of Destiny and how important it is to the lineage of the royal, of the race that's obsessed with jewels and mining and riches, and they have big noses in the Middle Earth. So racist.
Dwarves had had
So
a colony
racist.
in the Lonely Mountain since at least the Second Age of Middle-earth, but it was only with the arrival of Thrain I in 1999 of the Third Age, fleeing from the Balrog in Moria, that the kingdom under the mountain was formed. The small colony was transformed into a thriving underground city and deep mining began.
Hollow Earth. I don't know. Interesting, though, when you compare it. The obsession, the greed.
And because of the pressure of we the people, the
Yeah,
files
he's
were
back to
released.
Epstein and the Canaanites.
And as a result, more people are waking up to the fact that Pizzagate was absolutely not a conspiracy theory. I knew it wasn't. People had a hard time receiving that, though, because they were still pretty plugged into the news. So Pizzagate, not a conspiracy theory. There absolutely are wicked, evil people down here trafficking children and blackmailing politicians and controlling countries as a result of it. And what I'm presenting to you today is that those people, listen, Jesus said the synagogue of Satan claims to be Jews and are not. I don't know if you saw in the emails from Epstein, but one of them said, Jews and Goyim are at war, Jews presently winning.
Neckbeard says, I've only seen one other streamer investigating the UFOs being disclosed to pass. Yeah, I look at a lot of shit that other people don't. It's probably where my views are not as good as they used to be. Algorithmic suppression.
Very interesting. Well, I want to discuss the connection between the modern day Jew
I was actually
and
going
the
to tell you the other
Canaanites.
day, not that my algorithm is any better or any more truthful, but it seems like our algorithms are starting to line up. We're like seeing the same videos. It's pretty funny.
Good. Ha ha ha.
Of Scripture.
You're
If
going
that's
to be like,
something that
did you
interests
see?
say
And I'll be like,
amen.
yes, I did.
Amen. I'm
Yep,
excited to
already
dive into
saw
it.
it.
We're going to open with Matthew chapter 15, verses 21 through 28. Let's go there together. Matthew chapter 15, verses 21 through 28. Look at this. Look at how Jesus talks in this story. Now, I'm starting with this passage in this sermon because Jesus interacts with this individual differently than he interacts with the Pharisees, differently than he interacts with the Romans. He interacts with this woman very differently and says that her people are dogs. Jesus doesn't normally talk that way. Differently with the this individual. I'm starting with this passage open with Matthew chapter 15, verses 21 through 28. Let's go there together. Matthew chapter 15, verses 21 through 28. Look at this. Look at how Jesus talks in this story. Now, I'm starting with this passage in this sermon because Jesus interacts with this individual differently than he interacts with the Pharisees, differently than he interacts with the Romans. He interacts with this woman very differently and says that her people are dogs. Jesus doesn't normally talk that way. So we should pay attention. Let's read it. Matthew 15, verse 21. Jesus went away from there and withdrew into the district of Tyre and Sidon, and a Canaanite woman. Everybody say Canaanite.
Canaanite.
Now, interestingly, this is the only time the Canaanites are brought up in the New Testament, but they're a major people group throughout the entire Old Testament. Okay? They're a major adversary, an enemy of the people of Israel throughout the entire Old Testament. Let's continue on. Verse 22. And a Canaanite woman from that region came out and began to cry out, saying, "Have mercy on me, Lord, son of David. My daughter is cruelly demon-possessed." But he did not answer her a word. He did not answer her a word. Jesus' first reaction to the Canaanite woman is to ignore her. I want you to understand something. This is not how Jesus normally behaves in the gospel narrative, and he ignores this woman and her demon-possessed child. Why? Well, I want to explain something to you. A lot of people don't understand this doctrine. I don't have a ton of time to dive into it, but I have, made a lot of sermons on the topic, okay? Sin and sickness being related to one another. But one thing that is abundantly clear in Scripture is that the more grievous the sin, the more likely sickness is to manifest in a body. In John chapter 5, Jesus healed a man, and after he healed him, he said, "Stop sinning so that nothing worse happens to you." Okay? In 1 Corinthians 11, the Christians are getting sick and they're weak, they're sick, and they're dying because they're taking the communion of Jesus Christ and they're getting drunk on the wine. And they're weak, sick, and dying as a result. Okay? So sin can absolutely manifest as sickness in a person's body. And the more grievous the sin, the more grievous the issue.
I gotta take a phone call.
So when somebody walks up with a demon-possessed child, the possibility and the likelihood of a major sin having been committed is there. In fact, this is why the disciples asked Jesus when there was a man born blind. They asked Jesus, and they weren't theologically off their rockers. They weren't, totally out of left field. They said, "Who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" They weren't just making that up. That wasn't an inaccurate statement. Jesus just said, in that case, it wasn't the parents or the man, but it was done so that God would be glorified because Jesus was going to heal the man. So it was set up in advance that Jesus would heal that blind man. But they asked correctly. Their theology was actually correct when they asked Jesus, "Who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" And so in this case, some kind of major sin has occurred. So even when this woman comes to Jesus and calls him the Lord, the Son of David, it says he ignored her. He did not say a word. That's his first reaction. Do you know he reacts 3 times? Let's continue on. Verse 23, but he did not answer her a word. And his disciples came and implored him, saying, "Send her away because she keeps shouting at us." But he answered and said, and he's speaking to the woman now, "I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." Okay. He did not respond this way to the Roman centurion when the Roman centurion came to him and said that he believed he was the Lord and asked him to heal his servant. He said, "Say the word, my servant will be made well." So the occupying Gentile army.
That means that the Romans are still the Jews. I don't know. I'm just.
Israel. Jesus treated better than the Canaanite woman who came to speak to him. Wow. Did you even realize this interaction was in the Gospels? I don't think a lot of Christians understand this. This Canaanite problem is serious. This is a people group that God said to wipe out completely in the Old Testament, and instead the Israelites sometimes would marry them and make children with them, would often adopt their Baal worship.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, these are the worshipers of Baal, the god to whom people sacrifice their babies by fire and dismemberment, the god to whom people practice orgies and all kinds of sexual immorality with temple prostitutes. They kill adults, they make adult sacrifices, children, orgies, all kinds of sick stuff. In fact, in Leviticus 18, where we get a long list of sexual depravity, that depravity that's being listed is regarding Canaanite practices that God is saying don't adopt these sexual practices. Bestiality, incest, all kinds of disgusting things. Are you listening? And so, if you understand the Canaanites, you start to understand Jesus' response. In fact, friends, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, we are going to look at this, but in end times prophecy, God says there will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the Lord. What does that mean? It doesn't mean that a person of that ethnicity can't believe on Jesus and be saved. It's talking about physically operating the house of the Lord as though they're Jews. And I'm going to make that clear to you during the sermon. Man, we've got a lot to unpack. I think that this is going to be literally a mind-shifting sermon for you. You may never have heard anything like this before. I think there's going to be a lot of Zionist preachers who are going to be preaching how we need to just support Israel no matter what they do. And you need to understand who true Israel is. So Jesus responded, look, I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Verse 25, but she came and began to bow down before him, saying, Lord, help me. And he answered and said, it is not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs. I want to point out to you everything that just took place with Jesus and this Canaanite. First, he ignores her. Second, he says, I'm not here for you. Third, he says, it's not right for me to take this miracle power and give it to dogs. The children's bread. Please just meditate on that for a moment. Jesus tells this Canaanite woman, first, he ignores her, doesn't say a word to her, ignores her. Second, he tells her, I came for the lost sheep of Israel, not for you, is what he's saying. I'm paraphrasing. And then he says, let's read it verbatim, it is not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs. My friends, I'll be honest with you, Jesus doesn't normally talk this way, but he does get harsh at times. What do you think the wrath of God is? And he calls this woman's people group dogs. He didn't even say that. Again, he didn't even say that about the Romans and the Roman centurion. You want to know why? Because the Romans are descendants of Japheth, and Jesus knows. The Europeans, the Italians, those Romans, these are Japheth's descendants. You have the Shem's descendants, which is Abraham, and the Semite lineage. And then you have the Ham's descendants, the
You're
Hamites,
saying
the
I was
Canaanites.
right?
These people. Jesus is not pleased with these people. In fact,
Man,
this
I'm
is one of
on
the
a
reasons
roll.
why the scriptures say, Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. Do you know who Esau married? 2 Canaanite women, and then Ishmael's daughter. 2 Canaanites and an Ishmaelite. And he creates this group called the Edomites. And the
Well, that
Edomites,
explains the mafia, I guess.
it's become a problem for Israel. And the Edomites start to mix in with Israel and pretend that they're also Israelites. This is old stuff that we're dealing with here. Jesus called this woman and her people dogs. And I don't care how you try and dress that up. I've heard apologists try and dress that up. The truth is, it is a slur towards that people group. It's not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs. A dog is less than a human. Now, let me ask you this question. Do you think that the behaviors of Epstein that you're learning about, and the behaviors of Pizzagate, James Alefantis, Jeffrey Epstein, all these people that we've learned about in the last decade that are doing extreme wickedness, and they happen to be Jewish, and we're going to talk about why that is. Do you think that that's subhuman behavior? Absolutely. Do you believe that trafficking children, harming children, sexually exploiting children, murdering children is subhuman behavior? Yes. Does that sound like Baal worship to you? Yes. Does that sound like an evil, ancient practice? Yes. Does that sound like people made in the image of God or people made like Satan? Does it sound like dogs or the children of God? Sounds like dogs. Jeffrey Epstein's behavior is the behavior of a dog.
Don't insult dogs.
Pizzagate behavior is the behavior of dogs.
No, don't
This is why
insult
Jesus
the
said,
dogs.
specifically about people who harm children in Luke 17:2, that it would be better if a millstone was hung around their neck and they were thrown to the bottom of the sea than that they should cause one of these little ones to stumble. In other words, when God meets them at judgment, it will be worse than whatever we could do to them here. Drowning's known as one of the worst ways to die. I know there's, of course, terrible many different ways. But being thrown into the water with a millstone and to the bottom of the sea and you drown on the way down is a pretty bad way to die. Jesus said it will be worse for pedophiles, people who sexually exploit children and harm them. It'll be worse. Luke chapter 17, verse 2. So now you know a bit about the Canaanites, maybe that you didn't know before. And now you know why Jesus would say that they're dogs. Now here's the beauty of God's grace. And this is an important point to make at the beginning of the sermon so that nothing I say throughout the sermon gets misconstrued. A Canaanite can be saved. Are you listening? A Canaanite can be saved. But the likelihood is pretty low. Matthew 15, verse 26, and he answered and said, it is not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs. Verse 27, but she said, yes, Lord, but even the dogs feed on the crumbs which fall from their master's table. This woman happens to be so humble that she says, look, I'm fine being a dog in your eyes. I'm not claiming to be righteous or holy. She knows the history of her people and probably her own history. She says, yep, dogs. I accept the label. I'm not fighting against the label. I'm a dog. But Lord, even dogs lick up crumbs. Can this dog have some crumbs? Now that's humility and faith combined. She's confidently expecting that God is good despite her evil. Verse 28, then Jesus said to her, "O woman, your faith is great. It shall be done for you as you wish." And her daughter was healed at once. Look at that. Isn't it beautiful that salvation is by faith? Man, because none of us are going to heaven. None of us. I get it. Canaanites, subhuman dogs. Yep. But we're not that much better, friends. The Bible says all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Everybody can only be saved by putting their faith in Jesus Christ. And so this woman does. She puts her genuine faith in Jesus, says, woman, great is your faith. It will be done for you as you've believed. He shows her the same grace that he showed to others who came to him in faith, including the Romans and the other Gentiles. Are you hearing me? And that's because of what 1 Timothy 2 says. Go to 1 Timothy 2, verses 3 through 6. Chapter 2, starting from verse 3, says this. This is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior, who desires all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. For there is one God and one mediator also between God and men, the man Christ Jesus, who gave himself as a ransom for all, the testimony given at the proper time. So there's two statements in this phrase, in this passage. God desires all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth, and Jesus gave himself as a ransom for all. So as I preach this sermon today, I want you to understand that Canaanites can be saved, but we are being foolish by not understanding their ethnic origins in the Noah flood story and why God said to wipe them out through the entire Joshua, Judges, and conquest narrative of the Old Testament, and why they remained a thorn to Israel, and they are a thorn to Jesus' church today.
Found Christ.
Because we've inherited Israel.
It's interesting that like people see e-girl and then assume everything. They're like, she just found like a brother. Okay.
The Bible says that those who have the faith of Abraham are the children of Abraham. We've become Israel. We've been grafted in. But there are people on earth right now pretending to be Israelites that are not Israelites. And Jesus warns of this in Revelation. Let's go to Revelation chapter 3. Now, I preached on this topic a little bit different angle earlier this year after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and you can watch that sermon titled Synagogue of Satan after you listen to this one. Revelation chapter 3, verse 9. Behold, I will cause those of the synagogue of Satan, pay attention to this, who say they are Jews and are not but lie. Key factor of the synagogue of Satan says they're Jews. So no matter what, synagogue of Satan members claim to be Jews. So you should automatically be wary when interacting with people who say they are Jews. Especially when there's no proof of what
That's
tribe.
crazy. They're just out here living a fake life. They like worship Satan. They're like, I'm a Jew because I go to a synagogue, but it's the synagogue of Satan.
They descend from. Are you listening?
Crazy.
No proof of what? Paul, Benjaminite. Right? Are you listening? Jesus, Judah. Hello? There's a prophetess at the beginning of the Gospels in Luke, tribe of Asher. Everybody always knows their tribe in the biblical narrative. What's going on with the modern Jews? We don't know what tribe. We're going to name ourselves after Ashkenaz. The DNA says otherwise. And we're going to get to that. But note this. Behold, I will cause those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie. I will make them come and bow down at your feet and make them know that I have loved you. This group of people who claim to be Jews and are not, but lie, also have a truly inflated ego, believing that they are superior to all other people groups and that all other people groups must be their slaves and bow down to them and serve them. And so Jesus says, knowing this about them, of course, says, I'm going to make them come bow down before you, the Christians. I'm going to make them come bow down before you at the judgment. And they're going to know that I've loved you. I'm going to make them bow down.
I think they're talking about like lineage Jew, not like religious practice Jew in this section.
At your
of the
feet,
Bible.
these people who want to subdue you and enslave you. Wild stuff, guys. Here's something that you should know about the Bible. Nothing has changed.
Well, at least we were. I don't know about.
Nothing has changed.
No, I don't know where he went, but
You're in the exact same battle that you're introduced to in Genesis. Exact same battle. The battle is exactly the same all the way through, to the point that even battling Canaanites is part of the end times in Zechariah 14. Wow. If you're receiving something
before, I mean, we were talking about like lineage when it came to like he went into like the Romans and all that.
Amen.
It wasn't
Awesome.
the religious part.
And if you want to learn more about the Canaanites, say, I do. Excellent. Those of you joining us online, thank you for being here. Make sure you like this video, share it with your friends, comment below anything that you learn, anything that is of interest of you, any questions that you have. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon so you receive a notification.
Well, yeah, now he's talking about evil people. I just mean before when we were talking about Jews.
Time we post something new, we are so glad that you joined us here on YouTube or wherever you're finding this video. We're so grateful for you being here. And also, if you'd like to give and support this ministry, you can text the word give to 386-753-7337. Both your one-time and monthly contributions are a huge blessing. Thank you for helping. 3 verse 18, so you can find out in Genesis chapter 9 where they originated. Go to Genesis 9. This is after the flood narrative, and we're going to start from verse 19. Genesis 9, verse 19. Here we go, verse 19. These 3 were the sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth was populated. Okay, so if you remember, I said it earlier, but let's read verse 18 so we know. Now the sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Ham was the father of Canaan. Okay, so the Bible starts to point out who the father of Canaan is over and over again. Ham, father of Canaan. Ham, father of Canaan. Okay, verse 19. These 3 were the sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth was populated. Then Noah began farming and planted a vineyard. He drank of the wine and became drunk and uncovered himself inside his tent. So Noah, it doesn't approve this behavior, but Noah happened to get drunk, and he was uncovered. He was unclothed. He was naked. Okay, inside his tent after getting drunk. Okay, and he clearly had passed out from over-consuming alcohol. Okay, verse 22. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his 2 brothers outside. Something sick is going on with Ham, as you're going to tell in a moment. This substance has caused Noah to be in an unsober state, and Ham sees it as an opportunity for something. Listen, friends, you're about to see some subhuman dog behavior from the original Canaanite. That's what sets the stage for the whole story. Saw the nakedness of his father is very odd, because it sounds like, oh, you know, nothing happened. You know, he just saw the nakedness of his father. No. The text will allude to what had occurred when he witnessed his father naked. Verse 23, but Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and walked backward and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were turned away so that they did not see their father's nakedness. Okay, so it seems on the surface like, okay, he passed out naked in his tent, and, you know, one of them saw him and the other 2 were, you know, they went and covered him up respectfully. Okay, let's continue on. Verse 24, when Noah awoke from his wine, he knew what his youngest son had done to him. That's the language that gives you the key. So he saw his father's nakedness. Seeing someone's nakedness can actually be understood as engaging in sexual behavior with them. Are you listening? In the scriptures, to uncover a woman's nakedness is a phrase rendered, it's employed to mean that you had sexual relations with that woman.
The fuck?
Uncovering nakedness does not have to be intercourse either. It can be an uncovering of nakedness to engage in something less than intercourse itself. So Noah awoke from his wine. He knew what his youngest son had done to him. There was some kind of leftover evidence that he knew what his son had done. It's being implied.
Jewish,
so that you understand.
No.
Are you preaching right now, or is just like an example for to learn?
What?
I said like are you preaching like
No, I'm not preaching anything.
No, not you. No, the one that you was like reciting like the Torah, you know, like the Jewish.
I've never read the Torah. I don't know.
Yeah, but it was from the Torah what you was reading. So I
This
was
is the
just
Bible, but I don't know. Maybe the same text. I don't know. I mean, that's
I doubt it. Actually,
doubt what?
the Torah. What?
What?
What? Like
What?
I don't know. I don't know what you said.
It's preposterous.
I don't know what you said. That's why I'm saying what.
Yeah, but I didn't understand what you said neither.
Okay.
Actually,
Great.
maybe we have some ping because I'm in France.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Son did something to him. He didn't just see him. He did something to him while he was naked and unconscious. It's unconscionable depravity occurred. God talks about the depravity of the Canaanites all throughout the scriptures, and it originated at this depravity, incest with your own father while he's unconscious. Homosexual incest with your
What
own
did he do? Like jack off on him, and he woke up and saw the coom or something? Like God.
father while he's unconscious. That's the level of depravity we're dealing with the Hamites and the Canaanites. Are you understanding? It's gross. Verse 25. It's literally despicable. Verse 25. So he said, cursed be Canaan. Key words. Say them with me. Cursed be Canaan. These are the key words. Cursed be Canaan. Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants he shall be to his brothers. He also said, blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. The descendants of Canaan are cursed and will be the servants of Shem. Are you listening? Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. So you can actually interpret this that Canaan is beneath both Shem and Japheth, and that he's to be a servant, his descendants, servants to Shem and Japheth. And Japheth will dwell in the tents of Shem. I actually believe, if you understand prophecy, that that's talking about how the Gentiles were grafted in with the Semites, the Shemites. They were grafted into the tent, right? They're welcomed into the tents of Shem. They're grafted into the olive tree of Israel. The Canaanites are the servants because of this depravity. Verse 28, Noah lived 350 years after the flood, so all the days of Noah were 950 years.
Can we talk about
okay.
I'm trying to just listen.
Yeah, this may be too. Sorry.
So that is the key fundamental story of the origin of the Canaanites and their depravity from day one. Right after the flood, right after witnessing everything that had happened, one of Noah's sons commits a terrible sexual crime.
Too much.
And as a result,
maybe a bit too much.
Okay, I'm just gonna deafen.
Is cursed. The descendants. Ham's firstborn
dealing
son, Canaan. Canaan will be cursed. If that makes sense, say amen. Okay, now here's the part that's very important. I'm glad you're still watching. The descendants of Abraham were forbidden from marrying Canaanites throughout the biblical narrative. Though some did, they did so wrongfully. Esau's an example, but Judah actually takes a Canaanite wife at one point, and as a result, two of his sons, his first two sons with that woman, die. Because it was wrong. Are you listening? Okay. Now again, anyone can be saved, right? Uriah the Hittite, saved. Anybody can be saved. We saw it with the Canaanite woman in the Gospels. But we're talking about percentages here. Low percent of Canaanites. And you'll know why when you understand who they are throughout the entire biblical narrative. They're rejecting God. They're despising God. They're against God. Okay? So true biological Israelites are Shemites. Or we would say in the anglicized version of English, Semites. But it's Shemites. Because they came from Shem. That's where you get Semite from. That's how you get the term anti-Semite, which we're going to find out if what I'm preaching right now is anti-Semitism or not. True biological Israelites are Shemites, not Canaanites. Abraham is a descendant of Shem, hence a Shemite, not a Canaanite. Abraham did not want his descendants mixing with Canaanites. Go to Genesis 24:3 so you can see this yourself. Genesis chapter 24,
Canaan
verse 3.
is the bad egg.
This is Abraham. He's about to send his servant to go and get a wife for Isaac. And he says this specific phrase, Very important. Look at this. Verse 3 of Genesis 24. And I will make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I live. But you will go to my country and to my relatives, take a wife for my son Isaac. You will get a Shemite for my son. You will not take a Canaanite. You must swear to God that you will not take a Canaanite for my son.
You can't let that lineage. He should have
Isn't
just
that
killed
interesting?
him and stopped the bloodline right there, honestly. That would have
So
been better.
Abraham does not want his descendants mixing with
You don't have to
Canaanites.
worry
Is that
about it.
clear? Now again, I do
Or
believe
neuter him or
that in
something.
the church,
I don't know.
everyone becomes one nation, the kingdom of God, regardless of ethnicity.
Castration.
But if a person doesn't convert, yes, the ethnic curse remains on Canaanites. Are you understanding? Now, I'm going to get called a racist and anti-Semite, but I'm just trying to tell you the truth. In Christ, it's one nation. We're Christians, period. I don't care about what your bloodline is, okay? You are a Christian. We are brothers and sisters in Christ. There's neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free. There's neither male nor female, but you are all one in Christ Jesus. One Lord, one faith, one baptism. However, prior to Christ, yes, there are separate nationalities with varying curses, with varying judgments. Okay? And the Canaanites are one of those groups that they've rejected Jesus. Let me ask you something. The modern day Jew, do they reject Jesus? Yeah, if you don't know this, we're going to read about it later in the Talmud. It says that Jesus is in hell boiling in excrement. That's what the modern day Jew thinks about our Lord Jesus. Have you ever heard that? So Abraham demands that his descendants do not mix with Canaanites. And it's hardly just him. Go to Genesis 28:1. Look at how Isaac responds. Genesis 28, verse 1. What's he say? So Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said to him, you shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Paddan Aram to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father. From there take to yourself a wife from the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. Get a Shemite. Are you listening? Do not mix with the Canaanites. Okay? Now notice there's not this like heavy-handed anti-Japheth descendants. They wanted it to be Shemites, okay? But the Japheth descendants aren't really treated the same way. But the Hamites, yeah, they're cursed. Do not take for yourself a wife. So Abraham and Isaac have demanded this. Jacob ends up marrying, okay, Rachel and Leah. And these are exactly who Isaac told him to marry. They're Shemites. Okay. What does Moses say later on? So they go into Egypt. You know the story of Joseph, how they ended up in Egypt, all of that. Okay. And again, descendants of Japheth or Shem, these are acceptable marriages, but not with the Canaanites, the Hamites. Those are not acceptable. Moses tells the Israelites, go to Deuteronomy chapter 7. This is the law of God now. We're in the law. Okay, Deuteronomy chapter 7. And look at this. Starting from verse 1. Warnings. And remember, this started with Abraham. And before Abraham, it started back with Noah, that Noah cursed Canaan. Okay? Chapter 7, verse 1. When the Lord your God brings you into the land where you are entering to possess it and clears away many nations before you, the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and stronger than you. Now, I want to point out, while there is a group just called Canaanites, Canaanites is also a general term for Hamites, and all of those people are Hamites who live in the land of Canaan. Are you guys listening? Okay. So he says, you know, you're going to go to these people. You're going to fight these people. And notice the Hittites are listed. Well, Uriah, David's right-hand man, is a Hittite, and yet he's welcomed into Israel. He's grafted in. Why? Because he repented. He believed in the true God of Israel. He forsook all whatever sorcery, child sacrifice, and other disgusting things that his people would do. And so he became a genuine Israelite, just like Rahab. Rahab became a genuine Israelite. Now, it's possible Rahab was not actually a Canaanite, but that she was working in the land of Canaan. She could have been from Japheth. She could have been a Japhite. We don't know explicitly, okay? But we do know this, that they can be saved. However, as you'll know from the biblical narrative, most of the time, right, Uriah the Hittite is an exception. Most of the time, they're fighting the Hittites in combat and killing them. Okay, why? Because they're from the descendants of Ham. They're Canaanites. All right, so we know the list of people groups. Verse 2, and when the Lord your God delivers them before you and you defeat them, then you shall utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them and show no favor to them. Utterly destroy, no agreements, no favors, no compassion, destroy them. Now, if I can connect Epstein to these people, you'll start to understand why God said to do this. And I've noticed this sentiment going around on social media. Now people are starting to understand why God's judgments are so fierce throughout the Bible. Especially for certain things, certain people groups. Because nations will adopt wickedness together as a group. Remember that Epstein is a member of a nation, an ethnicity. There's this picture of Epstein with the Talmud in his office. And when you get familiar with that book, which we're going to read a little bit from it, but I wanted to start with the Bible, you start to realize who these people actually are. If you're still with me, say amen. Okay. So what's he say? Look at verse 3. Furthermore, you shall not intermarry with them. You shall not give your daughters to their sons, nor shall you take their daughters for your sons, for they will turn your sons away from following me to serve other gods. Then the anger of the Lord will be kindled against you, and he will quickly destroy you. He's saying destroy them, but if you join with them, he'll destroy you too, because you're mixing with them, and you're adopting their practices and their gods, and they're wicked in his sight, and he will cleanse the land of you. This is Moses to the Israelites. This isn't Rich Tidwell, some random preacher. I'm telling you what God said through Moses about these people. I'm nobody. Ignore me. Just listen to the message. Okay, so Abraham demands no Canaanites. Isaac demands no Canaanites. Jacob, of course, doesn't take Canaanites. Moses demands no Canaanites. He does it again in Exodus 34. Okay, let's go there. Let's look at one more. Exodus 34. And let's see, what verse? Verse 11. Starting from verse 11. It says this. Be sure to observe what I am commanding you this day. Behold, I am going to drive out the Amorite before you, and the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Watch yourself that you make no covenant with the inhabitants of the land into which you are going, or it will become a snare in your midst. No covenant, no agreement, no loyalty. Are you listening? None.
So, make sure I'm not losing. So, these also became cursed because they fornicated essentially with the Canaanite and mixed their families together. Is that what it is? Am I following that correctly? These other ones, these other descendants? I think so. Because originally they were all right, except for Canaanite, and then they're like, "Well, now you've muddied your bloodline too."
Verse 13, but rather you are to tear down their altars and smash their sacred pillars and cut down their Asherim. For you shall not worship any other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Are you listening? You shall not make covenants with them. Otherwise, verse 15, otherwise you might make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they would play the harlot with their gods and sacrifice to their gods, and someone might invite you to eat of his sacrifice, and you might take some of his daughters for your sons, and his daughters might play the harlot with their gods and cause your sons also to play the harlot with their gods. Okay, no Canaanites. Do you see the theme? No Canaanites. Joshua, same thing. Joshua tells the Israelites the exact same thing. Joshua chapter 23, verse 11. Look at this. It says this, so take diligent heed to yourselves to love the Lord your God. For if you ever go back and cling to the rest of these nations, these which remain among you, and intermarry with them, so that you associate with them and they with you, know with certainty that the Lord your God will not continue to drive these nations out from before you, but they will be a snare and a trap to you, and a whip on your sides and thorns in your eyes until you perish from off this good land which the Lord your God has given you. I want to point something out to you. By the time of Jesus, the Edomites, who are Canaanites, because Esau mixed with Canaanites, and made the Edomites. They now are...
I don't know. Most people lost materialism, etc., and denominations are a mess. I mean, yeah, denominations are a mess. But, I don't know. I'm not really, into converting people. I just am interested in what I am interested in, and if other people opens their mind and maybe they get saved, great, but I'm not gonna be pray with me every stream and you need to cleanse your... I feel like that just alienates people when you make them feel dirty. That's a big issue I have with the church, is I think they focus too much on how you're a sinner, you were born a sinner. I feel like that it makes people feel I haven't done much wrong. What do you why are you saying I'm evil, because then they say all sin is considered the same, and then you consider me on the same level as a murderer. I feel like they focus too much on the sin. I think what they need to focus on is no human is born saved. You have to choose your savior, whether it's Jesus or you want to go join them in hell with Satan kind of thing. I don't think we should be focusing on like everyone is a sinner. Like I think more is no one can get to heaven by themselves, and Jesus died for you, and he is your free gift. Choose him and turn away from evil. Like I think that would be a much better message than you're a sinner and you're dirty. Like I think it's more of just like, do you want to side with the good guys or the bad guys? Because right now you're of neutral party, not picking one. It's just I think that would be a much better message,
Herod
to be honest.
is an Edomite. Are you listening? And the Pharisees, a decent portion of them, are Edomites. Jesus confirms in John 8, I know you're Abraham's descendants. I know Esau. But Esau
Human made the deviation of sin. I mean, yes, Cain and I guess you could say, as far as we know, one of the first humans to start it. But, like, I think it alienates a lot of people because their logic, when you say everyone's a sinner, their logic is like, well, babies aren't sinners when they haven't done anything. And it's not about doing anything. It's about more of, like, because man has fallen, you can't get to a heaven, in theory, like, on your own. You have to invite a higher power into your life to give you, like, access kind of thing. And I think a lot of people focus on that concept wrong instead, are just like, you're a sinner. And I feel like that makes people like turn away from the concept of Christianity even before they give it a chance, just because it feels so like, I don't know, like what's the word, shameful, condemning.
Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. The conflict is in the gospel message. When you understand the ethnicities of the people involved with the crucifixion of Jesus, and you understand why Jesus called the Canaanite woman a dog. Now, did he show her mercy? Yes. Did he show Uriah the Hittite mercy? Yes. But if you don't come to him humbly, you will perish. And if you're a Canaanite, you are cursed unless you're redeemed by the blood of Jesus. That is the biblical message over and over again. Okay. So Joshua reaffirms, you shall not intermarry with these people. And then, of course, they do that over time. But there's a reformation during the Second Temple Reformation, when the Second Temple is being constructed in Ezra and Nehemiah. And in Ezra chapters 9 and 10, Ezra demands divorce from any Canaanites, any Hamites. Demands it. It's a cleansing of the bloodline again. And Nehemiah chapter 13, go to verse 23. Are you seeing the theme here, the consistency? Look at this. Mixed marriages forbidden. Nehemiah 13, verse 23. In those days, I also saw that the Jews had married women from Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab. As for their children, half spoke in the language of Ashdod, and none of them was able to speak the language of Judah, but the language of his own people. So I contended with them and cursed them and struck some of them and pulled out their hair and made them swear by God, you shall not give your daughters to their sons, nor take of their daughters for your sons or for yourselves. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin regarding these things? Yet among the many nations there was no king like him, and he was loved by his God, and God made him king over all of Israel. Nevertheless, the foreign women caused even him to sin. Do we then hear about you that you have committed all this great evil by acting unfaithfully against our God, by marrying foreign women? Even one of the sons of Joiada, the son of Eliashib, the high priest, was a son-in-law of Sanballat the Horonite, so I drove him away from me. Remember them, oh my God, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood and the Levites. They were defiling the priesthood. How do the Pharisees end up being partially Canaanite Edomites? They're defiling the priesthood. Isn't this enlightening stuff? Verse 30. Thus I purified them from everything foreign and appointed duties for the priests and the Levites, each in his task, and I arranged for the supply of wood at appointed times and for the first fruits. Remember me, oh my God, for good. Ezra and Nehemiah both demand divorces from these mixed marriages. In Ezra 9, as we mentioned earlier, he points out, he names them explicitly. Look at verse 1. Now when these people had been completed, the princes approached me, saying, the people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the land according to their abominations. Those are the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. Okay? For they have taken some of their daughters as wives for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy race has intermingled with the peoples of the lands. Indeed, the hands of the princes and the rulers have been foremost in this unfaithfulness. The rulers, the priesthood, and everybody. What's going on when Jesus shows up? The ruler is an Edomite. The Pharisees are heavily Edomite. Wow. When I heard about this matter, I tore my garment, my robe, and pulled some of the hair from my head and from my beard and sat down appalled. That's supposed to be the reaction that we take when we discover these truths. We need to understand what they understood. We need to be passionate and zealous like Ezra and Nehemiah.
We don't got to tear hair, though.
Then everyone who trembled at the words of God of Israel on account of the unfaithfulness of the exiles gathered to me, and I sat appalled until the evening offering. Okay, so then they come up with a plan, and they demand the divorce. Okay, so look at this. They realize what they've done. They weep. This is chapter 10, verse 2. Shechaniah, the son of Jehiel, one of the sons of Elam, said to Ezra, "We have been unfaithful to our God and have married foreign women from the peoples of the land. Yet now there is hope for Israel in spite of this. So now let us make a covenant with our God to put away all the wives and their children according to the counsel of my Lord and of those who tremble at the commandment of our God." He's talking about Deuteronomy 7, which we read earlier. "And let it be done according to the law."
Put away. Does that mean hide them or kill them?
Now, they did the right thing. They were separating themselves. Those were unholy, unlawful unions. They shouldn't have been made in the first place.
Just divorce.
They did the right thing by putting them away. Normally, divorce is not tolerated, but it is tolerated here because these weren't lawful unions. And yet they do obviously continue to practice these things as the centuries go on. Okay? Esau, of course, as I mentioned earlier, was the one who primarily married Canaanites. Go to Genesis chapter 36. This really made a big problem. Genesis 36, verse 1. "Now these are the records of the generations of Esau," that is Edom. "Esau took his wives from the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, and the granddaughter of Zibeon the Hivite. Also Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, the sister of Nebaioth. Sorry. Okay? So Esau is definitely in rebellion to God.
Man, these must be some sexy women for them to keep fucking up. It's like, y'all know what you're not supposed to marry, and y'all keep doing it.
He goes and takes these two Canaanite wives.
Must be some bad bitches.
Okay.
Succubus type
That's what Jesus
shit.
would say. I know you're Abraham's descendants. In other words, I know you got some Abrahamic blood in you, but you've rejected me, you've rejected the truth, and therefore you've rejected God. Pretty wild stuff. Judah also created a Canaanite line because he had 3 sons with the Canaanite wife before he produced the Messianic line with Tamar. And so his 2 of his sons die, but 1 doesn't. And so there's a Judah line that is Canaanite, which is not good. Genesis chapter 38, verse 2. Genesis 38, verse 2. It says this.
Reuben says people think to be a believer is to walk a perfect life, and that's not true. That's why there are so many uninterested in the faith. Yeah, which is sad. But all God wants is our faith in Christ. Acknowledge that through Jesus we are not saved. It's very simple. Or I guess, like, if you have Jesus, you are. And if you reject him, then you're not. It's very simple. But people complicate it because they get lost in the Ten Commandments. Right, they put too much emphasis, I think, in, like, being moral, pious, and goody two-shoes and perfect or whatever. I really don't think it's about, like, walking a perfect life. It's just the fact that you are mortal, you are human. You cannot ascend into an afterlife without accepting one of, an immortal being's gift, offer, invitation. Jesus died so you can have that, to go to a nicer place than where the other guy is offering you can go. It's like, I feel like if they just focused on that more, instead of just, you're a sinner and everyone's a sinner and I'm sure you've done some bad, like, they just make people feel bad, and then the people get defensive, and then it just feels controlling. It's like they focus on all the wrong shit.
Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua, and he took her and went into her. Okay, so he made multiple children with her, and then he eventually enters Tamar after his wife had died, thinking that she was a prostitute, and she ends up pregnant, and she bears the Messianic line. Okay, so if you look at verse 29, when she's giving...
And this is why I hate religion, because, like, they take the concept of, life and spirituality, and then they turn it into a control and shame system so that they can feel like they can have power over you. And they get to evade taxes while doing it. And take your money, too, if you tithe. I hate it.
Earth.
All of it sucks.
Yeah, there's twins in her womb, verse 29. But it came about as he drew back his hand that behold, his brother came out. Then she said, what a breach you have made for yourself. So he was named Perez. Afterward, his brother came out who had the scarlet thread on his hand, and he was named Zerah. So I would encourage you to really get to know the descendants of Noah and how all the nationalities were formed after the flood, because that plays a part in the entire biblical narrative all the way to the return of Jesus Christ. Okay? If that makes sense, say amen. Okay, so the children of Esau and the Canaanite line from Judah, these are known as bastards. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 2. Deuteronomy 23, verse 2 says this, no one of illegitimate birth shall enter the assembly of the Lord. None of his descendants, even to the 10th generation, shall enter the assembly of the Lord. Let's look at King James. It says, a bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Okay, so do you see that God's law demands that a bastard or illegitimate birth, in other words, the Canaanite lines are not welcome, listen, they're not welcome to enter the assembly of the Lord. Well, guess what? We're going to see shortly that not only do they enter the assembly of the Lord, they start to run the priesthood, and they're running it at the...
I wonder if the Canaanites are like the equivalent of like Targaryen, where they're all like incest shit, but they're hot.
The return of Jesus. I will
like,
show you in prophecy. So we read Revelation earlier, and he said
it looks pretty, but it's fucked. Don't. Oh man. Again,
he's talking about these lines that are
for the Targaryen,
claiming to be Jews, but are not, but lie. It's big stuff, you guys. This is theological framework changing information when you understand it. And praise God for the truth, right? Paul said, I didn't refrain from declaring to you the whole counsel of God. The Bible says, preach the word. Talking about the whole thing, all of it. People go, well, only the gospel. That's not what the Bible teaches. Preach the gospel, but preach the word, all of it, the whole counsel of God. And that's what we're doing today. So let's learn a little bit about the Canaanites. Who are the Canaanites? I'm going to tell you exactly who they are, and then you can go into Scripture and look up that these things are true. But listen, they're known for these practices. You ready? If you are, say amen. Here's the Canaanite practices. Idolatry and worship of false gods, okay? Canaanites engaged in polytheistic worship. Sometimes they would include Jehovah, as well as all of their other gods, especially fertility cults. They had devotion to all kinds of immoral rituals. This is recorded in Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Genesis, Kings, Jeremiah. Okay. Child sacrifice, offering children, including firstborns, and those up to age 4 as burnt offerings to deities like Molech or Baal, often in fire. You see this in Leviticus 18. In fact, look at Leviticus 18:21. This is where God is telling the Israelites not to engage in the practices of the people of Canaan. And he says, verse 21, you shall not give any of your offspring to offer them to Molech, nor shall you profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. Okay? So child sacrifice, disgusting. We see this in Leviticus, Deuteronomy, 2 Kings, Psalms, and Jeremiah, that the Canaanites practice this, or the people of the land of Canaan. Human sacrifice, which would include older than children. This would be general. There's ritual killings and idolatrous worship, sometimes involving orgiastic or violent ceremonies, so like sex cults and violence cults. Okay? Deuteronomy chapter 12, you find it there, Ezekiel 16, and Micah chapter 6. Incest, which we know that because of what happened between Ham and Noah. Mm-hmm. Incest is part of what they do. We see this in Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20. And we know that it includes parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, in-laws, and that's why that's all listed there. Don't do what the people of Canaan do. Adultery, so infidelity, of course, if they're already sick regarding children and incestual relations, of course they're not in faithful unions. They are practicing adultery. They're practicing orgies and all kinds of things, okay? Often tied to fertility and temple practices. Homosexuality, this is clear even in the New Testament that there were homosexual cults, that they were temple prostitutes that were male. So same-sex relations, that's part of what they do. Bestiality. Oh, and by the way, the Canaanites teach other people to do it. Do you know that a rabbi owns the biggest porn site in the United States?
What?
How about them apples? Look it up. A rabbi. In fact, there's a lot of...
Is this a classic rabbi or is this a synagogue of Satan rabbi?
Influence inside of some of the most depraved things you've ever heard of. Claim to be Jews, but are not, but lie.
Who is this rabbi? Make sure there's no porn in this article. Okay. How an ordained rabbi ended up owning the world's most famous porn company. In February 2023, let me make this bigger. Canadian criminal defense lawyer Solomon Friedman was wrapping up a high-profile terrorism trial. Azwo Peshderi, I don't know if I said that right. No, Aso Peshderi had been accused of recruiting and funding 2 young Canadian men to join ISIS in Syria. Okay, where does this link to the porn site at? Okay, so this private equity firm is somewhat hilarious name bought MindGeek, the owner of Pornhub. So is he just an investor in ECP, or is he like, does he run it? Friedman has become the conscientious public face of Pornhub, a company that has until recently preferred to exist in the shadows. He's helped in this morally incongruous endeavor by the fact that he's an ordained rabbi. Okay. Does he run ECP? Or is he just... Friedman and a group of investors announced they were buying the world. So he co-owns, but he's getting all the press because he's a rabbi. Okay. That's not as exciting then, because it's like they could just invest in a lot of shit, you know, in him and his group. But anyways.
It's the words of the Lord Jesus. Bestiality, so that's relations with animals. Again, integrated into the fertility rituals. Temple prostitution, which we know, which included group sex as well. Divination and soothsaying. Practicing fortune telling, interpreting omens, seeking guidance from supernatural sources. You ever heard of Kabbalah? Kabbalah is divination. It's seeking powers from angelic forces, except they're fallen angels, okay? Fortune telling, omens, seeking guidance and power. Sorcery and witchcraft, that's straight up magic. Absolutely. That's what Kabbalah is. It's one of the methods of practicing magic.
Go back. I was thinking about the porn
fortune
site,
telling
so.
from Kabbalah. Fortune telling,
just like the
into the fertility rituals.
legality behind
Temple
it.
property, so that's the word Jews, things. In fact, there's a lot of Jewish influence inside of some of the most depraved things you've ever heard of. Claim to be Jews, but are not, but lie. It's the words of the Lord Jesus. Bestiality, so that's relations with animals. Again, integrated into the fertility rituals. Temple prostitution, which we know, which included group sex as well.
How do you think we got the fucking goatmen? The satyrs and the centaurs and I think that was probably more fallen angels fucking them, and then humans are like, yeah, the tradition of fucking the animals, maybe we'll make a centaur, and then they just get, I don't know, like bacteria in their dick. I don't know.
Divination and soothsaying, practicing fortune telling, interpreting omens, seeking guidance from supernatural sources. You ever heard of Kabbalah? Kabbalah is divination. It's seeking powers from angelic forces, except they're fallen angels, okay? Fortune telling, omens, seeking guidance and power. Sorcery and witchcraft, that's straight up magic. Absolutely. That's what Kabbalah is. It's one of the methods of practicing magic.
Yeah, I remember I went to a fortune teller on stream. I think we did like one online, then we went to one in person before that also. And it was just so boring because they basically told us that like we're going to have a great life and like I'm going to be rich and everything looks happy. And I'm like, oh, that's not. Give me the real shit. I want you to tell me some fucked up shit because I know you're probably not lying to me to get me to give you a good tip or something. I want to go the fortune teller that I want to see. I want their reviews to be like, they told me I was gonna die. Fuck them. You know, I want to know. I want to go to the ones that have bad reviews.
Watch out for your
I don't want
Freemasons.
them to like gaslight
They
me
very
into
much engage in Kabbalah and
giving
practicing
them
magic,
a tip.
and are beholden to Judaism. A lot of people don't understand this about the Masonry. Okay, sorcery and witchcraft, mediumship and necromancy. If you think that I'm making this up, it's in the Talmud. Having relations with a dead body is in the Talmud.
Ew.
Its approval is in the Talmud.
The fuck?
Necromancy.
I thought it was
Gross.
necrophilia.
Okay, mediumship.
Wait, he has it wrong. Necromancy is when you bring people back from the dead. Necrophilia is when you're fucking dead people. But I'm sure they did both.
It's the dead acting as intermediaries. Augury and casting charms. Okay, so predicting the future through signs or magical objects. Violence and murder, including shedding innocent blood. What'd you just learn about Epstein and Pizzagate? Whose blood are they shedding? As innocent as they could possibly find. You'll also notice it's never Jewish blood that they're shedding. Okay, violence and murder. Ritual mutilation and bodily harm. Okay? You ever see all the people with the black eye? You know, because they do the ritual with the black eye? All the big, powerful people. Okay? There's other things they do, bodily harm. Ritual mutilation. Injustice and oppression of the vulnerable. Exploitation. Slavery in its harshest forms. Abuse. These are all things listed in Scripture that the Canaanites engage in. The descendants of Ham do these things. That's a pretty bad list, would you agree? That's pretty bad. And typically, they do all those things. Not just some of those things, all of those things. Okay, listen. The Canaanites are the sexually deviant, cursed descendants of Ham. They're Baal and Moloch-worshipping mortal enemies of true Israel. They're a child-sacrificing nation that Jesus himself, as we saw at the beginning of the sermon, labeled dogs. Dogs are not human, subhuman.
Right, but they still are better than these people.
Listen, this people group possesses the house of the Lord in Jerusalem before the Messiah returns. I want to ask you, how? How? Go to Zechariah chapter 14, verse 21. This might be the most revelatory of the whole thing. Zechariah chapter 14, verse 21. It also indicates that this problem is not going away until Jesus returns. They will successfully build a second temple, and they will occupy it as though they are a priesthood. Are you listening? They are the abomination that causes destiny.
I think like a lot of people don't bother to look into like what the Bible actually says because they just blanket Jews as either all God's people or all cursed and God hates them. It's like, well, no, it depends. Yes, they're all Jews, but like there's different bloodlines of the.
They will welcome the false Antichrist, the false Messiah.
Okay.
It will be this people.
But then it's like, then you probably got the Jews who have the bad bloodline trying to pretend like they don't, right? Because no one wants to be, segregated in that way and like feel like they're dirty and gross and shameful because of their ancestors and shit. Like no one would want it. They'd probably just try to fit into the other bloodline. Like, oh, nope, not me. And then you have other people that just don't even know it's a bloodline thing at all, neither hate or love them. It's like,
look at this if you've never seen this.
It's so messy.
This is the return of the Lord. If you're not familiar with Zechariah 14, go read the whole chapter. This is the return of the Lord, okay? Verse 4, right? In that day his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, which is in front of Jerusalem. On the east, and the Mount of Olives will be split in its middle from east to west by a very large valley, so that half of the mountain will move toward the north and the other half toward the south. Okay, so Jesus returns.
Shit is messy.
Verse 9, and the Lord will be king over all the earth. In that day the Lord will be the only one, and his name the only one. So he overthrows the Antichrist. This is all in the book of Revelation as well, all right? And so this is an important chapter for you to understand. Just like Daniel has these important messianic chapters, Zechariah has several messianic prophecies, but chapter 14, really important. And then verse 21 is what we're focusing on. Every cooking pot in Jerusalem and in Judah will be holy to the Lord of hosts, and all who sacrifice will come and
lost their
take of
importance
them.
after Jesus. I mean, yeah. And I think that's part of why it needed to happen, because shit was too hard to follow, too messy. Like, we're not going to be able to keep a consistent track of this. People are just going to lie on their pedigrees, It's just,
boil them, and there
this
will
is
no
messy.
longer be
a more
a
concise
Canaanite
way to
in
be
the house of the Lord of hosts in that day. Did you just hear the word of the Lord? There will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the Lord in that day. What does that tell you about the Canaanites? They will occupy the priesthood in the temple in the last days. When the Rothschilds bought Israel, that began this.
Oh, we're getting into a different topic now.
Hold me back a little
bit.
They, Lord, in that day, There will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the Lord in that day. What does that tell you about the Canaanites? They will occupy the priesthood in the temple in the last days. When the Rothschilds bought Israel, that began this. People were right. Oh, the return of Israel is part of, the biblical prophecies. You're right, but not in the positive sense. Who are the Rothschilds? Even the emails said Epstein represents the Rothschilds. He had a bunch of emails with the Rothschilds family. One of them talked about a hunt that they enjoyed. If you learn about their depraved conduct, you ever seen Hunger Games? It's based on the behaviors of
Canaanites still exist? Absolutely.
These ancient
bloodline didn't die
Canaanite
out.
Bloodlines. And they will occupy Jerusalem. They do right now. They will build the temple, and they will occupy that temple. And Jesus says when he returns, there will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the Lord. What did he call the temple? The second temple, when he was there, he said, this is my Father's house. What's Zechariah talking about? The temple. They're going to occupy the temple, and then Jesus is going to drive them out because there will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the Lord. Who are? Listen, if you haven't figured it out already, there are Canaanites running the house of the Lord, third temple, in the last days. Who's currently in Jerusalem intending to build the temple and occupy it? Now you're starting to understand. Go back to Revelation chapter 3, verse 9. If you're receiving something, say, amen, I am. Good. Praise the Lord.
Oh, there are people
May the
there.
great I am teach us this truth, and may we hold fast.
This whole time
to it,
I thought he
and
was
never
just like
be fearful, but be brave
just
for the things that are to come. There's a
having
lot to
plushies
come,
in the
guys.
audience or something.
There's a lot to come.
Pillows
Do not
on
be
his
afraid,
couch.
Right? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. That promise to Joshua is to every person who puts their faith in Jesus Christ, true Israel. Revelation chapter 3, verse 9, behold, I will cause those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie. The synagogue of Satan are those who say they're Jews, but are not, but lie. They are not Shemites. They're not Semites. They will call you an anti.
So it's not an actual synagogue. It's just what he's referring. It's just like the liars, the deceivers.
A Semite, but they're not a Semite. Listen to Jesus. Don't listen to me. I am not the one who said these words in red. I am reading Jesus' words. Behold, I will cause those of the synagogue of Satan who, he's telling us who that is, who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie. They say they're Jews. They're not actually Jews. They say they're Jews. They're not Jews. They're a synagogue of Satan. I will make them come and bow down at your feet and make them know that I have loved you. He talks about them earlier also in Revelation chapter 2, verse 9. Go to Revelation 2, verse 9. Look at this. It says it again. This, I believe, we need to heed these words. Listen to these words from our Lord Jesus. Because you got to be brave with whatever's in front of us. This revelation that God has been granting all of us since it seems a lot of people woke up at Charlie's death, and now even more people are waking up at the Epstein files. You're going to need to be brave. Revelation chapter 2, verse 9, I know your tribulation and your poverty, but you are rich, and the blasphemy by those who say they are Jews and are not, but are a synagogue of Satan. Listen to the Lord Jesus. They are not Jews. They are not Jews. Say it with me. They are not Jews. That's what Jesus said, isn't it? Don't be deceived. Verse 10, do not fear what you're about to suffer. This is implying what the synagogue of Satan is going to do to us as we understand this truth. Do not fear what you are about to suffer. Behold, the devil is about to cast some of you into prison so that you will be tested. And you will have tribulation for 10 days. Be faithful until death, and I will give you the crown of life. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. He who overcomes will not be hurt by the second death. We have to overcome this synagogue of Satan, which is going to throw us in prison and kill us in these last days. Oh, and there's not enough Jews to actually do it by their own hand. They will have lots of people working for them, thinking that these are the people of God. God will bless Israel. It's not Israel. Israel are those who believe in Jesus Christ. These people are going to usher in the Antichrist. Jesus warned us of these people in the Gospels, not just here in Revelation. In the Gospels, go to John chapter 8, verse 42. John 8:42. Jesus said to them, if God were your father, you would love me, for I proceeded forth and have come from God. For I have not even come on my own initiative, but he sent me. Why do you not understand what I'm
Christians
saying?
are being killed in Gaza, Syria, and Lebanon. Isn't that interesting that that's where they're being killed? When, if you were to Google, let's see, Canaanite ethnicity today. Oh, look. Lebanese, Palestinians, Syrians. And yeah, because of the, there is the intermixing some Jewish groups also, right? But they're not all, they're not all bad apples. So I mean that checks out though, that Christians are being killed here. It does check out.
Because you cannot hear my word. Who did he just say that to? The Jews who are saying to Jesus, we have one Father who is God. And he's saying, if God was your Father, you'd love me. You need to know these words from Jesus. Stop letting Jews trick you. If God was their Father, they would love Jesus, period. If God were your Father, you would love me, for I proceeded forth and have come from God, for I have not even come on my own initiative, but he sent me. Why do you not understand what I'm saying? It is because you cannot hear my word. You are of your father, the devil. He's talking to Jews. And if you understand the Pharisees, he's talking to Edomites. And if you understand what Edomites are, they're Canaanites. And now you understand this conversation. You are of your father, the devil, and you want to do the desires of your father. He was a murderer from the beginning. What was Epstein doing? What is the whole cabal doing? Lying. A lot. Every word. Murdering. Sexually abusing. Worshiping Satan. Jesus is right. Surprise, Jesus is right. I wish Christians would just stick with this. Stick with what Jesus says. Why are you believing people wearing funny hats and reading a book called the Talmud full of depravity instead of Jesus? You are of your father the devil, and you want to do the desires of your father. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth because there's no truth in him. Whenever he speaks a lie, he speaks from his own nature, for he is a liar and the father of lies. But because I speak the truth, you do not believe me. Which one of you convicts me of sin? If I speak truth, why do you not believe me? He who is of God hears the words of God. For this reason you do not hear them, because you are not of God. The Jews answered and said to him, do we not rightly say that you are a Samaritan and have a demon? They're questioning his ethnicity and whether he serves the devil. Nothing has changed.
And this is what Jesus means. You'll know them by their fruits. Like, people can say all you want. Like, how do we know you're not demonic? It's like, am I the one sacrificing babies? Basically, it's like, I mean, actions, bro, I don't.
Because you're not of God.
It's like, how do we know? What do you
The
do?
Talmudic Jew is
what
not
are your pastimes?
of God. And when you understand their true genetic ethnicity, you'll know why. We're almost there. Verse 49, Jesus answered, I do not have a demon, but I honor my Father, and you dishonor me. But I do not seek my glory. There is one who seeks and judges. Truly I say to you, if anyone keeps my word, he will never see death. The Jews said to him, now we know that you have a demon. Abraham died and the prophets also, and you say, if anyone keeps my word, he'll never taste of death. Surely you're not greater than our father Abraham, who died. The prophets died too. Whom do you make yourself out to be? Jesus answered, if I glorify myself, my glory is nothing. It is my Father who glorifies me, of whom you say, he is our God. And you have not come to know him, but I know him. And if I say that I do not know him, I would be a liar like you, but I do know him, and I keep his word. Do you see this heated exchange? This is a heated exchange. And as you start to believe what I'm telling you in this sermon, you are going to have heated exchanges with Zionists. It will get hot soon. Because the Lord is clearly telling us these things. Not me. I'm nobody. If I glorify myself, my glory is nothing. It is my Father who glorifies me, of whom you say he is our God. What did we hear earlier about these people? They lie and they say stuff. You know what Jesus said in Revelation? They say they're Jews and are not, but lie. You say that Jehovah is your God. He's not. Verse 55, and you have not come to know him. You have not come to know him. You have not come to know him. But I know him. And if I say that I do not know him, I will be a liar like you, but I do know him and keep his word. Your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it and was glad. So the Jews said to him, you are not yet 50 years old, and have you seen Abraham? Jesus said to them, truly, truly, I say to you, before Abraham was born, I am. That's the divine name. Therefore, they picked up stones to throw at him, but Jesus hid himself and went out of the temple. Before Abraham was born, I am. You want to find out if they love Jesus or not? Say that Jesus is the I am of Exodus. See how they respond. Very angry. Are you understanding? Notice what he said. Pay attention. I emphasized it. He said, you have not come to know him in verse 55. You have not come to know him. Listen, friends. The Jews occupying Jerusalem are going to bring in the Antichrist. Go to 1 John chapter 2. 1 John chapter 2, verse 22. Who is the liar but the one who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the Antichrist, the one who denies the Father and the Son. What is not clear about this language to Christians? I'm trying to wrap my head around how we are in this subservient position as a nation and as Christians to a fake Israel. Verse 22, who is the liar but the one who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the Antichrist, the one who denies the Father and the Son. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. The one who confesses the Son has the Father also. I'm sorry, what does Scripture tell you? Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. Is that not exactly what Jesus said to those Edomites in John 8? Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. What's not clear about that? The Jewish guy with the black box on his head, wrapping leather around his arm, and putting on a prayer shawl does not serve God. What is not clear about that? They do not serve God. How much more clear could the Scriptures, Jesus, and just me preaching right now be than that they don't serve God? Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. Who is the liar but the one who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the Antichrist, the one who denies the Father and the Son. Friends, here's the truth that you have to understand from this sermon. You have to take this truth with you and explain it to other Christians. Modern Jews are Canaanites. I'm not saying they don't have any Abrahamic blood. I'm telling you that they're Canaanites. And the DNA says so. In the 2020 study, this is the name of the study, so you can look it up. The Genomic History of the Bronze Age Southern Levant. It's published in the Cell. Researchers analyzed the DNA from 93 ancient individuals from across the Levant and compared the remains with that of 1,663 modern individuals, including many Ashkenazis. The conclusion, modern Ashkenazi and Arabic, but Ashkenazi populations are descendants of the ancient Canaanites. Now, friends, we just walked through the Scriptures. The Canaanites are the Hamites, and they're a separate ethnicity from the Shemites. Let me say it again. Modern Ashkenazi populations are descendants of the ancient Canaanites. Jerusalem Post released a headline about this study, and the headline reads, modern Jews and Arabs retain more than half their ancestry from Bronze Age Canaanites. I'm sorry, genetically, more than half means majority, which means, and in a lot of cases, the Ashkenazis were like 80+% Canaanite. Is there some Abrahamic blood in there? Sure. There was Abrahamic blood in Ishmael. Who did Esau marry? An Ishmaelite and two Canaanites.
Yeah, they got
Who'd
busy.
they become? The Edomites.
We learned the song in Sunday school. Father Abraham had many sons. And it sound from the Bible passages, it sounds like they were all getting down all over the place with each other, different sons, bloodlines. So I mean, it's gonna be all mixed together by now, you know.
Who was occupying Israel during the time of Jesus? Edomites. These people in Jerusalem today who are okay with owning porn sites, who are okay with harboring pedophiles, who are okay with bombing Gaza to dust, innocent women and children. I understand war. I understand just war. I even preached on this before I had this revelation.
See, the things that he's saying are true, but I have a bit of the problem with his presentation because it sounds like he's condemning modern Jews now to just the average listener and saying that they're all doing this shit and they're all the type of people to do this shit. When it's like, it's not every descendant who's a piece. In fact, I would say most of them are pretty neutral. I think we should just focus on the like elite group that is making decisions and partaking in like the bad shit. Because I don't want people to be in here and be like, well, not all Jews. Like, no, I don't. I think he's presenting it wrong. I don't like the way he's presenting it right now.
Has the right to defend itself.
Maybe he'll correct himself, but I think he's gone on too long without correcting himself.
To build condos.
Because we also just saw that, like, in the Bible passage, the Canaanite woman still chose Jesus and was saved, right? So it's like, it's not like just because they have Canaanite blood that they are completely, like, hopeless, you know? It's just, I don't like the way he's droning right now.
Modern Ashkenazi populations are Canaanites, more than half their genetics are ancient Canaanites. Not Shemite blood, Canaanite blood. Are you listening? You're not an anti-Semite, you're an anti-Hamite. And can they be saved? Yeah, they can be saved. They can. But you go talk to Jewish people about Jesus.
So here we go. No, yeah, they can. Like,
reacting. You'll find
why is that part not as passionate as the previous? It's like, Ted, oh, you can still be saved. Like, you were just sound like you were shaming them for like a full 3 minutes with intensity. Like,
find out why these Canaanites don't end up saved very often.
We got to stop alienating people.
Now, friends, I'm going to read to you the Talmud so that you understand that I'm not.
I know he's not making it up, but the point is, like,
In
he doesn't have to
57
hammer home that part with his as like a conclusion, right? Because that part, he went off the script on that part. He wasn't like reading the words in the Bible. Too much intensity in the wrong part, I think.
3 and 4 says Jesus the Nazarene, quote, Jesus the Nazarene, end quote, is eternally, quote, sentenced to boiling excrement, end quote, for proclaiming the gospel and resisting the rabbis of his time. Disgusting.
But
fact,
this kind of like wrap up vibe is like, so what we learned today is like, this is the type of shit that turns people away from Jesus. Like when they go so hard into the hating and the shaming of like, like even if that's not their intention, just the vibe is very alienating.
Chapter, it says that he's with Balaam, the false prophet, burning in hell in excrement and other disgusting things. Nida 44b says this: the Gemara raises an objection against the explanation of Rabbi Yanni from a Berita, a girl who is 3 years old, and even one who is 2 years and 1 day old is betrothed through intercourse. Where are they getting this from? Well, their Talmud teaches that a girl is betrothed through intercourse, and the earliest age that you're allowed to do that is 3 years old and 1 day. Perfectly legal to have intercourse with a 3-year-old girl. And you wonder why Epstein is doing what he does. Talmud teaches that 2 years and 1 day old is from a Berita. The Gemara raises an objection against the explanation of Rabbi Yanni from a
Gemara.
Berita.
I don't even know what the Gemara is.
And other disgusting things.
What is a Gemara?
Nida 44b says this: the Gemara raises an objection.
What is the Gemara? Oh, the TV series. Oh, okay. This is Gemara. Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah is what it sounds like. True. Any coincidence? I'm sure it's coincidence. That's what I'm saying, Jim, is he makes it come off bad. Like it's not the best. It's giving a bad taste in the mouth for watchers, listeners, whatever. Vast collection of rabbi analysis, debates, and commentaries on the Mishnah, serving as a core component of the Talmud. Okay, so what is... I am so ignorant of, like, Jewish shit. So what is the Talmud? Central text of rabbinic Judaism. So what's the difference between this and the Torah? I don't know. Okay, thanks, Google. Torah is written law. Talmud is oral law. Oh. Interesting. Why do we need both? This is what I'm saying. Why are things so messy? Why do we gotta complicate things? Where were we? I don't even know.
Against the explanation of Rabbi Yanni from Berita, a girl who is 3 years old and even one who is 2 years and 1 day old is betrothed through intercourse. Where are they getting this from? Well, their Talmud teaches that a girl is betrothed through intercourse, and the earliest age that you're allowed to do that is 3 years old and 1 day.
That's crazy.
Perfectly legal to have intercourse with a 3-year-old girl. And you wonder why Epstein is doing what he does. Read the Talmud, and you'll know everything you need to know. And the rabbis say she must be 3 years and 1 day old. So the rabbis in Niddah 44 are arguing about whether 2 years old.
What
or
is
3
Niddah
years old.
44? Is that like the passage or something, or? That's crazy. Babylonian. Oh, that makes sense. It's a Babylonian Talmud. Now it's making sense. Okay. All right.
Old is the age of consent. That's sick. These are Canaanites, not the people of God. You've been deceived. These are Canaanites, and they tricked us all. Time to wake up, friends. Why do you think Martin Luther wrote On the Jews and Their Lies? Niddah 45a, a girl of 3 years and 1 day can be betrothed by intercourse. These are quotes, by the way. Okay. More disgusting stuff.
Are you talking about sex or betrothal? Both.
Goodness gracious. It's gross to even read.
Because a 2-year-old can't consent to a proposal, therefore it's not a betrothal. But you can claim them by intercourse, is what it's saying.
This is Niddah. Some more from 45. It says this, 45a. Come out and hear the Mishnah. If the girl is less than the age of 3 years and 1 day, intercourse with her is like placing a finger into the eye. Why do I need the Mishnah to teach like placing the finger into the eye? Let it teach simply. If she is less than that age, intercourse with her is nothing.
So it's not illegal if she's younger. It just means you're not betrothed. Apparently.
These people are sick. What is not correct, that this is what the Mishnah teaches us by its comparison to an eye. Just as placing a finger in an eye causes it to tear and tear again when another finger is placed in it. So too, after the intercourse of a girl under the hymen disappears and comes back again.
Ugh.
Continues on. The sages taught in a
That's why, I guess, if you break the hymen before 3-ish, then it can grow back, and that's why it's not technically yours, because if you're not breaking the hymen, you're not claiming it, apparently. Which is dumb, because the hymen can break for any number of ways. It doesn't even have to be intercourse. It's crazy. It's such a stupid concept.
Involving a Gentile woman called Eusteni, the daughter of Avirius, son of Antonimus, a Roman emperor, who came before Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. She said to him, "My teacher, at what age is a woman fit to marry? I.e., at what age is it appropriate for a woman to engage in intercourse, which would therefore be the appropriate time to marry?" So Gentiles coming to ask a rabbi. This is old, by the way. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi said to her, she must be at least 3 years and 1 day
That's
old.
crazy.
Ugh. This is disgusting. Also, the Jews engage in something, the Canaanites is what they really are. They engage in something called hasbara. You need to learn that word. Hasbara means that they're allowed to lie to you as a Gentile until you know that's not what the Talmud means.
Horrible things
They're
they did
allowed
back
to lie
then?
to you, lie
No,
to you,
no,
lie
no,
to you.
Mr.
Just read it.
Beach. This isn't a back then. This still happens, I guess, if you go by the Talmud. Ugh.
Epstein's emails. They don't believe they're sinning when they hurt children,
You
and
hear
they don't
me
believe they're
still?
sinning
Oh,
when they
no.
lie.
Let me undeafen myself. Sorry, there was someone in here earlier being annoying.
What were they saying?
I don't know. They were just foreign, and I couldn't understand what they were saying, really. And it was just hard to multitask.
Yeah, Satan, synagogue of Satan. Satan doesn't believe he's sinning when he lies, murders, and hurts children. Synagogue of Satan. Jesus is right. Continues on in 45a still. I'm reading it a little bit more. You standing further inquired, and at what age is she fit to become pregnant? Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi said to her, when she is at least 12 years and 1 day old. She said to him, I married when I was 6 and gave birth a year later, when I was 7. Woe for those 3 years between the age of 3, when I was fit for intercourse, and the age of 6, when I was married, as I wasted those years in my father's house by not engaging in intercourse. That's disgusting.
The fuck?
In other words, it's teaching through a parable that she should have been engaging in intercourse from 3 years old. That would have been better than waiting till she was 6.
That can't be a real story. Someone made that up. That's gotta be propaganda. I don't believe any woman believes that she should have been getting fucked from the age of 3. That was a sick man making up shit so to pressure other women who were unlucky enough to be born into this cult. All right.
Muslims are gross because it's 9.
Fuck that.
For Muhammad, which is gross. This is why, if you've never studied this out, there's an age of adulthood in Scripture that is 20 years old. It prevents all this disgusting nonsense.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff
Age
I
of
can't
consent.
abide by. Where it's like, yes, I like to, keep myself knowledgeable in different cultures and their belief systems. But then when it starts getting to stuff like this, I'm just like, nope.
Well, I mean, it's real though, and it happens.
The age of
It's
adulthood in
disgusting.
Scripture is 20 years old,
I
over
know.
and over and over again. Paul says,
You can't
in
just
1
pretend it
7,
doesn't
that a
happen, I
virgin
guess.
must
I mean,
be
you can,
No, I'm not
but
pretending it doesn't
youth
happen.
is
I'm just
outlined in
saying
Leviticus.
it's more like it's something that it's hard to engage. That's all.
I'm sure it's a tough subject.
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, let's take a look at this. I want you to see it because you've maybe never heard this before. So I think right now is a good time to share it, even though it wasn't in my notes.
See, this type of stuff is what runs the world, and this is the kind of thing that you can't handle the truth. So instead, we're going to try to cover up the concept of satanic practice entirely by telling you aliens made us.
Leviticus 27 gives you, this is probably the quickest,
Because
easiest way to teach
your
this, okay?
overlords actually don't want to admit that they partake in these activities.
Leviticus 27 gives you the age brackets of
I
Scripture.
personally
Okay?
believe
If you're
that humanity is more fucked up than anything that it may believe in. As far as like deities and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Valuation is of the male. This is Leviticus 27, verse 3. If your valuation is of the male from 20 years even to 60 years old, then your valuation shall be 50 shekels of silver after the shekel of the sanctuary. Okay, so 20 to 60.
Somebody in
is
chat said
adulthood
he's
in
still
Scripture.
on about
In fact,
aliens.
I will never be off about aliens. All right.
And then this kind of talk. Aliens are a distraction. Okay.
And the fact that aliens are just spiritual entities, whether good or bad, but probably most of them bad, to be honest, if they're trying to interact with humans in a way that wants to take your seed and your egg, probably bad. I feel like the good ones you're probably not going to hear from.
Paul references this in his epistles twice.
probably
One
not
is
gonna
in 1
abduct
Corinthians
you.
7 when he says a virgin must be pastored
And now
youth
the
to
same person
marry.
is saying
And
this is the
2,
Bible.
because youth is...
We're aware, but where
Yes.
do you make your distinction?
Yes, they are overlapping topics. They are related topics.
And this will distract from the Epstein files. It's connected.
That's
to
what
the
I'm
Epstein
saying. Is the aliens are a cover up for what our elites are really doing, which is like Epstein was doing, and doing satanic, ritual, nasty, pedophilic, murderous, sexual shit.
But I feel like the problem is that people seem to think that this notion of NHI, whatever it may be for them, however they may define it, is a completely fabricated phenomenon in order to hide the pedophilia.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, why does it have to be either this or that? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, that's because these cults are in place because they worship these pagan fallen angel, lowercase gods, or the devil, or whatever. And that's what's really spawning a lot of this pedophilic sexual shit, is this worship of these spiritual entities that are going to pretend to be aliens.
Right.
So,
And
I
in
mean, like,
that
they literally
perspective-
connected.
Yeah, exactly. But
This
that's
is-
what I'm saying. In your
people have, like,
perspective,
a hard
or in
concept
that,
with that.
yeah, exactly. In that perspective, that doesn't negate that there is something else that is providing influence to these corrupt people, you know, rather than it just being like a cardboard cutout distraction. And I'm like, that's
Oh,
not how
well,
it
no.
works. That's not what it is.
No, there's a lot of motives for the defilement of humanity, for sure.
I guess the best way to would look at it is, you know, how when we were talking about the Collins Elite stuff and Jack Parsons and fucking what's his name, Aleister Crowley and all that. So then what are we saying there? Like if NHI don't exist, then what? All those people were just delusional. They were just talking nothing. Is that what people's point is?
What do
They're
you
trying to make?
I don't think anyone's delusional who has encountered the NHI. Like, I mean, you know, the Aleister Crowley or whatever, he was describing his encounter with the demon, and then they're like, oh, this gray thing's an alien. It's like, okay, so now they're the same thing. What do you want?
Yeah. So regardless of whatever you think that thing he was talking to is,
Right.
it doesn't
It's clearly
negate the
not
fact that it
human.
exists. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bingo.
Exactly. It's clearly not human.
Outlined here. And 2, he says that widows have to be above 60 years old in order to start receiving the welfare from the church. Okay? He got it from here, these age brackets. Verse 4, or if it is a female, then your valuation shall be 30 shekels. So adult male or female is 20 years old to 60 years old. Verse 5, if it be from 5 years even to 20 years old, then your valuation for the male shall be 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. I will tell you for a fact, in the Israelite, in the Exodus story, those who perish in the wilderness are 20 years old and up, and 20 and under are called children and little ones in Exodus and Deuteronomy. Children and little ones. So 5 years old to 19 or 20 is children or little ones, or another term used is youth. So when Paul says a girl must be past her youth in 1 Corinthians 7 to marry, he is not a Talmudic Jew. He's a genuine Jew. He's a Benjaminite. You can actually believe what he's saying. He's teaching Christ. He's not teaching the Talmud. And he says, this is a good sign that he is who he says he is, that a girl has to be past her youth, which means past 5 to, how old? 19. She has got to be 20 and up. Well, it prevents the sickness that you're seeing in the Talmud.
Damn.
Verse 6, but if they are from 1 month even up to 5 years old, then your valuation shall be 5 shekels of silver for the male. For the female, your valuation shall be 3 shekels of silver. So that's known as like a young
And you know
child.
what's crazy too is at this time they had this concept of like, you know, the people that aren't, you know, the Talmud worshippers or whatever, and they're like, oh yes, 20. They need to be 20. And today we're like, you know what? 16's, you know, 17, 18. Good enough.
Even how the whole entertainment industry has this infatuation
It's
with
crazy.
younger people.
Yes.
And it just keeps getting younger and younger.
Mhm.
And then they pump out, and then like society itself pumps out these ideas that like, oh, well, you're almost 30. Well, you're old now. It's just like, what?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know in this era. I know, like, you know, post like Adam and up to the Noah, they were living a long time. I don't know how long they were living by the time Abraham and his descendants came around. I don't remember. Anyone know?
Yeah, according to like, you know, if you look more than just biblical references, if you look across the board at all cultures, it's supposed they claim that people were still living to be about 100 post flood, and then somehow, I don't know, because we contaminated the gene pool, that it got lower and lower.
Well, I mean, when you're
probably just because of
these cult practices where you're fucking animals and fucking everything. I mean, yeah, you're gonna contract the nasty. You're fucking everything that moves, basically.
And then we start
Got the dick
pumping out
scurvy,
all
you
the-
know.
pumping out all the awful pesticides and, you know, preservatives and all that other bullshit. So now we just, even if we don't die of old age, we'll just die of some kind of complication in our health.
Right.
So that's fun.
Abraham had Isaac at 50, and it was considered a miracle. So the miracle was that he produced a child, not that he was still alive, which means that he was living longer than on average. Interesting. So it's
there's a
ugh.
there's a Knight of Malta, which is like, an offshoot of the Knights of Templar, who I think, no, I'm sorry, let me correct that. There was a Knight of Templar who apparently lived to be like 150 or something.
What period
And
of time was the Knights of Templar?
that was like, the Holy Wars, when like they were trying to take back the Middle East, and Europe was trying to take back the Middle East.
Let me see.
Somebody said 1200s. That sounds about right.
Oh, so during the Crusades, yeah. So
Yeah, Crusades. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was wild because like he was one of their like leaders, and then the church decided he was a heretic, and they burned him at the stake, and then he cursed like the bishop or in the Pope or something like that, and they both died in it within a year. Wow. Coincidence maybe, but wow.
Is this the Red Cross member that Trump was talking about, or
Probably.
he supports a Red Cross member?
Well, his fucking skewed view of history, probably.
Yeah, that's probably what he meant.
My favorite is whenever he
Look at all those doctors.
Yeah. When he talks about numbers of years that we've been at war, it just cracks me up. I'm just like, what are you talking about, dude?
So funny. Anyways, back to this.
And then verse 7, and so 1 month
Back
old,
to the gross
even up to, well, it prevents the sickness that you're seeing in the Talmud. Verse 6, but if they are from 1 month even up to 5 years old, then your valuation shall be 5 shekels of silver for the male. For the female, your valuation shall be 3 shekels of silver. So that's known as like a young child. And then verse 7, and so a 1 month old would be a newborn, then a young child, then a youth, 5 to 19. And then, just to clarify, I want this to be really clear. Okay, 1 month, newborn. Okay, after 1 month until 5, child, 5 to 19, 20, that's youth. Okay, can also be little one is a term that gets used. And then 20
does
to
it say, are they worth more young? Did he say if they were worth more young or grown? I'm wondering.
60 adult, and then 60 and up, elder, retiree, what have you. That's why Paul says 60-year-old and up for the widows to receive welfare. He didn't make up a number. It came from the law. Okay? So this law applies to males and females, not just males. All right? Some people try and argue it's just males. Verse 7, if they are from 60 years old and upward, fit as a male, then your valuation shall be 15 shekels, for the female, 10 shekels. Okay, so that was a quick rundown. That deserves its own lesson. I'm currently writing an article for my website at richtidwell.com on that particular topic. All right, so gross. One more, Sanhedrin 59a from the Talmud says, and Rabbi Yohanan says, a Gentile who engages in Torah study is liable to receive the death penalty. As it is stated, Moses commanded us a law, an inheritance of the congregation of Jacob, indicating that it is an inheritance for us and not for them. Gentiles are liable to be put to death for studying the Torah in Sanhedrin 59a. In other words, they believe that because we read the Bible, specifically the Torah of the Old Testament, we are liable to death, which is why it's okay to kill us. The Goy. They think Christians who study the Bible deserve the death penalty. I'm not making these things up. I'm quoting the Talmud. And Epstein has a photo with the Talmud on it.
So what if we are followers of Christ, but we don't study the Bible? Is that a gray area? Or?
Full set of it in his library behind him at his desk.
Just wondering where that
These are the synagogue of Satan. Listen, our kingdom alliance
I think
is
you
with
should
God,
make a Winrose character named Rabbi Yohanan.
Not the synagogue of Satan, not the Canaanites pretending to be Jews, but God. They can't hear Jesus'
Rabbi
words
Yohanan and Dick Scurvy can have their own ship together.
Listen only to Satan. Remember that Jesus said, if God were your father, you would love me. And they don't love Jesus.
No,
so
thanks.
God isn't their father. Jesus has told us the truth.
You can stay away
Bring up
from my
Jesus, the
goom.
Messiah, with a Jew, and you will see quickly that they are the synagogue of Satan. Don't hide from it. Press them on it and find out what they say. Because Jesus said, and if you quote this to them, they would be very upset. Truly, truly, I say to you, before Abraham was born, I am. Jesus is the great I am. We do not need to fear the synagogue of Satan. We do not need to fear those who lie and say they are Jews but are not. They're actually Canaanites. Zechariah 14 tells us that there will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the Lord when Jesus returns. So we must hold fast to these truths and prepare like Revelation told us to. They're going to throw us in prison. They're going to kill us. Revelation is going to happen, and we must be strong and courageous because the Lord will be with us wherever we go. We are serving the I Am, not them. Galatians 3 tells us that it is those who are of the faith of Abraham that are the children of Abraham. We are Abraham's descendants. We are Israel. They are Canaanites.
I meant more like when they say that because we Christians study the Bible, they feel like they're justified to kill the Christians. It's like, well, what if they believe in the Christ but they don't study the Bible? Do you want to kill them then? Just trying to find where the loophole is. You know? It's like,
Did you all receive something today? If you did, say amen. Amen. I hope those
Are they
online
allowed
and
to
in
live?
person really have been blessed by this message. If you're online, make sure you like this video, share it with your friends. Comment below any questions that you have, anything that you learned, anything that you want to talk about, you want to learn about. I've done a few podcast episodes on specifically these topics of Zionism. You should go watch them on my channel. I've also...
Interesting, though. He seemed to imply that the Epstein and the Canaanites was related to Epstein and the Rothschilds, which I think he's implying that the Rothschilds and other elites are of Canaanite bloodlines. But like that would have to mean that they're practicing all the nasty stuff, right? Because it's like, well, yeah, a lot of people in that area in general are of Canaanite bloodline, right? But they're not all evil and ruling the world. So
Here's the funny thing I think about that when it comes to like the fucking JP Morgan and the Rothschilds and all those supposed elites, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, every group or researcher wants to attribute their bloodline to a certain kind of cultural and religious sect. But then, like, I don't know, like, I get this feeling that, like, if they've grown in that much power and they could just literally do whatever they want, I don't even feel like they would subscribe to any particular ideology. They would just make up their own.
Unless
Like
their family has
like
a history of gaining from their pagan worship, like some kind of advantage, you know?
Right, and that's what I was just gonna say though. Like maybe it's more like they pick and choose, like they're at a buffet, right? We're like, oh well, for this long we worshiped Baal and that did good for us, so we'll go ahead and do that. And then we sex trafficked these little girls and that worked for us. So let's keep doing that. You know, like I just don't feel like
Right, there has to be some
necessarily-
kind of cult upbringing or initiation or something for them to keep practicing it, for sure.
right, but not necessarily like they keep up the exact traditions of some 5,000-year-old cult. you know
Right,
what I mean?
I'm sure it's different. Like it's probably a different form of it if it's continuing
Yeah.
still.
Yep. I think so. Did you watch that one with what's her face from Big Bang yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, I was just curious because I know you mentioned something about that, and I was like, that
Aliens
that,
are
what,
hardly-
I forgot what her name is, but she's an actual scientist.
Yeah.
And this is her own channel, and apparently she's been having a lot of whistleblowers on lately.
Mm-hmm. So now
good
this
for
makes
her,
me
I guess.
wonder that, you know how they were talking about Trump's bloodline before being like related to David? Well, somewhere in there is it also a Canaanite bloodline? I don't know where the David to Abraham pipeline is.
We may never know.
Let's see. Family is a family tree.
So he's
Is
saying
that a
like
thing? I don't know.
Epstein was all like ritualistic about it, and it wasn't just that he was like some sick pervert. Fuck.
Yeah, he's all up in that shit. But I mean, like again, he it seems like he picked and chose his preferences rather than just straight up, worshiping or believing in one particular thing. Because he was doing all kinds of other weird shit that was even just completely science based too.
Oh yeah, because he was all like involved with theoretical like physics and stuff like that.
Yep. He kept hanging around the Los Alamos National Labs, and he was trying to get into Harvard's mathematics department. He was doing all kinds of weird shit. And I was just like, what are you doing here? Are you trying to pimp out your women here? What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, what's up, man?
What was the cursed son? Was it what was it? What was his? I don't know if his name was Ham or Cain now. Now I got confused.
Like Ham?
Yeah, I don't remember now. I know it's like Canaanites, but they also talk about Hamites, and so I'm like, well, which one is it?
Evil pork?
Was it just Canaan?
Cold pork?
Well, what was wrong with Ham? Not like the meat
Yeah.
person. I don't know.
Ain't nothing wrong with ham.
Let's go. Let me pull it up again. Let's go back. Too many
Look at
names.
this. Look at how Jesus out of left field. They said, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Dying as Canaanites, you start to understand Jesus' response. In fact, friends, and I don't know.
Where was the part we're talking about? The nakedness of the
salvation
daddy.
is by faith. Gave himself as a ransom for all. So the bell icon, so you receive a notification on with Ham, as you're going to tell in a
Ham,
moment.
the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness.
This
of his
substance has.
Okay, so Canaan was Abraham's grandson, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay. So from the looks of this, it didn't lead to David. But I'm wondering, since King David, did it ever intermingle back with Canaanite bloodline before it got to Trump? I'm just curious. I don't know. Not that it would really matter. It's just a curiosity thing.
Where was Epstein's bloodline supposedly?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's common knowledge or not. We could try. What about the Rothschilds? Is that common? Would they tell us? Probably not.
I think to a certain point.
Yeah.
I bet you if you go back far enough,
It might
it'll
even
just
be
kinda
edited
stop.
too. Who knows?
Yeah. It'll probably just be like, yeah, they're
Does anyone have a biblical
European. Deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Is there like any? Can we go back that far? Ashkenaz Jewish, no big family, originally from Frankfurt, Germany. Okay.
Where's Germany?
Let's see.
Yo, what's up?
Just snooping online.
Dope.
Yeah, I don't really see much before the 1700s here. So I guess they're not going to tell us, which probably confirms that it is. So anyways. If they're not telling us, it's probably the case.
What's fun about something like that, though, is, you know, like if you were just in regular history class and you brought up that point just out of curiosity, you know, that's all that you're told, right? Or like you'd look back and you'd be like, well, it ends at this century, so that's it, end of story.
Right.
So you never even really get an answer.
Yeah.
It's more like that, you know, fucking Truman Show shit we're always talking about, where it's like, well, no need to explore because the Earth has been explored already.
History is written by the winner.
Yeah. All right, you gotta go to the bathroom. Let's see. Play some music. Oh man, the space station feed's still down.
What? You sound like Seinfeld right there. That was hilarious. What is the deal with the space station?
Man, how about those end tables?
Back to the bed.
That art for that music, those look like amphibian aliens. Looks like they
You're
should
an
be
amphibian
dancing.
alien.
Ooh, mom's an amphibian alien.
He ain't free. Oh man.
Let's see
what's
what
up,
chat
Joe?
got to say.
What's up?
Joe's sleepy.
Yeah.
The video will return when a connection is reestablished.
Oh, the Russian guy's here.
Did you? I don't know if like you took a nap or maybe you were gaming or something, but did you see the fake ass new ice wall theory picture that we put up in media, Joe?
Yes, the one that you made.
Yeah, you like that?
Нормально все, да?
Oh, the feed's back.
Ясно.
And it looks like it's daytime again on the feed.
No one can understand how beautiful the Earth looks from afar. To outer space, every one of us.
Is that even real footage or is that fake?
NASA says it's real.
That's nice.
The rest is up for you to decide. Joe, you know what a pale crawler is?
No.
You know what a rake is?
Yes.
Same thing.
Okay.
So I think they just started calling them pale crawlers though, because they wanted to get away from everybody just saying, that's not real, that's creepypasta, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I was going to tell you, I don't know if I told you the story, but I think one of the nights on patrol I was on, I think one of my other coworkers, they got called in to deal with a pale crawler.
That's funny.
Because I heard over dispatch, the dispatcher sounded a little disturbed, and she was like, George Unit, can you respond to a client saying that there's something on her roof making scratching noises? And
So there was
like,
somebody holding a rake on her roof?
No, the being, the cryptid.
Oh.
Go Google if you don't know what I'm talking about. Pale crawler.
It's a cryptid, yes. It's a humanoid with pale skin. Yeah, they're like the skin walker or whatever the fuck they're called in the Native American folklore.
Yes and no.
What are they called? What are they called in Native American folklore? Like skinwalkers or whatever. What the fuck are they called?
Well, there's this common misconception where people talk about skinwalkers and they're not actually talking about skinwalkers. They're talking about these other things.
Oh, is this one more related to the Wendigo?
Yeah, kind of.
The Wendigos are usually in more like mountainy areas.
Right, but the pale crawlers are all over the place. So anyway, my point was that this lady's like, because there's like tons of videos of people supposedly seeing pale crawlers crawling around on their house at night.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, man, that sounds like a pale crawler. And then I thought, A, I'm glad I'm not taking that call. And B, Which also, by the way, it was nighttime and it was raining, so like that makes it extra spooky, right? And then the last point I thought was, okay, so he's gonna get the other unit's gonna get there, and either he's gonna find nothing, or he's gonna say he found nothing when he saw something that he doesn't want to talk about.
Yeah, because there's actual footage of these fucking things. I've seen them before.
Yeah, somebody just said pale crawlers in New Mexico. Yep.
Crazy.
Fucking crazy.
What if Ammo streamed?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, I was just gonna say, did you guys see the suicide note that was allegedly written by Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
I've seen that on the news.
Oh, really? Yeah. I saw it on the news earlier too.
And what they just came out with this?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just today maybe.
That's ridiculous. Like,
Yeah,
oh yeah, we forgot to tell you about this. Shit, he's been dead for almost a year now, right? Maybe even
I'm pretty sure he's
longer.
chilling in Israel, man.
Yeah, I know, but I mean the story of him being found dead in the cell.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Epstein was found dead. I don't know, like 8 years ago or some shit, maybe. They didn't just find the note, but it was unsealed by a federal judge. So
What we
that's why
have
it's-
here are a series of victimless crimes. Forget about the fucking toe.
See that there's somebody waiting in the therapy room.
Dude, it was a stressful day at work. Holy frick. I finished up and my main monitor was dead. Like, I went to turn it on and it was just dead as a hammer. That made it even worse.
David wants to know if we've watched any of the Jared Kushner could be the Antichrist videos yet. I can't say that sounds familiar, no.
Has anybody seen that show called Skinwalker Ranch?
Oh, damn, it looks like Tina left. Oh, there it is. Tina. Hello.
Sorry, I dropped the call. I'm back.
Also good, man.
I like the Lincoln 10. Correct, the Lincoln 23. We have a code 30 at 661 Stone Canyon Road. Reports of multiple activations. 1024 was on car feed. 23 over the copy. Calling baby to be 10-9.
So ready to go home.
So, Tino, are you working your way up to becoming a cop, or?
Nah, I'm just doing this to catch up on some bills. Because my actual job, or I should say, the job I had to kind of walk away from because the whole industry's on fire, is I'm a prop maker for film.
Oh, badass!
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but you know, kind of puts a damper on things when there's no work.
Yeah, I don't work with props, but I specialize in movie posters.
Nice.
That side of the industry.
Nope.
It's more like on the graphic design end, huh?
Yeah.
Shit.
You guys interested in the psychonaut shit at all? Like, not just like regular aliens, but like the psychedelic ones too? Like the machine elves and the giant spheres, insectoids and stuff like that?
Yeah, I follow that a little bit. I'm more interested right now in, there are a couple of researchers that are trying to like literally map the DMT realm, and I think that's interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm just reading something now. It says like 94% of the DMT users experience like the same exact entities, that they keep running into the same ones.
Right. And that's why
Which
you've
is
got
kind of
these
crazy.
research.
Like, yeah, that's pretty insane. It's like that it's like so repeatable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why you got these researchers that are like, you know, not only could it be possible to, you know, because they're thinking, if we consider that this isn't just all a product of the mind, that you're actually coming in contact with some kind of exterior reality, then not only could we classify the beings that live there, but also even probably classify the biomes that exist there as well.
Yeah.
And
Pretty wild.
that's wild. It's like some fucking Lewis and Clark on DMT shit.
So, Tino, do you believe that the universe is infinite, or do you believe that life is a simulation?
I actually think it's a little bit of both, because here's the thing that I think about simulation theory. The simulation itself isn't one based on technology, because that's just, it's literally mathematically impossible, right? There's too much data and there's not enough energy in the universe to support that much data for it to be a simulation. But if you were to consider the idea that it's not a simulation, that like, if it's not some kind of advanced beings running us all on a supercomputer program, then the other option would be that we're talking about metaphysical beings that have literally constructed our reality, our simulation, using matter and energy.
Such a complex subject. I ask because, we don't ever see any aliens on the moon or Sasquatches, but, it just makes me wonder how many
Wait.
miles
How do you know we don't see aliens on the moon? They don't have a live feed like they do for this.
Well, that's true.
Let the man cook.
Okay, I'm sorry. Keep going.
I was just going to say, I wonder how many miles we'll have to travel before we encounter another planet that is like Earth with, civilization.
There is one caveat to the data energy problem when it comes to a simulation that I find kind of interesting. But this could hold true for whether it's technologically based or matter based, right? And that is that maybe the universe isn't as infinite as we think, right? Take like an open world map. That whole open world doesn't exist for the player all the time, right? It's usually just in like the landscape, the horizon itself is just some unrendered piece of crap way far back in the background. But it's only as you start moving toward it does the simulation start to load those areas, right?
That is so freaking true. Like thinking of it in that point of view.
Yeah. So
interesting.
Yeah. So if something is 40 light years away from us, maybe it's not really there until we get there. Then it loads for us.
Interesting.
But the only problem with that is that dictates the idea that only our perspective as human beings is important. That there would be no other life forms perspective that you would need to load for,
I bet no one at Harvard has come up with that theory yet. That's a brilliant thing for all this shit.
Well, they've touched on ideas like that.
Yeah, I've talked about stuff like that too.
And Ammo's got a degree from Harvard.
I actually invented Harvard, founded it. So.
He hired Avi Loeb.
Mm-hmm.
She was like, "Yeah, you're smart enough. You can come work here. You can come teach here." But yeah, the whole idea of something loading for us.
It's down again.
Why wouldn't it load for aliens, right?
That just sucks.
That kind of messes up the theory.
That's true.
The life you have sucks.
Will we ever see a transition from day to night, night to day on here? I'm so curious now.
You missed it when you walked away. Remember, it was day. Did you see that?
But did we see the transition?
Nope.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Will we ever see the transition?
When you walked away, though, it cut to day, and there was like nice white puffy clouds.
Of course. That's my point. Why don't we see the transition? You know what? Fuck them. This is getting more plausible. Our ice wall theory. They're cutting every time we cross the ice wall.
Yep.
Do you really think we're surrounded by ice wall?
No, I don't. But it would be fun. It would be fun if we were.
Yeah.
Because that means I could explore all the ends of the earth as we know it and still have so much left. That's exciting to me. But it's probably not true.
That picture.
Ice cream's so good. Alright. Here's the music.
I start hearing the people on the graveyard shift clock in over the radio. All I can do is just feel bad for them. I'm like, I would never work that shift. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
18 more years security or a cop or what?
Yeah, I do security.
Well, I haven't watched this video. This title is Hebrew tribes reached America 1,000 years before Columbus, posted a month ago.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I can hear the video on Discord.
Oh, I'll make sure. Oh yeah, it's sharing, right? Yeah. Cool. Let me make this a little bigger. Or, I mean, let chat see more of the video. Here we go.
Oh, I didn't know you could see it on Discord.
So it says, Jerusalem is this religious center of Christian, Jewish, Muslim. In 722 BC, 10 Jewish tribes disappeared from north of this holy city. A handful of artifacts suggest the lost tribes may have found a new home. In America!
America.
The history that we were all taught growing up is wrong. My name is Scott Walter, and I'm a forensic geologist.
Hi, Scott.
There's a hidden history that nobody knows about. There are pyramids, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over the world. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history isn't what we've been told.
Facts.
Beach, they have to play that epic music to make sure you're awake.
Yeah, we do.
As a forensic geologist, I rely on the study of rocks to learn more about our own history. And throughout my career, there have been several artifacts that I constantly return to. One of them is called the Bat Creek Stone. Though small in size, it's considered one of archaeology's biggest mysteries. I first learned about it during an unrelated investigation back in 2008.
Dude, what if
Back
you
in
talk about the
46
Stone of
minutes.
Destiny?
People like this guy made it up. Yep. Have y'all been chatting? I have not seen your messages at all today, besides when this video pops. You haven't even been here. Who are you?
What did they say?
They're like, people like this guy make it up. And I'm just like, they were joining the conversation now of all the things we've been talking about. Is your only message today? Interesting. Like, This is what you
Some
think is
CIA
made up
plots.
when he's going to show archaeological evidence and proof and not all the other shit we've been talking about? Wild. This is the made up one, right?
I was examining some cave inscriptions with a woman named Leslie Kalin.
Good morning.
When she told me
Hey.
about the stone and how it's inscribed with strange writing, I was immediately intrigued and had to know more.
Good job, Tina.
The Bat Creek Stone was discovered back in 1889
Did you get
in a Native
attacked by
American
sleep
burial
paralysis,
mound in
Tina?
Loudoun County, Tennessee, along with...
What?
I was asking Drugo if he got attacked by sleep paralysis demon.
Oh, why? What happened?
Because that was how I wished him good night when he left.
Oh.
It was like, don't get attacked.
Did
Instead
you?
of don't let the bugs bite.
I didn't.
Oh, good.
Slept like a baby.
jewelry, and 9 human skeletons. The writing on the stone was first thought to be a form of Cherokee script. Later, it was determined to be an ancient form of Hebrew.
Are you saying the Cherokee are actually Jewish? Oh, man.
Why would a stone with Hebrew writing be buried in a Native American mound?
What's that?
After years of
This is why they're on reservations.
research, a possible connection began to emerge. Could the stone be an ancient
It's just a different Holocaust.
land
Okay.
claim? Possibly from the Lost Tribes of Israel?
Look at that.
The Lost Tribes of
That's why
Israel are
I
10
started
tribes that
harassing the conservations.
What?
I said, that's why I started harassing the reservations.
Oh, yeah. Probably.
disappeared from the Holy Land in 722 BC after the Assyrians waged a bloody battle against them. To this day, no one knows if they died, escaped, or assimilated into the population. Some believe they traveled to America to build a new Jerusalem. The Smithsonian officially owns the Bat Creek Stone, but it's housed at the McClung
Maybe
Museum
this
in
is the start of the Illuminati.
Knoxville, Tennessee. Leslie's father, a Cherokee elder, helped me get permission to study the stone, which I examined in 2010. Now, I'm returning to Tennessee to examine it using state-of-the-art technology. I hope looking at it with a 3D microscope will help determine if the stone is an ancient relic of the Lost Tribes of Israel or something else.
You're breaking up like a robot.
Before my re-examination, I'm meeting with Leslie Kalin again to see what she knows about this mysterious artifact and any connections between the Lost Tribes of Israel and the Native American site where the stone was found.
Pause champ, America did the original Holocaust. Yeah, what if the Nazis were just copying? What if the Nazis originated in America and it's just propaganda that is from Germany, and that's why there's neo-Nazis in the deep state or whatever? I don't know.
So aside from the inscription,
There's a
is there any
conspiracy.
evidence of an early Hebrew connection with
Uno
people or
reverse.
places in Tennessee?
I think that some of my
Technically, the
people
Catholics
believe
have
that
a
we
bigger
might
body
be
count than
descendants
the
from the
Nazis.
lost tribe. My grandfather told me that he felt that we had a Jewish connection, maybe even possibly be part of the lost tribe of Israel. There is a group called the Central Band of Cherokees. They believe that they are direct.
What if America is the Holy Land? I would believe it. You know, most of the, I think most of the Jewish population lives here now, right? Like, or a good portion of it.
I remember bringing up to you about the idea of the Native Americans being lost Jews from Egypt, and I don't remember if you agreed or disagreed. But I do remember
the U.S.
bringing
has
it
the
up.
largest or second largest Jewish population in the world. Roughly 41% of the world's Jews living in the U.S. I've heard it's more at one point, but I don't know. The numbers seem to change from the last time I looked it up.
Do you believe it? Do you believe that the Native Americans are lost Jews?
I could see it, yeah. Why not? Also, Promised Land milk is made in America.
They're completely different.
What? Is it different? Maybe not if big elites own the food corporations. I don't know.
Direct descendants
Want
of
to
the
see
lost
who
tribe of
owns it.
Israel.
On my way to the McClung Museum, I can't stop thinking about what Leslie said. As a scientist, I focus on facts, but in this case, I can't ignore the oral tradition. If some Cherokee people believe they're connected to the lost tribes of Israel, maybe there's something to it.
Maybe they're crazy or retarded.
Here it is. Just got it fresh off the exhibit for you.
I'm really excited to look at the Bat Creek stone. With the new technology, this Kean's 3D microscope, that's going to hopefully help answer the question, is it authentic or not?
And that's part of why you're studying it. There is some controversy about the stone.
Can you give me just a brief synopsis? Does you understand the history of the Bat Creek stone?
Yeah, I mean, it has a very interesting history. It was part of the Smithsonian's Bureau of Ethnology's mound survey that Cyrus Thomas was leading to try to understand what they call at the time the mystery of the mound builders and who actually built these things. And one of those excavations was done in Loudoun County, Tennessee at the intersection of Bat Creek with the Little Tennessee River. And they excavated a couple of mounds there, and one of them was a burial mound where they actually found the Bat Creek stone.
A scientist named Cyrus Thomas was in charge of the mound survey. Initially, he thought the mound...
Keeping them separate still. How's Bagon doing?
Good. Bagon's mad. He's Diamond Dove right now. Diamond Dove's too close to Bagon. He's mad.
He's protesting against this nonsense.
mounds were the work of some advanced race which no longer existed. Eventually, he went on record with his belief that the Cherokee people were somehow connected to the prehistoric mountains.
Close by.
Huh?
No, Bagon was attacking the Diamond Dove.
Oh.
Because it landed on her while she was nesting.
It's funny.
Initially, he
River and excavated a couple of mounds there, and one of them was a burial mound where they actually found the Bat Creek stone.
A scientist named Cyrus Thomas was in charge of the mound survey. Initially, he thought the mounds were the work of some advanced race which no longer existed. Eventually, he went on record with his belief that the Cherokee people were somehow connected to the prehistoric mound builders. Some critics believe John Emmert, the field archaeologist working on the project who found the Bat Creek stone, may have planted the artifact to get in good with his boss.
He was actually at one point fired from the Smithsonian and was rehired, and this was one of his first projects after being rehired. Did that actually influence him and what he did?
Oh, look at that.
And
He got fired by the
beyond Bat
Smithsonian.
Creek stone, there are other
Yeah, interesting. He found something
That's
too.
not a red flag.
Yeah, right.
stone tablets and other things that clearly were hoaxes. You have found fakes.
Was it
There are things out there.
I have found fakes, but I have also found things like the Kensington runestone is absolutely genuine. The Bat Creek stone is one of the classic examples of bad science run amok. Everybody's got an opinion, and you know what they're worth in many cases. The rocks don't have bad days. They don't care. They just are. So we go back to the science. And I always say, I let the rocks talk.
Can you smell what the rock is cooking?
My God, get out.
Rock chalk, Jayhawk.
The Bat Creek stone was found in a Native American burial mound in the 1880s.
Hello.
Some people think it's a hoax. They suspect the guy who found the stone faked its inscription to get in good with his boss at the Smithsonian. I'm not buying that. I think the stone may prove Jewish people made it to America before Columbus. This artifact could even be connected to the lost tribes of Israel. They're famous for vanishing without a trace in 722 BC.
Where did they go?
Some Cherokee people in Tennessee think they have a connection to the lost tribes. I've studied the Bat Creek stone once, but now I'm back in Tennessee to examine it with the latest technology. If I can figure out how old the carvings are on the stone using 3D analysis, it would go a long way towards solving the lost tribes mystery. I want to show you something here that I think is pretty important. This is the very first picture taken of the Bat Creek stone, 1894. If you look in this area right here, there are no scratches. But in this 1971 photograph, you can see there are 2 scratches. Clearly they were added after the stone was found. Do you have any thoughts on why that might have happened or how that may have happened?
Well, I mean, there's 2 things that could happen. It could have been accidentally scratched in some form or fashion, or it could be somebody trying to do some sort of early testing before 3D imaging to see what it's made of and how easy it is to scratch and things like that. We will do some test scratches like that sometimes.
What's important about this is these serve as excellent control samples for me to compare with the original inscription to see if they're the same.
Hopefully this machine can tell us some more today.
Heat up some more food.
We start by
What do you mean,
examining the
more?
modern scratch.
You already...
I'm not sure if this mark was made accidentally or on
Some.
purpose. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that this scratch may be able to help prove the authenticity of the Bat Creek stone. When they scratch the stone, it will generate secondary material that's left behind. And we see that here in the freshly scratched surface. Whenever you scratch a stone,
Put this in real quick. Ruben says I can send you to video here. You want a tournament longer? I mean, sure.
What?
I mean, you can link it to media share.
Here we go. You should see the bullshit ice wall map that we came up with. Media share.
Which one?
We came up. We were joking around. We were saying about how like flat Earth and ice wall. It's so ridiculous that like we could probably come up with a more reasonable map than those groups did. So we asked AI to build a new ice wall map based on our idea. Not that we believe it, just that.
So not you, AI.
Yeah. If you're going to, basically our point was, if you're going to believe in something, at least make it make sense. You know?
Yes. I agree.
Instead of crazy bullshit like the Earth is flat and the stars are actually studio lights or whatever.
You're a conspiracy racist, you know that?
Yep.
Again,
No,
against the poor flat earthers.
The pictures are in media share if you want to look at them.
I'm working in the meantime. Okay.
Steven's horny again.
Wait, this is not a flat earth. How do you explain that you can go from Japan to America with this model?
You can't. But it's still better. It's still better than a flat Earth.
He's trying to fight me.
You can in reality.
My coup was deeper. He's trying to fight me. He's like, what the fuck?
Oh shit.
Who
that? Who the fuck's that?
How do flat earthers explain that you can go from Japan to America going east?
They don't. They don't have an answer for that. Their answer is basically that the entire airline industry is lying to us.
No, this is how they explain it, Drugo, is that you can still go in a circle because I'll just show you.
Yeah, you pass through Antarctica.
Are you talking about like our janky map, or are you talking about
The
actual
flat Earth map or whatever?
Okay.
The real flat Earth map.
Hella different fucking flat Earth maps.
Yeah, I'm showing the one that like has that concept where like, okay, so like this kind of thing where it's in a circle. It's not like horizontal. It's not like left to right like you read a modern map.
So according to that, though, it's like we're flying in straight lines and rather around a globe.
To make sense.
A lot of flat Earth maps look like an upside down Hershey's Kiss, where there's still a curvature at the top, but the bottom, like, spikes. It's weird.
Okay, now I understand.
So, like, the way she's showing you right now is the top of the map, but if you looked at how like a flat earther would look at this from like the side, the top would curve, but it would be like almost like like the entire edge would be like waterfalls.
But there's no point in the point though, because you never see that. So why did they even bother?
You know the maps I'm talking about, T, the ones that like look like an upside down Hershey's Kiss. Yeah.
Yep.
Like there's still a curvature. It's just not in the way that in the normal sense.
Mom's got a curvature.
Yeah, your mom. Your mom.
Your mom goes to college.
Anyways.
You leave stuff behind. Deposits from making the mark.
Theory is more credible than yours.
What?
Oh, wow. Wow.
They
He's
thought
saying,
about
he's saying your
the
globe
problem
model is shit.
They thought about the problem I presented to you.
He's saying your globe model that you came up with earlier is shit.
Your globe model doesn't answer that.
It would still be the same thing because it's the flat.
No.
The top of it is like the flat Earth map because it has a slight dome.
Yeah.
So it actually would be the same map, but it's just the
No,
dome
map
is
because
part.
Yours, no, it's not the same map.
Well, that's the concept. I wasn't drawing an accurate version. This was a concept. These continents are ones that like we don't know, and this would be like the flat Earth map from above.
Yes, but this doesn't answer the question. Can you go east from Japan and go to America? You cannot demonstrate.
No, because you travel over the top.
Well, it would still. I mean, it depends like what
Just
you
like in
call
Flat
east, right? Because it's like this would be like the actual version, right? So like, let's see Japan.
Yes, but
You
this
know,
is
go this way.
An acceptable deviation. Yours is not an acceptable deviation.
What do you mean?
Because yours like quadruplicate the time it will take in
What do you mean by this isn't acceptable and yours isn't? Because this is what I was modeling mine after. So I don't know what you mean.
Let me answer. Because this is still stupid, but it doesn't
Jurgo, the
add
main-
any time to the hours I will take in a flight to go from Japan to America.
Well, it's like you're still flying in a curvature, and it's still east, west, whatever. Yeah, it's still.
That was exactly what I was about to say, because like the main argument that people use against flat earthers is like, well, I've seen the curvature of the earth, but what they don't realize is that flat earthers know that there's a curvature. It's just that their curvature is different than the curvature that you would usually like argue by how the earth has been told by people that it's supposed to fucking be. But technically, even flat earthers have curvatures on their fucking maps.
Yeah, man, I'm talking about this. I'm talking
But
about
north, south, east, west would be the same still. I don't know what you mean.
Yes, but look at your model. It doesn't work.
What do you
There is
you
a
mean? What by my model? You mean this image that's up on the stream right now?
No, the model that is in the media share that Tino pointed me.
The one with the ice wall?
Well, it's the same thing though. What do you mean? Like
No, it's
it's
not the
based
same
on the same thing. We're saying this map AI renders it wrong, but we're saying that this map was basically the top of the globe, and then the ice wall, and then the rest of the globe is uncharted territory.
Oh, look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bottom of the globe is stuff that we've never been
Because
to.
that map is part of a sphere, so it adds
Right.
more distance to the various places.
It's just AI didn't render it right, is all.
Yeah, it kind of made the ice wall a little wonky.
Oh shit! You should watch that Star Fox trailer if you like Star Fox. By the way, it just released like an hour or 2 ago.
Wow, that was an ADHD moment.
I'm sorry. I saw it. I saw it like as she was looking at YouTube, and I forgot to mention it because it just dropped it. They're remaking the first Star Fox again for like the 4th fucking time.
You can't see it from a plane, it's BS. What do you mean? You wouldn't be able to see an ice wall under the clouds, especially if you're not flying over it. What?
Yeah.
What? That's not even a valid point. But I don't even believe in it. But that's still not a
Yeah,
valid point.
that's the best part is that we're all arguing about something we don't even believe.
Right. It's just like in theory though, hypothetically speaking.
Hypothetically speaking, this bullshit would work.
Yes, but oddly they are more realistic than you.
You'd be able to go under the
I had your model is
So you think a paperweight dome with a flat bottom as the Earth's crust makes more sense than the same map being the top of a globe?
Hey, you think aliens given birth to demons and aliens? You really cannot talk to me.
I didn't say demons give birth to aliens. What?
Whatever.
You don't even know what I say, you fake listener.
You see residue in this microscopic
No, I mean,
view
couldn't we
speaks to the
technically
fact
go
that this
under
is a
the ice
recent
wall
cargo.
though? Like, if that shit really did exist, wouldn't we be able to just dig under that motherfucker? Like, seriously.
Depends on if it's sitting on a landmass.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's like an ice wall in the ocean.
Can't you
area,
dig
like,
under it, Joe? They don't even let you fucking go to Antarctica unsupervised. So what do you mean, can't we? No, we cannot, actually. All right.
Because we're looking
Well,
at a
I
recent
mean-
scratch.
You didn't go near it.
from that fucking point of view, I mean, yeah, I didn't even ask you, how did that go when he went to fucking Antarctica? Did he even make it to like a
Who's
point
he?
that was worth it?
Who's he? What?
Nick. When Nick went to Antarctica,
No, he didn't
how did
actually
that go?
even get to go because the Ice Poseidon people called in and got them banned off the cruise. So, I mean, even then though, the
Oh
cruise
my
only goes to like the outskirts of the shores, not even like inland Antarctica.
Yeah.
That's wild. Yeah, I never
They
even
just
knew what
take
the
you to
fuck
the
happened.
shoreline, and they just take you to the shoreline, and they're like, "See, there's ice. Look at those penguins. Okay, let's go."
Yeah.
And that's it.
Because they are
Some of
hiding
that material
something.
is
That's
still
a
there.
fucking fact. At
No
that
polish
point,
marks.
they're-
Clearly
they're
rough.
going-
I mean, it's,
Clearly, there's not a treaty for nothing.
intentional, but
Exactly.
Yes. So let's take a look at the original inscription. If it was fresh like the scratch, we would see secondary material in there, and we don't see that. Well, as you can see here, we don't have any of those deposits that we saw on the fresh scratch. They're completely gone. It's clean as a whistle. It's completely weathered away. The weathering is key because to get that weathering profile took time. We've got nice rounded edges, and the polished surface looks nothing like the fresh scratch.
Right.
In Emmert's notes, the first time he mentions the stone, he said it was a polished stone. You can see the scratches going into the grooves after it was carved. So clearly that indicates the inscription was carved first, then it was polished. The inscription on the Bat Creek stone was clearly polished, unlike those new scratches, which weren't polished at all. By polishing it, that tells you that they're treating this with care, that it has meaning to them, and maybe even sacred. If Emmert faked the inscription, it would look newer, more like the modern scratches, but the inscription looks really old.
So here's the question for you. Can that be fake?
You can make a charge that somebody did something anytime you want, but making it stick is the key thing. We've talked a lot about the inscription, but we haven't really talked about what it says. One of the top Semitic scholars in the world at that time has translated the inscription as "for the Judeans." The Judeans were a Jewish people who occupied a mountainous region called Judea, which today is Israel's West Bank and the northern Negev Desert. The region was named after the biblical tribe of Judah, one of the lost tribes of Israel. If the Bat Creek stone really does bear the inscription, "for the Judeans," it could be a significant clue that suggests the lost tribes came to America.
There's been some other interpretation as well. Nothing too drastically different. How old do you think that is? How much older do you think that is than those modern scratches?
The type of work that I do is what I call relative
Yeah,
age
I want to
dating.
know how they came over here and why. Did they sail over here? Were
They
they?
build a second arc.
Did they walk
obviously
all the
did.
way through China, like Russia, like go over the Bering Strait? Did they sail
That's
from
it.
Obviously did.
the Atlantic? Did they sail over the Atlantic, or did they portal over here? I don't know.
It's
Or did they like go up,
Unnecessary.
sail over to Greenland, and then come down through Canada? There's lots of ways they could get over here. I don't know.
older than this, it's younger than that. We know this is this old, we know this is this old, it's in between, so it has to fall somewhere in the middle. By looking at the weathering of the original inscription, comparing it with the modern scratches, to me, that says it wasn't made during modern times. Emmert said he pulled it from the mound. I've seen no evidence to question that. The other thing I think that's very important is this double-barred cross of Lorraine, which was used by early Jewish groups and is a symbol of the crucifixion. That would not be consistent with the lost tribes of Israel if it represented the crucifixion. I mean, we're talking about a group that disappeared around 700 BC, and the crucifixion obviously is 800 years later in this particular case.
Yeah, obviously. Wrong time.
After taking a closer look at
Yeah,
the cross
obviously.
of Lorraine, I still don't have enough information to definitively connect the lost tribes of Israel with the Bat Creek stone. Still, this is a mysterious artifact with Hebrew on it. I've looked at others too. They make me wonder, who created them, when, and why? I'm very comfortable that the Bat Creek stone, all evidence here to me indicates that it looks to be a genuine artifact. But there are other artifacts that have been found in North America, pre-Columbian artifacts with Hebrew inscriptions on them. I've investigated Ohio's Decalogue stone. It has a shortened version of the Ten Commandments on it, written in Paleo-Hebrew. Same story in Los Lunas, New Mexico, where there's a similar artifact, also called the Decalogue stone, with the Ten Commandments on it. And in Arizona, more Hebrew, on the Tucson lead artifacts, a collection of authentic ritual objects pulled from the desert in 1924. I have to wonder if all these things are markers on a trail.
Staying out of trouble, woman? You know what? Probably not, honestly, with this topic. But, you know, you can't live forever. Here, you get my water. As long as I don't believe it, I'll be fine. So
I think it would
for
be-
the sake of safety, I'm debunking this and viewing it
I
with
think it would
skepticism.
be. I think it would be quite a accomplishment actually if like, next couple of days there's a headline that's like, "E-girl thinks the Jews made it to America." you know.
They're like,
If the Native Americans are Jews, then they shouldn't be in reservations. Like, that
well,
would mean
the
that
Jews
like,
also shouldn't have been in Holocaust camps, but
They technically
Exactly.
hate America, just a bit late.
But if they were to prove it, then they would be able to like live like the other Jews live in America. Wouldn't they?
unless they know
Or
too
am I
much
wrong?
and they're not trying
Depends
to.
on whether or not they actually knew that to begin with.
Well, I mean, I know they were here.
But
first,
also, you have
obviously,
to know that you're allowed to speak if you speak on the agenda that the current system wants you to speak on. But if you're trying to like drop some knowledge of how shit actually was, they're gonna shut you up. So I guess it depends.
Yeah.
Left by Hebrew people long ago.
Well, no,
There's
like
a
in
person that I'm
Blazing
gonna-
Saddles, like Mel Brooks played a Native American Jewish person. Like, so that the
What does
theory's
that
been
have to
going
do
around
with
for a very
this?
long time. Because I'm trying to tell you that that theory has been going around for a minute. Like Bill Maher, when he created the Religious documentary, I always bring up and tell you to watch because I think you'd like. He discusses the idea of the Jews from Egypt being Native Americans.
Yeah,
you
I know.
And
I know
so-
it's been a thing. This is not my first
Yeah.
exposure to it, but.
Okay.
But the
Sit and talk to a
question
little bit
was
more about-
whether or not other organizations or institutions were aware that the Native Americans were actually Jews. Not that it was just an idea.
I don't know. if
Were
they
the Native
honestly.
Americans at the time even aware that they were Jews, though? Depending how far
Exactly.
back.
Yeah.
Do they even, if they had made like a new language or something? Who knows? Or maybe they didn't make a new language written.
Maybe they were
I
not
don't know.
About the Bat Creek Stone and about some other artifacts.
Part of the science of all this is actually having a dialogue and talking to different scholars, different perspectives and expertise.
We've had a good exchange today. But now I want to ask you, Tim, are you convinced by what you've seen here today that the Bat Creek Stone is a genuine pre-Columbian Hebrew artifact? Well, Tim, you are the curator here at the McClung Museum that houses the Bat Creek Stone artifact. We've just spent a good part of the day looking at brand new data. So based on everything
Ooh,
you've
plot
seen...
twist. What if, since if it's speculated that this lost tribe of Judah, they were like the good chosen people or whatever, right? God's people, right? In theory.
Right.
So what if the Canaanites, who were pretending to be the Jews, chased them out?
Kind of like an exile.
Yeah, like another Exodus, kind of.
Yeah.
And took over their land.
Yeah.
In our, I could see that too. But who knows?
Do you think that the Bat Creek Stone is a genuine pre-Columbian Hebrew
Go take a
artifact?
shower.
I'm not completely convinced yet. You didn't show me some things today I didn't expect. There's some potential other things that need to be done before I can say, yes, you have an authentic stone.
Maybe the Canaanites sold the lost tribes of Judah to Nephilim, who took them to America. And
I was
that's why
just
you got
gonna
the
say
giants.
that, but I was gonna say that, but then I felt like that would have just like made you not want to have that conversation and be like, nah, I don't think so.
I'm saying maybe. It's unlikely, and I'm not saying I believe it, but maybe.
I was just gonna say, what if the Anunnaki and the Nephilim were like, oh man, all these little Jews, they keep getting attacked. We better take some of them and take them well over to America.
Yeah.
For safekeeping
Yeah.
or for eating. I mean,
Who
we
knows?
keep food
Something.
safe in a container, so I don't know.
But your mind is open.
Oh, as a scientist, reminds me.
So it's like Moses.
I have to say that I'm
Moses
convinced this is a
escaped,
genuine
and then they come
artifact,
the
but
way
I'm
to
all about
America,
collecting more data.
fucking Egypt.
I'm gonna go...
That's a long way, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, so why couldn't they send them to America too? Because
And then
we
oh my
find
god, I was gonna go off on a sci-fi
similarities
defense.
from America and Egypt with ruins and shit and pyramids and tombs and shit, you know.
Where did they say that Moses took them after they parted the Red Sea and all that shit? Like, where was the destination?
I think Israel.
Was it Israel? It was Israel. Okay, just
Yeah.
that's what I didn't know for sure because obviously, like, that's like where most of them did end up, but I didn't know if it was like right after the Moses shit or not.
What if that's a lie though, and he took them to America? No, I don't know.
To see if I can find some more evidence
I was gonna mention,
of some early.
There's so many possibilities.
The whole.
Yeah, they could have got some of them could have got to Israel.
That's
and been
why I'm like,
you know
we were
what?
walking for 40 years. Well,
Yeah,
could we
you
have
know,
walked over to
40
America?
years-
You know?
That 40 years
Well, no,
walk
I
in
mean,
the
like
desert.
they could have got to fucking Israel, and then some of them could have been like, you know what? I don't like this.
What if they just kept walking? You know, 40 years they walked instead of
that's
they
what
just
I'm
went.
saying.
They took a wrong turn and they went through Russia and China and Bering Strait, came down to Canada.
Right.
Man, it's like
Oh my god, you guys. Okay, I'll wait for my turn. I'm raising my hand.
okay, you can speak.
I was gonna say that 40-year walk in the desert. Maybe it started in the Middle East. Then,
Right.
while they were not paying attention, they got transported to the actual New Mexican desert, and they
Oh,
walked around
shit.
Mexico and Arizona.
They found a
And
portal.
and they didn't even know it until they were like, okay, we can put them back now. I think they're safe. And then they re-teleported them back to Israel.
That's reaching. That's fucking reaching.
No, I'm saying the entire 40-year term that they were wasting
Yeah.
walking around in circles in America until they decided they were safe, and then they brought them back.
I think it's more plausible
That's
for
a
like
fun
some
idea.
of them that got to some of them that got to Israel didn't like Israel, and they were like, we're gonna keep going, and then they just kept going past Israel because they didn't like it, and then most of them stayed, and then some of them were like, fuck this, we don't want to be here, and then that's how they got to America.
But that doesn't help anything about why we're finding their shit in America.
Because they kept going, and they eventually ended up there.
What do you mean they kept going? So you're saying they crossed the Mongolian desert and went all the way to America?
They got to fucking Israel, and then I'm saying they got to Israel, and then some of them were like, "We don't like it here. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep traveling."
Like,
And then
what does keep going mean?
Wait,
Where
hold
did they
on,
go,
hold
Joe?
on. What the fuck is this bullshit?
Give me a pass.
Are you trolling me or are you delusional?
Are you talking to me?
No, this Kawatu guy in the chat.
Oh, what the
He's
say?
like,
Fuck,
okay, see you
again?
later. I'll be there in 3 hours. I found a really nice red and black bikini for you and a nice hat. When I arrive, I'll honk the horn 3 times. If you show up, you're gonna get shot.
I like
Do
the
not-
nice hat part.
I hope you're not serious for your own well-being.
That's
I like
wild.
the nice hat part. What kind
He's
of hat?
risking it all. He's risking
He really
it all.
is.
Like,
His
literally
earlier
and
message that I
metaphorically.
didn't see before was, I'm filling up the Dodge 1500 Ram and I'll be right there, honey. We'll go galloping with the horse and then to the sauna. Thanks. See you later, my pretty flower. The fuck?
And then he woke up.
What the hell?
You're gonna have to take pics for
But-
evidence, I guess.
Yeah, see, it's very plausible. If Moses brought him to Israel,
Fucking
there's
insane
definitely
people.
a possibility that some of them.
Not plausible. I'm saying tell me the path that they took in your theory.
I don't know, but somehow they ended up in fucking America eventually.
From Israel.
Because they didn't like it in Israel. They were like, oh, we got to Israel. This doesn't seem cool. We're going to
So
keep
did they
fucking
go through
traveling.
Europe? Did they go through Asia? Well, like, tell me where you think.
I don't know. You tell me. Because somehow they ended up here.
The fuck? What the fuck?
I can't think of that shit off the top of my head.
Do not come to
You
my
have to have-
house.
You have to just have some geography lessons in the
Creepy
future.
ass.
No, I will not make out with you.
Weirdo.
Chlorophyll, more like chlorophyll.
Are you taking evidence pictures there?
Yeah, I'm taking a video.
Another stalker.
Ask this one how long he's where he's coming from. Make sure it's not like from another country. Yeah.
Deported. God. I'm not going to get them out of chat. Why, if someone is being creepy and telling me about it, why would I remove them from the chat?
Yes.
Keep the evidence, honestly.
Let them rat on themselves.
Hebrew culture coming to North America prior to Columbus, long before Columbus, possibly the lost tribes of Israel.
That's crazy.
I'm on my way to see an artifact expert named Hugh McCullough. He studied the Back Creek Stone and other artifacts found inside the burial mound. A while back, Hugh showed me another allegedly Hebrew artifact called the Decalogue Stone in Coshocton, Ohio. Today we're meeting in another part of Ohio in a national park known for its mounds. Well, Hugh, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you, Scott. Welcome to Ohio. Tell me what you found in Tennessee. You said you looked at the Back Creek Stone down there?
I had a chance to look at the artifact with my new technology, the 3D digital microscope. I was able to confirm that the weathering of the inscription is indeed old. There's no question that the Back Creek Stone is not a hoax. It's a genuine artifact. And the fact that it's Paleo-Hebrew says to me that it has to be an early Jewish group that created it, possibly the Lost Tribes.
Well, I agree. It's a Jewish artifact, so I think it's very exciting.
Tell me a little bit about the testing that you did back in the 1980s.
There were some wooden ear spools found with the stone.
Wooden ear spools. Tell me a little bit, what are those?
The Hopewell and many other cultures use these ear spools. They're just decorative ear spools. They stretch the ears. We were able to get a carbon date on those. It was somewhere between 32 and 769 AD.
So Hugh, based on the data, it doesn't look like this is the Lost Tribes, who were probably around 722 BC. This is something more in the 1st century, right?
If you look at the inscription here, here's your photo of the Back Creek Stone. And the style of the letters most closely matches that of the Jewish war coins of the 65 to 70 AD. The letter style matches almost perfectly. There would have been an incentive at that time for Jewish people to emigrate because if they stayed behind, they would have been nailed to a cross or fed to lions or enslaved.
That's also that's a good point too. That timeline would make sense.
Around 70 AD, Jews and their Roman rulers were fighting over unfair taxation, disrespect for the Jewish faith, and accusations of theft. The rebellion, known as the Great Revolt, was eventually crushed by the Romans. 4 years later, Jerusalem was captured, and 100,000 Jews were killed or sold into slavery. The big question, did other Jews escape and find their way to America? There's another piece of evidence here, too, that jumps out at me.
Or
is
were they
double
sold into slavery to the Nephilim who went to America?
barred cross. That's probably one of the earliest, if not the earliest versions of the Cross of Lorraine. The Cross of Lorraine is symbolic of the crucifixion, which would have been sometime in the middle, late 1st century.
And if they were slaves who fought for their freedom from the Nephilim, that would explain the conflict with the giants.
Consistent with an early Jewish group
You know
in the
what
1st
else?
or 2nd century.
Since these the Native Americans that used to live in the Ohio region, they of course have stories about going to war with the giants, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the giants already had these Jewish slaves, what if the Native Americans freed them, right? Recognizing at least that they're not Nephilim.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you have like this mingling of culture here.
Yeah, that would
Because
also
then, like,
explain the different tribes and the changing of languages because they were distributed amongst different, giant or Nephilim groups as slaves and bred like probably agriculture for them.
Yup.
Yeah.
It's all coming together.
All the testing that we had done, the testing of the ear spools and the script, all do overlap about what time?
Around the 1st century AD.
So you've got consistency from different points. Now we have the geology work that I've done as far as the weathering indicating that it's very old, that it's not a modern hoax. Based on all of this, we have apparently a 1st or 2nd century Jewish artifact found in a Native American Indian mound, and its historical
Double
importance
nuts. Zachary
cannot be
Sitchin
overstated.
did not cover this. He only talked about Samaria.
What?
Somebody in chat said Zachary Sitchin already covered all this. No, he didn't cover anything about America. He only covered about what happened in Samaria, pre-flood and post-flood. That's it.
America. America.
There's one more piece of evidence I want to show you, which is even bigger in a sense.
I'm interested. Let's go.
America.
Yeah.
It's becoming clear to me the Bat Creek Stone and the ear spools found in the same burial mound don't go back far enough to be
those
connected
other
to the lost
books
tribes.
aren't translations of the Sumerian text, though. Those other books are add-ons to the story that he was coming up with. It's like he wrote his own fan fiction based on his previous translations.
Of Israel. I keep wondering, who left these things and what does it all mean?
So this is a photocopy of a map that was made by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, 1823, of some earthworks here in Ohio.
Little picnic
Earthworks, also known as mounds, are intentional changes in land level. These sculpted piles of rocks and soil are often ancient, mysterious, and massive.
What does this portion up here look like to you?
Well, that looks like a menorah.
Right.
Is that what that is?
Well, that's what it looks like.
The menorah, also called a Hanukkah, is the symbol of Hanukkah. The 8-day Jewish holiday celebrates the rededication of their temple after years of fighting. The Hanukkah story tells how soldiers who recaptured the temple had only enough oil for one night, but miraculously, it lasted for 8. So let me get this straight. Somebody in the distant past built this earthwork that's traditionally Native American in the shape of a menorah?
Well, if we didn't have the Bat Creek Stone and the Decalogue Stone, I'd be totally bewildered. A Jewish idea like this is not so strange after all, maybe.
Experts believe the Hopewell people built both the Hanukkah earthworks on the Army Corps map, as well as all the mounds surrounding us here at Hopewell Culture National Park. I mean, that looks like a lamp, an oil lamp.
Right, it looks like the oil lamp that was supposed to have burned.
What else can it be?
What else can it be?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. This is a beautiful place, but why didn't you take me here?
This map was made in 1823, but by 1848 it was pretty much plowed over and not visible from the ground anymore.
So it's been basically destroyed.
Right.
That guy's
So
totally
it's a
sounded
huge
like he
structure.
was
This is only
asking for
13
a
acres
date.
here, and this is 100 acres.
Wow, almost 10 times bigger.
We know that Thomas Jefferson was actually very interested in this particular earthwork. It goes back to 1803, even when he was president. He asked a general to draw these very same earthworks.
The reason for Jefferson's interest? The Louisiana Purchase. The U.S. bought Louisiana from the French. They had taken it from the Spanish. Jefferson wanted to prove others were here in America earlier, so Spain couldn't say Louisiana or any other land belonged to them. I recently investigated the notion that Lewis and Clark were assigned to look for evidence of Welsh contact. I looked at the Brandenburg Stone. There's one possibility that that may have been carved by the Welsh.
He was also interested in the possibility of the lost tribes of Israel, so he even asked Lewis and Clark to look for them. So he was covering all the bases. Roman or Greek or Phoenician, he would have been just as happy to prove it wasn't the Spanish. I think it was a diplomatic interest there.
I'll bet you in his back pocket he had this right here. You know, an earthwork like this, I mean, to me, this just screams an early Jewish culture. But there's something more that's significant here. This is a massive mound. This isn't something done by one or two or a few people. This involved a lot of people, right?
This earthworks would have required a whole community years to build. The whole community was dedicated to building this particular symbol, and therefore it's a much deeper involvement with the indigenous culture than the other artifacts.
I would agree with you. I think collectively, though, they're all important. It seems clear to me that these artifacts don't have anything to do with the lost tribes. Others may be, but not these. So it begs the question, if the lost tribes didn't create these artifacts, who did?
I love that phrase.
By studying the Bat Creek Stone, a mysterious artifact found in a Tennessee burial mound more than 100 years ago, I confirmed that its inscription is much older than its discovery date. It's carved with a message for the Judeans. Judea is a region in Israel, and the writing style is consistent with Jews after the turn of the 1st century. Could a group of them have been here in America at that time? That would rule out my initial theory, the lost tribes of Israel, who went missing from history much earlier. But I think there's a chance the lost tribes' descendants might be responsible. I'm going to meet a local rabbi. If I can learn more about the history of Jewish people coming to America, it could help me solve the mystery of the Bat Creek Stone and the menorah-shaped mounds I just learned about.
Found the neighbor?
Rabbi, how you doing? I'm investigating ancient Hebrew here in the United States. And I want to try to figure out who's responsible. But I want to know a little bit more about early Jews coming to America. What do you know about that?
So what we do know is that Columbus came in 1492, and with him, he brought Jews. And the first question that begs is, well, why on earth would he do that? And he believed at the time that there were potentially in the New World these lost tribes. He would want people who he thought could communicate with him.
The question is,
that's interesting.
did he bring orange juice or apple juice?
Thing that Jews traveled with Columbus. Aren't there some rumors that people thought that maybe he was Jewish himself?
There's a big controversy, and I'll leave
brought
this to historians to resolve that. But even if he wasn't Jewish, he certainly had Jewish companions, understood the Jewish community, and was keen on discovering the lost tribes.
There was a lot of persecution going on, wasn't there?
Up until 1492, we talk about historically as the golden age of Spain for the Jews, and things had been going there pretty well. Jews were relatively left alone to thrive in business and religious tradition and what have you. And then we get this edict in 1492, and people were left with just a horrible choice: either die by the sword or convert.
Though 1492 is best known as the year Columbus sailed the ocean blue, it was also an infamous year for the persecution of Jewish people. There was the burning at the stake of 24 Jews in Germany and the expulsion of 100,000 in Sicily. The worst persecution? The edict of expulsion in Spain, which gave Jews 4 months to leave Spain, convert to Catholicism, or face death.
The rabbis, some said better to survive, even if you have to convert to Catholicism, your life is more important. And others said no, it's better to be a martyr and to die than to ever worship in ways that are inauthentic.
I mean, can't you just lie and not actually believe in that, though? Because isn't there a passage in the Bible, do as they say, not as they do? I don't know. You don't have to, actually deny Christ to Christ and go worship, whatever. You could still...
believe tens of thousands of them died.
I guess that just shows
But
you
we also
kind
know
of
that
people,
thousands of them
people were
converted
back then. That
Or
they,
whatever you believe. It doesn't have to be.
they
Christ was my
stuck
example.
to what they actually said,
to Catholicism, and
Even if it was
still
against them.
maintained their religious Jewish traditions at home. We call those people who were forced to convert conversos.
So they were secretly Jewish, but they were outwardly Catholic.
These conversos, or what are sometimes also called crypto-Jews, were practicing Catholicism, but practicing their Judaism in the closet. Everything from lighting candles in private on Friday nights to refraining from eating pork and following the kosher laws. So these conversos really tried to maintain some sense of their Jewish identity, and they carried that to the New World with them. We know that many of the conversos, the crypto-Jews, made their way to the northern
Crypto
frontier
Jews? What?
Yeah, what?
We know that many of the conversos, the crypto-Jews, made their...
What? I've never heard this.
It just means hidden Jews, that's all.
Does it, though?
They like so much origin new words.
You're just trying to use buzzwords.
Continue practicing Judaism secret to escape the Inquisition. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just make it a secret. Whatever.
God.
So some people did that, I guess. Good for them.
So everything unknown is crypto now. Or it's secret.
Yep.
Hmm.
And then there was cryptozoology before there was ever crypto.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
their way to the northern frontier of Mexico in what is now New Mexico and the American Southwest.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, this is something that many people have done, many religions have done, is come to the Americas to practice freedom of religion.
Even today, there continue to be many Latino families who are outwardly practicing Catholicism or Christianity, but who privately continue to observe some of these Jewish rituals that have been passed down to them over time.
Well, in this case, you're talking about modern-day people that are practicing rituals that date back possibly as far as the 15th century. I've been looking at artifacts that go back much further. One example is the Bat Creek Stone, and the language is early Semitic script that some scholars say dates back to the 1st century. So I'm really interested in trying to get to the bottom of this and find anything I can that might be related. Is there anything that you know of that could possibly be related to what could be ancient Jewish writing?
I can't claim to the veracity of this, but there is a woman in New Mexico who claimed to have found this on her father's property, and there are some historians who believe that this evidence is early, potentially Semitic or Hebrew writing. Perhaps there's something there.
What the rabbi is showing me isn't the only carving with the Hebrew connection in New Mexico. There's another one called...
Put this in the fridge real quick.
In the meantime, I'm finishing Windroth.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Almost to the final boss.
What? Don't finish the game so much.
What?
Nothing. I was just making fun of you. It's fine. You were accusing us of speed running the game, and here you go, Drugo.
Called the Los Lunas Decalogue Stone, and the Ten Commandments are carved on it in Paleo Hebrew. Maybe there's a connection between that boulder and the physical pictures which the rabbi is showing you. The thing that's really jumping out is it looks weathered. This is down in Mexico, and is any possibility that this could be old?
My God.
What? What?
Nothing. Nothing.
Okay.
Hebrew jumper and the carved in Mexico.
Just
There's another
old
one called the
grudges.
Los Lunas Decalogue Stone, and the Ten Commandments are carved on it in Paleo Hebrew. Maybe there's a connection between that boulder and the petroglyph pictures which the rabbi is showing you. The thing that's really jumping out is it looks weathered. If this is down in New Mexico, and there's any possibility that this could be Old Hebrew or Old Jewish writing, I'm going to have to check this out. In my investigation, there's one thing I know for certain. Much of what we think we know about our history is wrong. We know Jewish people came to America with Columbus, and the Bat Creek Stone proves they came here in the 1st century too. But there may be others, perhaps the Lost Tribes, who came here even earlier, and the people I'm about to meet may have found proof. Are you Stacy?
I am. This is my friend Ron.
Hi, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
I'm investigating the likelihood that there were ancient Hebrew tribes, people that came here from across the Atlantic, going back at least hundreds of years, perhaps thousands. I recently talked to a rabbi friend of mine back in Minneapolis who said there were Hebrew carvings down here. Tell me about them.
We have found several on my dad's land up here, and Ron found many of these all around New Mexico. All of these drawings that we're anxious for you to look at.
Well, I've got these pictures from a friend of mine, Jimmy's ranch.
So what are these?
They're ligatures that's written in a script form that makes it easier for people that know the language and people that don't to understand in a picture.
I mean, the earliest communication that humans had was through pictures. Maybe that's what we have going on here. These look fascinating. Maybe we should go take a look at them. What do you say?
Yeah.
Let's go. You have a 4-wheel drive. It's pretty rough and remote out there.
I got it covered. Let's go.
Okay.
How interesting.
Is that the end of the video?
Oh, no.
I'm in New Mexico looking for ligatures. They're symbols that take on new meaning when they're combined. They could be evidence that Jews came to America long before Columbus. Maybe they were clues left by members of the legendary Lost Tribes of Israel, Jewish tribes that went missing in 722 BC. I'm heading to the discovery site to see for myself. So Ron, you have to tell me, how did you find these things?
I was building these roads through here and got out a bulldozer and ran across this, saw this over here on the side of the rocks.
This is not the first time I've seen evidence here in North America of early Hebrews coming here. I mean, I've looked at the Decalogue Stone, the Bat Creek Stone, the Tucson lead artifacts, and the Hanaki earthworks absolutely suggest that there were early Jews here in America long before Columbus, and we certainly weren't taught that in school, were we?
No.
Nope.
Here we are.
Wow, what do you think of that? Well, Ron, not only is it rugged out here, but it's remote. I mean, why would somebody come out here to carve a hoax or graffiti? I mean, nobody would see it. This whole panel is full of
Right, there's
carvings.
no reason to do a hoax.
And up
out
there,
here.
too.
There's no motivation.
It would be easy to assume these are Native American petroglyphs, but I don't think they are. I've never seen anything quite like this before. You see this dark surface on this rock? This developed over at least hundreds of years, probably thousands of years. You can actually see where some of the edges have spalled. You see how it's almost white, sort of a tan color? Well, that's what these would have looked like when they were first made. But they're
Steven's
dark.
awake.
They're almost black, like the background rock that they're carved into. This is definitely not modern. This is my handheld portable microscope. And you can see how dark that is. You know, another thing that jumps out at me right away that I'm sure you guys have noticed, that they didn't take a hammer and chisel. This was carved with rocks. And they used a pecking technique. Can you see that?
It's like it's pitted.
I saw something on the way in that could help us put a date on these carvings. It's the sort of thing many people frown upon. But as a geologist, I can find some value in it. It's graffiti. Let's go take a look at this other site. Aha. That's what I wanted to show you. You can see that this is fresh looking. It's carved into the same dark surface. This one's dated 1892. It looks like it was carved yesterday. Some other carvings here, 1925, 1924, 1919, and they all look fresh. I mean, this is just a quick and dirty comparison, but you can see this looks a lot different than what we have back there. It's pretty dramatic, isn't it?
Were those goats on the rock to sacrifice?
It's definitely older than 120 years, easily hundreds of years old, who knows how far back. So at this point, it becomes important to talk to the experts in this script. And my question is, do we know what the script is?
Right. Well, we did reach out to a few experts, and they dated it to the 15th century BC.
15th century BC.
BC.
That's 3,500 years ago.
It's a script that
Okay.
predates the Hebrew alphabet.
Okay, what's it called?
It's called Old Negev.
Old Negev is an ancient script.
Old what?
Experts believe it was developed by ancestors of the
You
biblical
said
Abraham,
what?
who worked in the Egyptian mines in west central Sinai. The laborers needed a way to express their language in writing. Some consider Old Negev to be a precursor to Phoenician, Paleo-Hebrew, and early Arabic scripts. The name Negev came up when I examined the Back Creek Stone in Tennessee. Its inscription reads, "For the Judeans." The Judeans lived in what's now the northern Negev desert.
The people we reached out to gave us some rough translations of this.
So it's read right to left?
Yeah, from,
like Hebrew,
from right
okay.
to left. So we're talking in this area here, woe and sorrow, on this inscription in here.
Okay.
And then we move over here to this, and this would be to cover or veil. This one right down here would be sunburnt or black, and it's talking about brothers and relatives, fellow man and friend to cry out or call for help.
Talking about woe and sorrow and sunburned. There is a rock shelter here. It would provide protection from the sun.
Right.
So maybe this is where they took refuge during a long journey and took the time to carve this. And we're talking Old Negev script. That's 3,500 years
This
old.
was their break spot.
The
for
weathering
building
of this
mounds.
inscription could certainly be that old. My gosh, that's 700 years
Slaves
before the
for the
Lost Tribes.
giants.
Well, we don't know if this is that old, but if it
this
is that
also
old,
still back in,
I mean, that would be
in
amazing, wouldn't
Mexico,
it?
area, not-
That is
not
so
far from
interesting that you
Ohio.
say the Lost Tribes, because there is one figure on here that a friend of mine who lived in Israel for several years said is associated with the tribe of Judah.
This isn't the first time in this investigation that the name Judah has come up. The Bat Creek
I'm
Stone
gonna be like that
inscription
host
reads,
from
"For the
earlier."
Judeans," in Paleo-Hebrew.
Judah who?
Judea is a region named after the tribe of Judah. The tribe of Judah, that's Jesus' tribe.
Right.
And if this is indeed 3,500 years old, that would be 1,500 years before Jesus. So this would have been his distant ancestors that could have used this script. But the other possibility is that this could have been a group that came later. We don't know. Sometimes people will use outdated languages far into the future. I mean, the Catholics still use Latin during Mass, and in our culture today, Latin is essentially a dead language.
Yeah.
So the Lost Tribes being responsible for this, I guess, is still on the table.
Yeah.
Whoever this group is
Fucking
travels
fascinating.
far and wide, it sounds like. There's going to be archaeologists that are going to watch this and they're going to scoff, when what they should be doing is respecting the work that we're trying to do here. The argument that the oceans were these vast, impenetrable barriers, to me, is ridiculous. Here, yet another group probably did come over here in the distant past.
Somebody said, "Are you touched in the head? I'm out."
The Bat Creek Stone is physically small compared to a lot of things I investigate.
Did I say
But
that?
there's a big mystery attached to it. After studying the Bat Creek Stone with my 3D microscope and meeting with someone else who studied it, I'm convinced it's not a hoax. I think it was left in America by a first century Jewish group, but I can't say for sure who they were or why they left it. I no longer think the Lost Tribes were involved. The timing's just not right. But the Back Creek Stone does connect early Jews with pre-Columbian America. Decalogue stones with the Ten Commandments, earthwork shaped like a menorah, and strange petroglyphs in the southwest also point to unexpected Jewish visitors to the New World. Whatever happened to the Lost Tribes of Israel when they disappeared in 722 BC is still a mystery, but it's one I hope to solve someday.
Okay, so this is the bummer about the kind of documentary like this, right? Everything in that was fascinating, but then what do so that way they can avoid any kind of controversy? They just end with, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, take a stance, man.
Well, they don't have any concrete proof one way or the other, I guess.
They don't believe that.
Besides that they were here, they just can't pinpoint why, when, which group of people.
They just want to sell books. They don't believe that.
Believe what? They literally went to find the rocks with the engraving. What do you mean?
To make money, not to because he's convinced of that. Every time there is something when they can get money out of this, I'm out, always out.
Well, then we should be out of science too, because a lot of science is for money.
Science is a whole lot of money. They don't get money doing science. They don't make money. Vice versa, if
Tell
you make
that
a
to the
video, if you
museums.
sell a book.
So that's a
You're doing it for
Scamosaurus
cash.
Rex.
That's right.
All right, pirate time.
You want to go to bed?
Nick wanted to go to bed early, and I said sure, but he hasn't come back down since he asked me. Let me see when he wants to go to bed.
What?
He says 5 minutes.
What does 5 minutes mean in Nick time, though?
You won't even load the game in 5 minutes.
It could be at least 20 in Nick time, but
Still.
Could be.
No problem. I have to go to the school in an hour.
For the parent, teacher, whatever.
Teacher talk.
Teacher talk.
This is
Sounds
for
like that.
English class, which she excels, so it won't be long.
So what sound does this make?
The ch sound,
Which means this word is
chew,
which means this word is
chef.
no, it's chef. You don't see how it's because it's French.
Oh,
That's why.
oh, okay.
But when it's not French, what sound does this make?
The ch sound,
Which means this word is
it'd be chemistry.
chemistry. You don't see how just because the H is there doesn't mean it wants to be part of the word.
Mm-hmm.
But when the H wants to be part of the word,
It'd be chat.
which means this word is
Champagne.
no. What did I say about French words? It's French. So what sound does this make?
The ch sound,
Which means this word is
chew.
I hope it's not like
so
that.
this word is
One
which means
No,
this word
but-
is
bun.
no. Why would you
English
think
is
it's
awful.
bone? You don't see how
Now don't worry,
it's
she
because
learns
it's
way
one
more
with a
out of
B.
school than in school.
Bone. That's why.
Okay.
Which means this word is
Don't.
no. It's done. You don't see how it's because it's not the same. That's why.
Okay.
So obviously this word would be
So it'd be zun.
no. Why would you think? Let's take a step back. This word is
One.
which means this word is
Gun.
no. It's gone. You don't see how it's because it's one with a G. Gone. That's why. Oh, okay. Which means this word is
one,
Han?
then.
No, it's hone. You don't see how? It's because it's not Han. That's why. Okay. And then if you add a Y, you get honey. No, it's honey. You don't see how? It's because it's one with an H and a Y at the
Yeah,
end.
but weird language.
Honey.
I know.
That's why.
It's a pain in
So
the
this
ass.
word
I
is-
always miss the right accent.
Hey, Adam.
Just because we stole
So
from
if
everybody.
ESPN in the Bible, so if ESPN covers the
That's
Australian,
why you got kicked out of Europe.
Well, I
You
didn't
talk
get,
like shit.
I didn't
Go
get
back
kicked
to
out.
the-
The fuck?
Yes, you were.
Okay.
Mostly of the colonizers were poor people, criminals, the lower class.
Now,
let's-
now he's just making up stories.
The truth hurts. You're like a bigger version of Australia.
What is that? Is that an elephant foot?
Yeah.
Ooh, blood.
In this video, you can see a zookeeper washing an elephant's feet, and the elephant is totally cooperating. But why would an elephant willingly let someone wash its feet? Well, first of
would be
all,
cooperating.
elephants are super
'Cause it
smart.
feels good,
They can
probably.
recognize their keepers
Yeah.
and even know when someone is trying
Why
to
do we
help
all
them.
get
On top of that, the keeper uses voice commands or hand signals to ask the elephant
Give
to
me
lift
shoes,
its foot.
damn it.
If the elephant cooperates, it gets a
Give me
tasty
shoes,
reward.
damn it.
But there's more to it. Elephants actually need a kind of pedicure. The thick, tough layer on the bottom of their feet keeps
Ew.
growing over time. If it's not trimmed, it just gets thicker and thicker. Now, here's the thing. The bottom of an elephant's foot is naturally soft. That softness works like a built-in cushion when they walk. But if the callus gets too thick, that cushioning effect is reduced. And eventually, it can even cause knee problems. Plus, elephants also have toenails, so keepers need to trim those too. So,
Yeah, of course,
what
it's a
about
cushion
wild
to
elephants?
sustain all
Who's
that
taking
weight.
care of their feet? The answer is simple. A wild elephant walks about 18.6 miles every single day. That constant walking naturally wears down the extra
That's
callus on their
cool.
feet. In this video, you can see a zookeeper
Ah,
washing an elephant's
yes.
feet.
Same concept with
They're-
horses in captivity versus wild. In the wild, they walk more. They don't need as much.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna just click the Armageddon video. It's okay.
Oh no. They're mermaids of the Karoo. Ooh, boobas. No,
Huh?
mermaid. Down right. Scroll down and right. There you go.
Oh,
Mermaids.
I don't know.
What is the Karoo?
I don't know.
You know nothing, Joe. Just know.
It's okay not to know, as long as you find out.
Unless you find a skull. What is this intro?
I don't know. I've never seen this shit before.
They put everything in it. And this is automatically pushed.
Look at the triangles.
The gold. Other side.
Throughout time, there are stories told. Some encounters are more mysterious than others. Mystical beings, from mermaids to giants.
Fall asleep.
Giants, that's
There
your
are
video.
clues throughout history that cannot be ignored. Often, there is proof that confirms the presence of these beings, and sometimes there is only folklore, legend, and myth. Mystical beings from the other side.
These are
It's so slow.
So if you ask me the question, if I believe in the water families, I believe in it. Because the elderly people, their stories are so real and so realistic, and we'll listen to their stories from generation to generation. And today I'm in the front line of the new generation. And I must also tell those stories to the people and the new generations. Because it comes from, from the heart of the people that used to tell us those stories.
Elaborate.
Is this about Naga?
I don't know.
5 minutes in, we don't see any mermaid.
Yeah, where are the mermaids?
When we arrived, we heard about the story about the waterhole being part of the culture of these Khoisan people, and didn't really notice it. And when the drought hit in and all the water disappears, it is so dry that even the baboons are dying at the moment. And still there's water in this hole behind me. And the cave on the top of the mountain there's always been water dripping. And again, the San people must have known this is a place where they can come and fill their water bottles or whatever, the eggs, whatever they used. And as I said, now after almost 8 years now, the waterhole is just as full as it has been 8 years ago.
In many cultural groups across Africa, water and rain law is important. Indigenous tribes like the Ataquas have generations thick with stories relating to water, rich folklore and tales about mer-beings and water families. 250 million years ago, the area was completely underwater, and when it receded, a sacred place was left behind. A valley with waterholes where mountain springs trickle, and mermaids are believed to have sought sanctuary. One of these waterholes is right here at Shadowlands.
I met on Pumuni, and Pumuni is the chief of the Ataquas tribal unit in this area. And to tell you how we met is difficult. I cannot really remember, but over 9 years now we've really been good friends. And although we've got vast different backgrounds and cultures, we've got one thing in common, and our bond, and that is to tell stories. And life is about telling stories. That's how people in the past taught their children, and I love telling stories. I, in the beginning, didn't know he was a chief. I just know him as a good storyteller and as a person that's passionate for his tribe and for his past. There's some people, especially the Ataquas, dream about the cultural center on this farm, a place where they can nurture their beliefs and their past.
Wisdom, culture, and history are passed down through stories, a map to one's past and one's future beliefs. Mer-beings and water families are part of this oral history. They have existed in legends, myth, and folklore for centuries. They are sacred. Coming up next, we meet Pomuni, an Ataqua chief and storyteller who can tell you many tales of mermaids in the area surrounding Shadowlands. Join us as we journey with him to the other side.
I don't think I understand where this is.
So the mermaids are in Africa, the place with the least water.
My name is Pomuni. Pum is only a nickname. My actual name is Scher Petrus Jacobus Muni. And I'm chief of the Ataquas.
They're in the
Ataquas and people that live between the Outeniqua and the Swartberg Mountains. I'm sitting on Shadowlands, the farm of Anton Lutz. I usually come here because I'm interested in the water hole on the farm. Because in that water hole, there lives a mermaid. I don't like the word mermaid. It sounds too English. She's the water mate. And she was happy with that name. She swam from the one water hole in the Kamanasi up to the water hole at Shadowlands, to College Door, around every water hole there. Thousands and thousands of stories about the mermaid. The other day, one of my friends asked me, but where is she now? We haven't seen her. They say you won't see her. Because of the people that come to live here, there was such a lot of noise because the farms get nearer and nearer to the water hole. The tractors and the lorries and the sound of children and of people, it scared them so much. And over the years, she only comes out for a little while and then she goes back into the water. And then all of a sudden, she disappeared. And after we do a thorough research, we went to the water hole, and I can show you the porthole where she went through from this world into another world. And you know what that means to me? We are on this earth only for a time. And then after that, we will also go from this world to another world. We want to bring her back by telling all the wonderful stories about the mermaid of the Little Karoo.
That's selfish.
Tribes like the Ataqua.
She escaped humans because y'all were too damn noisy, and you want to bring her back for funsies. You fucking bitch ass. You don't deserve to have her back, okay?
Word is bond.
So rude.
Whispers spoken around campfires by elders. Stories are sacred and hold immense
Not the
weight.
neighbor.
She literally jumped dimensions to escape your ass, and you're like, let's get her back. Like, fuck you, that's called slavery. Shut up.
While we are here, I will read the poem.
Classic man.
Ugh, man. Not all men, but somehow always a man.
Wat het donker neerslag verlaat, getuigt van staanvuren in die aarde. En die mensen wonen steeds op die onverklaarbare. Die mysterie, die kringen om die maan. En op die watervlakken van elke diep stil donker poel. Die geheime waterwezens wat in talle watergaten skuil in die olifants, die kamanassie, die trake en die sandriviere. Want in die Klein Karoo en Kannaland word die mooiste stories oor en oor verhaal van die vrou wat in die water is. Al vrou, al vis. Die echo's teen die kanse, tesame met die roffeling van tromme, weerklink in die aande, teen die rante en die roesrooi skanse, vertel die mooiste verhale van die watervrou en haar familie. En teen fasade van die kranse, opgebouw en saamgeklonter, word die heuwels geleidelik saans verdonker, klei en klip, sand en steen bewaar vandag nog elke been van skulp en bok en vis. En
Bird is amazing.
My bird is amazing.
I hope you're off stream because this is inappropriate.
No, not off stream.
She was attacking the diamond dove earlier because the diamond dove was landing on her nest.
Hello.
She was really going at it. She was like, "Fuck you."
Mm-hmm.
All right, baby, here you go. Go to your thing. Here you go. Join your people. No? Come on. There you go. It's funny because they each have their own perch.
Yeah.
They're always in the same spot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, ready for bed?
Yeah.
All right, chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow then.
That diamond dove don't know.
Bye.
She has a girlfriend.
Okay, bye. Have a good night.
Bye.
That diamond dove don't know she has a girlfriend.